Chapter 3100. Swoosh. 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 The blood, chi, and souls that had gathered together surged into the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit seemed to be devouring all the blood, chi, and souls that had surged into its belly. As soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they flew toward the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to tremble violently as soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered it. Blood-red rays of light shot out of the embryo. When it reached a certain height, it began to contract violently. It continued to expand and contract in a continuous cycle, as if it was brewing something. This was a sign that the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was about to bear fruit. As for whether it would succeed, they could only wait and see. Humph. Accompanied by a cold snort, Jianglan waved his hands and made a set of hand seals, putting away all the illusory array formations in the spacious cave abode. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, saw a flash before their eyes. The narrow cave abode they were in earlier had disappeared and was replaced by a huge cave abode. Apart from each other, they also saw Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyan, and Jianglan. Their expressions changed immediately as they looked at Jianglan warily. It was as though they were facing a formidable enemy. I have to say, the five of you are quite strong to be able to survive until now. Jianglan said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other four peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan finally regained their senses. They realized Jianglan had removed the illusory formation in the cave abode. This was obvious from the reactions of Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. What do you mean by that? The other two who survived were a young man and a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard Jianglan's words, his expression changed drastically as he asked with a trembling voice. Although he had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and even possessed his current strength before he was even 200 years old, he was still unable to do anything about it. However, in front of Jianglan, his pride was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Jianglan was someone who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100. As for him, he had only comprehended 3 profundities of the law of lightning when he was almost 200 years old. Although he had come into contact with the 4th profundity of the law of lightning, he had only scratched the surface. In terms of talent and perception, he couldn't compare to Jianglan. Shua. 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 As the middle-aged man spoke, the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyan, Lin Fei Yang, and the other young man all landed on Jianglan at the same time. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. A hint of suspicion could be seen in the eyes of Lin Fei Yang and the other young man. On the other hand, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan did not change. However, this did not arouse Jianglan's suspicion. He thought the two of them were only pretending to be calm on the surface. In truth, they were no less afraid than the others. What else could it mean? Jianglan smiled faintly in response to the middle-aged man's question. Among the 10,000 people, only the 5 of you are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead. Their bodies are gone, and their Tao is gone. The smile on Jianglan's face remained unchanged when he spoke about the deaths of the 10,000 people. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. Dead? They're all dead? The expressions of Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically when they heard Jianglan's words. They instinctively looked around, trying to find the 6th person who was still alive. Alas, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anyone who was still alive. Do you think they're dead just because you said so? If they're dead, would there be no traces left behind? Lin Fei Yang took a deep breath and stared at Jianglan intently as he asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you earlier? They had all died, their Dao vanishing, and they had turned into ashes. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to be reduced to ashes? Jiang Lan took a deep look at Lin Feiyang, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Reduced to ashes. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. However, his expression did not change. Do you think they're reduced to ashes just because you said so? Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to kill everyone. Lin Feiyang said. When did I say that I killed them? Jiang Lan smiled. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Feiyang, right? Do you still remember that you killed those people who wanted to kill you in the Fantasy Realm cave residence? Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, the expressions of the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Jiang Lan looked at Lin Feiyang meaningfully. What if I tell you that the people you killed were actually part of the tens of thousands of people, but I don't know? Would you still doubt what I said just now? No. Impossible. Lin Feiyang's face was pale. I still remember their faces clearly. They weren't among the 10,000 people. Although there were more than 10,000 people who had been tricked by Jiang Lan this time, with Lin Feiyang's memory, he could still remember most of them at a glance. He might not know them, but if he saw them again, he would definitely have an impression of them. The place you were at earlier was constructed using an illusory formation. Do you think the illusory formation wouldn't be able to conceal their faces? The sinister smile on Jiang Lan's face grew even more radiant at this moment. It's not just you. These 4 people have also killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that I gathered. As Jiang Lan spoke, he shifted his gaze from Lin Feiyang to Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian. This is especially true for Duan Lingtian. The number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that died in his hands is no less than the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that the 4 of you killed. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Juyin followed Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' gazes and looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This is the most important moment. Don't expose yourself. As long as he attacks one of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be responsible for launching a sneak attack on him from behind. We'll try our best to kill him while he's unprepared to face any trouble in the future. If we want to kill a reincarnated celestial emperor like him, we must ensure that we're able to kill him in one go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die when he catches his breath. Ling Juyan's tone turned solemn as he spoke. After all, none of those who had become celestial emperors were easy to deal with. I thought the people I killed earlier were illusory figures formed by the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be the people you tricked into coming here with me. What are you trying to do? Faced with their gazes, Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan and asked with a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, I didn't expect you to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon that can be combined perfectly. Its power is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are your innate talent and comprehension skills good, but your luck is also much better than ordinary people. Jiang Lan's words had undoubtedly caused Duan Lingtian to become the center of attention. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, based on Jiang Lan's words, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon that could be combined perfectly, and its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Feiyang and the others were originally in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, their eyes lit up like dazzling stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Duan Lingtian. He has a royal-grade celestial weapon. It doesn't seem like a single royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on Jiang Lan's words, he has to have at least 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, right? It was difficult for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to not attract attention when he possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. No matter how lucky he is, he's not as lucky as you. It's not easy for a reincarnated celestial to succeed. Duan Lingtian said. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jiang Lan raised his head proudly and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. In terms of luck, you can't compare to me. If I were here in my past life, I would have been able to kill you with just a puff of my breath. Jiang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial? This was the first time Jiang Lan had admitted to being a reincarnated celestial. Although Lin Fei Yang and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. You can kill me with just a puff of your breath? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he asked, were you a celestial lord in your past life? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Fei Yang and the others turned to look at Jiang Lan again. It was obvious they wanted to hear Jiang Lan's answer to Duan Lingtian's question. Celestial Lord? Jiang Lan's expression was filled with disdain when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A celestial lord is nothing. In my past life, I was a celestial emperor who was superior to a celestial lord. Celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Although some of them had guessed Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor when they were at the peak of the huge mountain, they did not dare to believe it. After all, a celestial emperor was too elusive for them. A celestial emperor was a legendary existence that was beyond their reach. However, they were shocked when they heard Jiang Lan's words. Jiang Lan is really the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? In the midst of their shock, they thought of another question. Chapter 3101. Celestial Emperor? Lin Fei Yang looked at Jiang Lan in disbelief as he asked, since you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, you must be up to something, right? The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yang was shocked by Jiang Lan's identity. He found it hard to believe. The strongest person in his territory was a titled celestial lord. As for celestial emperors, they might have appeared in history, but he had never heard of one before, let alone seen one. Even so, the word celestial emperor still made his heart tremble. When he heard Jiang Lan said he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine. Celestial emperors were extremely powerful and supreme. Moreover, the person standing before him was a celestial emperor in his past life. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, Lin Fei Yang didn't doubt Jiang Lan's words. He also knew that there was no need for Jiang Lan to lie. With Jiang Lan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill the rest of them. There was no need for him to lie to them. However, Lin Fei Yang could not help but feel curious. As a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, why would Jiang Lan go through so much trouble to gather so many people from so many Devata realms? What was he up to? Lin Fei Yang did not believe Jiang Lan had no ulterior motives at all. Since things have come to this, it's not a big deal to tell you. In response to Lin Fei Yang's question, Jiang Lan said indifferently, I've gathered all of you here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at the towering tree on the floating island. This was the first time they had seen this blood-red tree, especially the two blood-red spheres on top of the towering tree. They were constantly squeezing and contracting, as if they were brewing something. Heaven sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? He summoned us here to sacrifice the tree. More than 10,000 people have died. What kind of benefits will this tree bring to Jiang Lan? Lin Fei Yang and the other two quickly looked away from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree and back at Jiang Lan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, both Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan's eyes followed Lin Fei Yang and the other two. They didn't reveal any flaws in front of Jiang Lan. Chi. Jiang Lan scoffed and said condescendingly, it's normal for country bumpkins like you to not know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is, Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials breathing quickened when they heard Jiang Lan's introduction of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could allow a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, he could directly comprehend the profundities of a law that he had never come into contact with before. Moreover, he had comprehended at least 6 profundities of that kind of law. Was there someone who had comprehended 8 profundities of a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Hiss. 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 Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened as they gasped in unison. Although Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan's reactions were not as exaggerated as Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were equally shocked. As expected of Ling Juyan. He's able to remain calm under such circumstances. He's much stronger than Lin Fei Yang. Jiang Lan did not miss the changes in the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. For this reason, he was even more satisfied with Ling Juyan. I only hope Ling Juyan is willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so he'll submit to me. Jiang Lan's heart was filled with anticipation. As for Duan Lingtian, although he appeared calm, Jiang Lan thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky and had experienced many fortuitous encounters in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons were not ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's time for me to make my move. Jiang Lan scanned the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with his divine consciousness and discovered the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had entered the final stage of fruiting. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his aura surged as blue ripples spread out from his body. It was as though a lake had appeared in the void, and a rock had fallen onto the surface of the lake. This is bad. Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically when they saw Jiang Lan's aura. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan looked at each other with a grim expression on their faces. Was Jiang Lan finally going to make his move? Swoosh. Swoosh. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds that sounded like a flood, Jiang Lan's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost as he flashed through the void. Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators who had been accumulating their celestial origin energies since the moment they saw Jiang Lan, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan, Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators instinctively moved closer to Jiang Lan. In Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' opinion, the only way to deal with Jiang Lan was if they joined forces. What are you 2 doing? If you don't join forces now, are you going to wait for him to defeat you one by one? The middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial shouted as he watched Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man join forces with Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you join forces? As Jiang Lan approached Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, he suddenly slowed down. He looked at the middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators disdainfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, although the power of your royal-grade celestial weapons is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, however, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Today, before you die, I'll show you a real emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A bright blue saber ray shot out from his palm. It was even more dazzling than his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. As soon as the bright blue saber ray appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a translucent azure crystal blade appeared in Jiang Lan's hand. The crystal knife was emitting a cold aura. The moment it appeared, a cold aura swept out, causing everyone present to shiver. With Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold. However, the cold aura from the crystal saber was bone-chilling. That's an emperor-grade celestial weapon? An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes as soon as they heard Jiang Lan's words. However, when they saw the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand that emitted a terrifying aura, coupled with Jiang Lan's words, their hearts sank. Earlier, when they found out Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, they were still thinking to themselves. Perhaps, Jiang Lan had not obtained the treasures he left behind in his past life, or perhaps, the treasures he left behind in his past life had been discovered and taken away by someone else. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were in complete despair. If Jiang Lan only had a king-grade celestial weapon to rely on, even if he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, the remaining 5 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial weapon might still stand a chance against him. Most importantly, there was another thing. Duan Lingtian had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they no longer had any intention of resisting. Buzz! Jiang Lan attacked with the crystal saber in his hand. A blue saber ray flashed in the air. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man had just regained his senses when he was killed by Jiang Lan. When he died, his eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground, unable to rest in peace. The middle-aged man was also the first person to die here with an intact corpse. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had stopped absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Clearly, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needed any sacrifices. The blood and souls it had absorbed were enough for it to condense the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was up to the heavens whether it would succeed or not. Don't kill me. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man, another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man kneeled before Jiang Lan. Lord Celestial Emperor, since the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needs any sacrifices, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my wealth as long as you spare my life. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial begged as he took off his purely defensive king skin celestial weapon and placed it in his hand along with his spatial ring. It was clear he wanted to exchange his wealth for his life. Do you think your things won't belong to me if I kill you? Jiang Lan asked with a sinister smile on his face. However, when the young man saw Jiang Lan's smile, it was like the smile of a devil. He shuddered in fear as he kowtowed and begged, Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Do you think I'll be interested in your meager possessions? Jiang Lan ignored the young man's begging. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. Buzz! Chapter 3102. Jiang Lan had killed 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were on the verge of comprehending the 4th profundity. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan were not the only ones who were not surprised by this outcome. Even Lin Fei Yang was not surprised by this outcome. Jiang Lan was a reincarnated celestial emperor. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Naturally, he was stronger than the 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When Jiang Lan took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, Lin Fei Yang knew Jiang Lan did not need to use a second strike to kill him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Jiang Lan easily killing 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In his opinion, if he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would have been able to kill Jiang Lan even if Jiang Lan was stronger and more experienced than him. An emperor-grade celestial weapon was superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a king-grade celestial weapon that was inferior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, he only had a king-grade celestial weapon. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me with the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in your hands? After killing the 2nd peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Jiang Lan's first reaction was to look at Duan Lingtian. A disdainful smile could be seen on his face. However, the smile on his face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian. Initially, Jiang Lan thought Duan Lingtian would feel fear and despair when facing him. He thought Duan Lingtian might even kneel and beg for mercy like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he discovered Duan Lingtian was looking at him calmly. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes. What? Are you going to kill me next? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Jiang Lan. I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this moment. Why don't you try begging for mercy like the other guy? Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Jiang Lan quickly regained his senses. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was forcing himself to hold on. In fact, his heart was definitely filled with fear and despair, but he did not show it. Whoosh! Voila! Almost as soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a raging flame rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Not only did it envelop his entire body, but it also burned even more fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything. Jiang Lan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the aura of flames on Duan Lingtian's body. This is the law of fire's burning profundity? You were actually hiding your strength before? Jiang Lan did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he thought had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire and was lucky enough to obtain 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that could be combined, would hold back when he attacked earlier. Not only had he comprehended the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had also comprehended the burning profundity. Boom! Rumble. In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body exploded, causing dazzling sparks to fly everywhere. Jiang Lan's eyes widened in shock. This is the explosion profundity? Not only has Duan Lingtian comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire, but he has also comprehended the explosion profundity? Jiang Lan was shocked, completely shocked. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a monstrous genius like Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the 4th profundity, the explosion profundity. Lin Feiyang was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as him. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession were not taken into consideration. With 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that were comparable to emperor-grade celestial weapons, it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill Lin Feiyang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. Jiang Lan, who was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, was tempted by Duan Lingtian's strength as well. However, even without the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. If we include the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. Jiang Lan said indifferently. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he rose into the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Feiyang. I'll give the 3 of you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to let me plant the Wrath brand in your souls, I won't kill you. Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll even give you a chance to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. If the 3 of you are willing to submit to me, you'll be able to compete for the other Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. I'll give the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit to whoever is stronger. Of course, that's only if you don't use your 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian. When he spoke up to hear, Jiang Lan subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. Enslavement brand? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Naturally, he knew what the enslavement brand was. Once it was planted, it would never be removed. Unless the person who planted the enslavement brand took the initiative to remove it, no one would be able to remove it. Moreover, once the enslavement brand was planted, the person who planted the enslavement brand would be enslaved forever. Dream on. Lin Feiyang was the first to shout. You want to plant a soul brand in my soul? Impossible. I'd rather die. You're dreaming. Ling Jueyun sneered as well. If I submit to you and become your slave, so what if I obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10 directions celestial duke? Duan Lingtian sneered as well. It seems like the three of you really have a death wish. Although he had already expected this outcome, when he really faced it, Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh in anger. In that case, I'll send all of you on your way and monopolize the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a dazzling azure saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand, dyeing the cave abode blue. Kill! Lin Fei Yang's eyes flashed fiercely as he charged toward Jiang Lan like a dragon that had just left its lair. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun made their moves as well. They had a tacit understanding throughout the entire process. At this moment, the three of them knew they had to join forces to deal with Jiang Lan and fight for a slim chance of survival. Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian first. If you regret your decision, remember to tell me in advance so that I won't kill you before you can say anything. Jiang Lan remained calm in the face of the 3 people charging toward him. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang to consider surrendering to him. You should know that once you die, you'll lose everything. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you that once I become a celestial emperor in this life, I'll remove the enslavement mark in your souls. As he spoke, Jiang Lan's words seemed to have made a compromise. Alas, regardless of whether it was Ling Jueyun or Lin Fei Yang, they only responded to Jiang Lan's words by charging forward with ferocious momentum. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's strength was no different from before. He was still holding back. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian raised his hand when he noticed Jiang Lan's gaze on him. In the next moment, a 7-colored light shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than the 7 orifices exquisite sword that had been hidden in his body all this time. As soon as the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared, its 7-colored light illuminated the entire cave abode, competing with the blue light from the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand. At this moment, Jiang Lan, who had easily blocked Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks, completely ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were lucky to have 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Jiang Lan's eyes shone with greed as he stared at the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he was a celestial emperor in his past life, he only had 1 emperor-grade celestial weapon, the saber in his hand. Moreover, he was considered one of the stronger celestial emperors in his past life. His strength was almost on par with a titled celestial emperor. Most celestial emperors did not have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Not only did emperor-grade celestial weapons have high requirements for the celestial weapon craftsman, but it also had high requirements for the materials used to craft them. For this reason, emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely valuable. Even the armor on Jiang Lan's body was only a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon at all. However, even if it was a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, with Jiang Lan's current strength, he could still block Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks for a short time. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Fei Yang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian when the 7-colored light illuminated the cave abode. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Who exactly was this Duan Lingtian who made him feel a sense of familiarity? Why did he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? You're the only one allowed to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but not me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Jiang Lan had mistaken his 7 orifices exquisite sword for an emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of correcting Jiang Lan. Moreover, with his current strength, the power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword was only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. I have to admit, Duan Lingtian, you're extremely talented. Even your luck is enviable. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. Your emperor-grade celestial weapon is destined to be mine. Chapter 3103. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of Jiang Lan's menacing aura. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly. It was as if a flame had burst out from his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as if he had turned into a ball of fire as he charged toward the menacing Jiang Lan. When the water and fire collided, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in the air. It was as if the proverb "water and fire are incompatible" was being interpreted. Just as the water and fire powers were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time, without any warning, a fragrant scent suddenly spread throughout the cave abode. When they smelled the fragrance, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively looked in the direction of the fragrance. With just a glance, they saw another fruit tree. On the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, there were 2 blood-red fruits that were the size of an adult's fist. The blood-red fruits were hanging there. Lightning bolts that resembled small blood-red snakes coiled around them. They would occasionally enter and exit the fruit. This is, the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo has been successfully formed? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he forcefully took a deep breath to forcefully calm his surging emotions. This time, he had come for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he knew that the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely low. Even if he could survive until the end, he might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It all depended on luck. Now that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed, he was overjoyed. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. While Duan Lingtian was overjoyed and trying his best to suppress his emotions, Ling Jueyun, Jiang Lan, and Lin Feiyang also discovered that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed. Immediately, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. Their chests heaved up and down like bellows. Ha 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 ha. It's a success. I did it. Jiang Lan laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unparalleled joy. I won't hold back anymore. I will kill you all and eat the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Jiang Lan glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly. He also extended his divine sense and shrouded Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang in case they tried to steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit while he was fighting Duan Lingtian. If Ling Jueyun and the other 2 went to pick the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, he was confident that he could kill both of them while fighting against Duan Lingtian. Of course, in that case, killing Duan Lingtian would take more time. Your strength isn't bad, and your immortal artifact isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, you haven't completely comprehended the explosion profundity of the fire laws. Otherwise, you would have the ability to fight me. After locking his divine sense on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, Jiang Lan calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian again. The crystal saber in his hand shone with a blue saber chi, suppressing Duan Lingtian's sword chi. The sword light that erupted outside the 7-colored sword light was originally aggressive, but after a few rounds, it was suppressed by Jiang Lan's saber light. Die! Suddenly, Jiang Lan let out an explosive shout. After blocking Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jiang Lan took the opportunity to transfer the energy from his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon to his emperor-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, the azure saber ray surged and caused Duan Lingtian's sword ray to retreat at an even faster speed. This can't go on. If this goes on, we're all going to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes widened in fear and anxiety. He was still recovering after unleashing his full strength. At this moment, he had temporarily forgotten about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was good, he had to be alive to enjoy it. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape from Jiang Lan. In the next moment, Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He did not even have time to recover his strength. Lin Feiyang's frequent attacks landed on Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan did not have time to channel his energy into his armor and took Lin Feiyang's attack head-on. Even with the protection of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jiang Lan still felt the blood in his body churning. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. You're courting death. Jiang Lan glared at Duan Lingtian. As he shouted, the saber chi from his crystal saber forced Duan Lingtian's sword chi to retreat. After retreating, Jiang Lan retracted his saber and charged toward Lin Feiyang. Buzz! A saber cry rang in the air. Lin Feiyang, who had lost all his strength, was killed by Jiang Lan with a pair of eyes filled with despair. In his sect, he was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. However, because of his greed, he was trapped and killed by Jiang Lan. His body and Dao were destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this. Do it. As soon as Jiang Lan killed Lin Feiyang, a thunderous voice rang from behind Jiang Lan. It was none other than Ling Juyan's voice. Swoosh. 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 Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air, a sword with grey lightning swirling around it appeared in Ling Juyan's hand. The whistling of the sword came from the tip of the sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the cave abode that was originally filled with blue and seven-colored light was suddenly tainted with a hint of grey. Whoosh! At the same time, a bloody mist surged out of Ling Juyan's body and merged with his celestial origin energy that was infused with the elemental death element. In an instant, the scythe condensed from Ling Juyan's profundity of the death god's scythe became corporeal. It was as though Ling Juyan had completely comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe. Before this, although Ling Juyan could barely use the profundity of the death god's scythe, he had only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. The condensed scythe was incomparably weak, and its power was incomparable to a corporeal scythe. However, a corporeal scythe could only be used by someone who had comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe to a rudimentary level. Ling Juyan also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Also, he has only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. Why does it seem like he has completely comprehended it? Jiang Lan's expression changed drastically when he noticed the change in Ling Juyan's strength and the sword that had appeared in his hand. He did not expect this. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Ling Juyan had concealed his strength. Boom! Rumble. At the same time, Jiang Lan, who was looking at Ling Juyan, heard a series of thunderous booms behind him. When he instinctively turned around, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack had suddenly become much more powerful. The flaming sword beam had completely exploded at this moment, causing him to smell the scent of death. Is this the profundity of explosion? No. This doesn't seem to be the profundity of explosion. Then what is this? Jiang Lan was completely dumbfounded. This was because he noticed Duan Lingtian's current attack had completely suppressed his strongest attack. At this moment, he finally realized something. Even though Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows earlier, he still held back his strength. Damn it. Damn it. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Jiang Lan's expression changed again and again as he was attacked by Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan. However, at the same time, he did not remain idle. He channeled his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity into the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he was wearing. He wanted to use it to defend himself against Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan's attacks. Swoosh! The shadow of the armor rose up and protected Jiang Lan within, as if it was airtight. Even so, Jiang Lan did not feel safe at all. An anxious expression appeared on his face as his hands danced in the air. A set of obscure hand seals was formed as he moved his hands. Clearly, Jiang Lan had left a backup plan for him in his previous life. However, Jiang Lan did not feel happy at all. This was because he needed time to complete this backup plan. Currently, he did not have time at all. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan to be so powerful that they could completely suppress him. He did not even dare to attack. Currently, Ling Juyan's strength was not inferior to his, and Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed his in all aspects. They've hidden their strength too well. They've hidden their strength too well. At this moment, Jiang Lan was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. Let's end this quickly. Ling Jueyan's expression changed slightly when he saw Jiang Lan activating his defenses and forming hand seals in the air. He shouted to remind Duan Lingtian that he was about to attack. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped in flames. The rainbow-colored sword light in his hand swept out. Streaks of sword light condensed from flames rained down on Jiang Lan like a meteor shower. Jiang Lan's illusory armor completely shattered when Ling Jueyan and Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks arrived. Swoosh! A sword light that was so red that it was almost purple, as if it could annihilate everything, swept out from one side of the void and appeared in front of Jiang Lan's glabella. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Jiang Lan's mournful voice echoed in the spacious cave abode. It was heart-wrenching. When the sword light that was so red that it was almost purple pierced Jiang Lan's glabella and swept out from behind his head, Jiang Lan was completing the last few movements of the set of hand seals. If he was given half a breath's time, he would be able to complete the set of hand seals and activate the defensive array formation in the cave abode, isolating himself and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the surroundings. The defensive array formation that he had left behind in his previous life could not be broken even with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan's current strength. With the protection of the defensive array formation, he could easily pluck the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he did not see the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, Jiang Lan might feel indignant, but he would definitely not be as indignant as he was now. He had planned for 2 lifetimes and was about to obtain the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. However, he had failed at the last moment. While feeling indignant, Jiang Lan also regretted it. Chapter 3104. Jiang Lan regretted his decision as soon as he was about to die. He could have easily obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and left as long as he spared Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyan, and Lin Fei Yang's lives. However, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because he wanted to kill the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian after they refused to submit to him. Most importantly, he had underestimated the 3 Duan Lingtian and Lin Fei Yang. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan attacked him, he did not have time to activate the defensive formation he had left behind when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Spurt. After the sword beam that was so red that it was almost purple passed through Jiang Lan's glabella and came out from the back of Jiang Lan's head, the sound spread throughout the cave abode. The naked eye relied on light, and light was much faster than the speed of sound. After killing Jiang Lan, Duan Lingtian did not retrieve Jiang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He did not even take Jiang Lan's spatial ring. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Lin Fei Yang's corpse. At this moment, there was a pool of water hovering above Lin Fei Yang's corpse. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it at all. So this is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water hovering in front of him that was almost transparent. Apart from the fact that the pool of water was hovering in the air, it was no different from ordinary water. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could not tell the difference. However, when Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the pool of water, he discovered a mysterious energy was preventing his divine consciousness from entering the pool of water. That's right. This is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water. However, it's still in a deep slumber. It only left the host's body after the host died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it? Now, it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it can take it for themselves. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Of course, if it's not satisfied with you as its host after it wakes up, it can leave, of course, with the wise and mighty me here. As long as I open my mouth and persuade it to stay, it will definitely not leave. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone was slightly smug as it spoke. Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about the Chaos Divine Earth's arrogance. He raised his hand and grabbed at the puddle of water in front of him. The moment his hand touched the water, he felt a cold sensation. At the same time, he could clearly see the water flowing down his hand and into his body, finally hiding in a corner of his body. When will it wake up? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It depends on how exhausted it is. However, with us in your body, it'll definitely wake up faster than it did when it was in Lin Fei Yang's body, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Primal Chaos Divine Flame said, we're both divine element spirits. Although we're not of the same kind, our auras can still provide some help to each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I remember you were able to help me refine pills when you were in your second form. The profound divine metal was able to protect my soul when it was in its second form as well. Although the world-cleansing divine water is only in its second form, will it be able to help me in some way? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked this question. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The world-cleansing divine water has already acknowledged you as its master. Although it's unconscious, it'll still make a move if you're in danger, the Primal Chaos Divine Flame said. In its second form, the world-cleansing divine water will form a layer of defense around your body when you're in danger. It'll help you offset some of the impact. Naturally, the defense it provides is not as good as the defense provided by the Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth's smug voice rang in the air. Of course. My forte is defense. Who among the 5 divine elements can compare to me in terms of defense? Defense? That includes soul defense? As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent immediately. Its forte was material defense. As for soul defense, the profound divine metal was the best among the 5 divine elements. After a brief silence, the Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, apart from that, if you want to inscribe celestial talismans, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the success rate of inscribing high-difficulty celestial talismans will increase exponentially. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian learned about the benefits of the world-cleansing divine water in its second form. Did you just absorb the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements? A voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. At this moment, he discovered Ling Jueyin was standing in front of him. You recognize the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. Ling Jueyin nodded. Then, he continued to say, Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless for you to absorb the world-cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as their host unless they're unconscious. Even if you absorb the world-cleansing divine water and make it recognize you as its host, it'll leave you when it realizes you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Ling Jueyin said. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. In fact, he had never heard of this from the 5 divine elements before this. That's because the bloodline energy of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses clashed with the 5 divine elements. The bloodline energy will constantly absorb the energy of the 5 divine elements. Since the 5 divine elements reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, even if they evolve into their next form, they'll revert back to their previous form due to the bloodline energy absorbing their energy. As Ling Jueyin spoke, he handed a blood-red fruit to Duan Lingtian. The blood-red fruit was none other than the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was hanging on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. There's such a thing? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Ling Jueyin's words. He took the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Jueyin. How strange. As a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, you should know about this since you know about the 5 divine elements like the world-cleansing divine water. It's common knowledge for the descendants of supreme powerhouses like us. Ling Jueyin raised an eyebrow before he said to Duan Lingtian, let's talk after we leave this place. I'm in a hurry to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because I'm worried something might happen. Apart from that, I've also kept Jiang Lan's immortal weapon and spatial ring. Ling Jueyin said. As soon as Ling Jueyin finished speaking, before Duan Ling Tian had a chance to respond, a violent earthquake shook the entire cave. It felt as though the ground was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At the same time, clear spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial cracks raged and spread, almost covering every corner of the cave. "Let's go." Ling Jueyan called out to Duan Ling Tian before he took the lead and flew toward one of the spatial tiers. It was clear he wanted to leave this place through the spatial tiers. This was the mystic realm left behind by Jiang Lan when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. It was the little world that Jiang Lan had created in his past life. Now that the little world had been destroyed, they could leave through the spatial tiers. When Duan Ling Tian caught up to Ling Jueyan and entered the spatial tiers, he could clearly see what was happening. The floating island in the middle of the cave abode had been torn apart and was being sucked into the spatial tiers. As for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it mysteriously exploded during this process, turning into dust that scattered in every corner of the small world. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was still on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it would have been destroyed along with the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once a little world created by a celestial emperor was destroyed, every spatial tear that appeared in the little world was an exit that led to a place near the little world. If one exited through the same spatial tear, one would be able to reach the same place. For example, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan had exited through the same spatial tear and appeared in a mountain range together. So this is Jiang Lan's trump card? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted slightly. He felt that Jiang Lan was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Even if he was dead, he was still looking for trouble for them. Earlier, if Ling Jueyan had not plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit first, he and Ling Jueyan would have failed just like Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan is really something. When the little world he created in his past life was destroyed, the killing formation that enveloped the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was activated and destroyed the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With his current strength, he won't be able to activate the killing formation. However, with the power from the destruction of the little world, he'll be able to activate the killing formation. Ling Jueyan had a grim expression on his face. He was glad that he had plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. If he had gone to talk to Duan Ling Tian about the world-cleansing divine water before plucking the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed along with it. Is it a coincidence that the little world he created in his past life was destroyed at that time? Duan Ling Tian asked. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the little world Jiang Lan created in his past life was destroyed not long after Jiang Lan's death. Of course not. Ling Jueyan shook his head and said, Jiang Lan must have used the formation to connect his soul pearl to the little world. Chapter 3105. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, you can say that he's not confident enough, or you can say that he's just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A glint flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said to Ling Jueyan, fortunately, you managed to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. Otherwise, the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he finished speaking. He had almost missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm just worried that a long night might bring trouble. No matter what, both of us are the winners this time. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyan's face. It was a radiant smile. Now, both of you should find a place to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and digest its efficacy. Ling Jueyan suggested. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he and Ling Jueyan found a secluded valley nearby and opened up a cave for them to digest the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month? When Duan Ling Tian thought about the heaven-defying medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his emotions surged as he sat cross-legged in his newly opened cave. Most importantly, not only will the heaven sacrificial divine fruit improve my cultivation base, but it'll also help me comprehend a new law. At the very least, I'll be able to comprehend 6 profundities from that law. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to comprehend 7 or 8 profundities from that law. I wonder what kind of law I'll be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and becoming a 10-direction celestial duke. Due to his curiosity, Duan Lingtian calmed down slightly. At the same time, he brought the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was blood-red as though it was dyed in blood. Blood-red bolts of lightning flashed around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, weaving through the fruit in a dazzling manner. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit lay in Duan Lingtian's hand like a work of art. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to eat it. However, due to the temptation of becoming a 10-direction celestial duke and the unknown law he was about to comprehend, Duan Lingtian swallowed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Soon after, only a small seed was left in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's S to Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Duan Lingtian's heart's as Duan celestial red heart's heart. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the seed before he put it away. Then, he shifted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. After the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit flowed through his body, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of exhilaration. It was as though he had turned into a willow that swayed freely in the air. This was the first time he felt this way. Duan Lingtian did not have to consume the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In other words, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about anything. When the time came, his body would absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only wait. While waiting, Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I heard from Ling Jueyan that it's impossible for the 5 divine elements to reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses?" "Yes," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Then, it said something similar to what Ling Jueyan had said. "For example, if I reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, if I can't absorb the other Chaos Divine Flames within a certain period of time, I might revert to my second form due to the power of the bloodline in his body. If this continues, I'll revert to my first form. In the end, I'll be completely absorbed by the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses and cease to exist." To the 5 divine elements, the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses is our nemesis. Of course, the bloodline power can only restrain us if we reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. If our host fights with the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, we have nothing to fear even if we encounter the bloodline power. It's just like when you sparred with Ling Jueyan previously. Even if he used the bloodline power, you could still defeat him with just one move. The Chaos Divine Flame finished its sentence unhurriedly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Ling Jueyan really thinks that I'm a descendant of the supreme powerhouses like him." Duan Lingtian still remembered that Ling Jueyan had approached him not long after he had obtained the world-cleansing divine water. He had even said that it was meaningless for him to obtain the world-cleansing divine water. If Ling Jueyan knew that he was not a descendant of the supreme powerhouses, he would not have said that. In fact, he might even be envious of him. "Senior, does this mean that those who rely on the 5 divine elements to become supreme powerhouses can't possibly be the descendants of other supreme powerhouses?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had heard from the chaotic divine flame that one of the ways to become a divine spirit that was above the immortals was to obtain the final form of the 5 divine elements. Naturally, as long as one possessed the final form of the 5 divine elements, one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. This was the main way to become a supreme powerhouse. "That's right," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. "For this reason, in the long history of heaven and earth, there are very few descendants of supreme powerhouses who can become supreme powerhouses. After all, relying on the final form of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse is the main way to become a supreme powerhouse in this world. It's also the easiest way to become a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, it's only a small number, but it doesn't mean that there are no such cases. This is because in history, there have been descendants of supreme powerhouses who have comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws to the extreme. After that, they managed to master it and were rewarded by the heaven and earth law. They were reborn and became supreme powerhouses. However, such cases are extremely rare, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. At the same time, when the Chaos Divine Flame mentioned supreme powerhouses again, Duan Lingtian felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a supreme powerhouse. Supreme powerhouses. I wonder if I, Duan Lingtian, will have the chance to become a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. However, this anticipation had only appeared for a short while before it dimmed again. Then, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm really daydreaming, right now. I haven't even rescued Kerr, Little Fei, and the others, and I'm already dreaming of becoming a supreme powerhouse. What a joke. After laughing at himself, Duan Lingtian began to feel depressed again. I wonder how Kerr, Little Fei, and the others are doing. Also, father, mother, Si Ling, Niantian, and the others. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. However, based on his rapidly swelling chest, it was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes when the 5 elemental qi surged out from his body. At the same time, the emotions that had been stirring for a day and a night were gone in just a blink of an eye. There was no other reason other than this. He had made a breakthrough. This is a celestial duke. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky when he sensed the changes in his celestial origin energy. His face was flushed with excitement. When Duan Lingtian broke through and became a celestial duke, Ling Jueyan, who was in the cave next door, opened his eyes in surprise. After Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyan had also made a breakthrough and became a celestial duke. Rewind to a day and a night ago. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan found a secluded valley and opened up their cave abodes to absorb the heaven sacrificial divine fruits effects. Soon after, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the area they were in. Leng Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In my opinion, he's most likely dead in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One of the 2 people who had just landed on the peak of a steep mountain said to the other person. Let's search for another 10 days to half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return. The other person said. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the person who had just spoken. This person was none other than Leng Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang whom he had met outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Leng Yi was a 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. He was much stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Leng Ye's clutches thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent him to the Blood Skull Gang. Not only had the Blood Skull Gang targeted him when he left the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formation in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but they had also found out where he had left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yen Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven Territory. If that brat really died in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would have gotten away with it. Leng Yi said coldly. Previously, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial had escaped from under his nose. No matter what the reason was, he still felt humiliated. For this reason, if he encountered that brat again, he would definitely kill that brat. Swoosh. 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 Leng Yi and the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang used their divine consciousness to search the area where Jiang Lan had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. Chapter 3106. Leng Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire canyon. At first, he thought this was just another routine investigation. However, when his divine sense enveloped the canyon and he discovered the two auras in the canyon, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the auras belonged to the person he was looking for, Duan Lingtian. Found him. Although Leng Yi usually had a cold expression on his face, a bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. The bright smile only lasted for a moment before it turned into a sneer. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, it's good that he's alive. I can kill him with my own hands. Leng Yi muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other blood skull assassin beside him to reply, he swooped down like an eagle. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the canyon. At the same time, he shrouded the entire canyon with his divine consciousness, not missing a single corner. He was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape under his watch unless he had a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like the one Duan Lingtian had used previously was extremely precious even to Leng Yi. He did not believe Duan Lingtian would have a second Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like that. Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi stood high up in the air in the canyon. His gaze fell on one of the two immortals' caves that were next to each other on one side of the canyon. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to go in and look for you? Leng Yi asked Duan Lingtian mockingly. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice, when Leng Ye's voice entered the cave, Duan Lingtian realized someone was here. Based on the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the person did not have good intentions. Moreover, Duan Lingtian felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar. After a while, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he recalled where and when he had heard the same voice. Horror dawned on his face immediately. This person. He's the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who attacked me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin. After realizing who it was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. If it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would not have been able to escape from Leng Yi. Why would a Blood Skull assassin be here? How did he know I was here? Duan Lingtian didn't think it was a coincidence that the Blood Skull Gang had bumped into him here. After all, this wasn't the spirit overarching heaven, but the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Blood Skull Gang was an assassin from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, so there was no way they would show up here for no reason. Furthermore, even if there was something going on, it was impossible for him to coincidentally appear here. In that case, there was only one possibility. The other party had come for him. Perhaps they were already targeting me before I left the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even if I was targeted, Ling Jueyun and I were transported to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Even if the Blood Skull Gang wanted to kill me, it's impossible for them to know I'm here, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, who's that? Do you have an enemy here? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could only smile bitterly. Even if I wanted to have an enemy here, I'd have to find the time to go out and cause trouble. The person isn't from here. He's from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Someone from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory? He chased you all the way here? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun's eyes widened slightly. What kind of enmity do you have with him? Why did he chase you all the way here? Moreover, even if you're targeted in Axe Mountain City before you leave the spirit overarching heaven, they'll still need the Profound Nether Mansion's permission to find out where you've gone through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he continued to say, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain the Profound Nether Mansion's permission to spy on the transporting formation set up by the Profound Nether Mansion. Who is he? Ling Jueyun asked again. He's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Blood Skull Gang? Is it the Blood Skull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory? Ling Juan was surprised. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be targeted by the Blood Skull Gang. How did they target you? Did someone issue a mission to kill you? Based on what I know, it's not easy to issue a mission to them. Before Ling Juan could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. The assassin is a 9 palaces celestial king. Duan Ling Tian said. A 9 palaces celestial king? The Blood Skull Gang sent a 9 palaces celestial king to kill you? Ling Juan was confused. He could not figure out why they would send a 9 palaces celestial king to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After a while, Ling Juan and Duan Ling Tian left the cave abode together and flew up into the air side by side. He's Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had followed Leng Yi and appeared next to him. He instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Before coming here, the assassin was familiar with Duan Ling Tian's appearance. Therefore, he recognized Duan Ling Tian with just a glance. Yes, it's him. Leng Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you managed to escape under my nose with the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to you by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'm curious. How did you find out I'm here? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Leng Yi. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you this. The vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang has found out through his connections in the profound Nether Mansion that you've teleported to Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory. Yen Mountain Mansion is huge. However, we heard that a reincarnated celestial emperor had set up a trap to lure people here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He had lured peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from 5 Devata realms here. The spirit overarching heaven is one of the 5 Devata realms. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for us to guess you were lured here by the reincarnated celestial emperor as well. Although the reincarnated celestial emperor had used a transporting formation to send you away, we were certain you weren't far away. For this reason, we began to search the area for you. Initially, we didn't have much hope in finding a needle in a haystack. However, we didn't expect to find you here today. It seems like even the heavens don't want you to live, Duan Ling Tian. It was clear Leng Yi was certain Duan Ling Tian was going to die soon. Otherwise, he would not have said so much. If he had met Duan Ling Tian for the first time, he would not have said so much. The reason he had said so much today was due to the humiliation he felt from Duan Ling Tian's escape. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to wait for Duan Ling Tian's despair to reach a certain level before he killed Duan Ling Tian. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood Leng Ye's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who was standing next to Leng Yi. I'm curious. Is your companion a 9 palaces celestial king like you? Humph. You're pretty smart to have guessed my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian, although this is our first time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin standing next to Leng Yi said with a scoff. 2 9 palaces celestial kings, Ling Juan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was shocked when he heard the assassin's words. At this moment, he was even more curious. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send such a powerful assassin to kill Duan Ling Tian? He was certain there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, the Blood Skull Gang would not waste their resources like this. To be able to make a name for myself in the Blood Skull Gang and have 2 9 palaces celestial kings traverse the Devata realms just to kill me. I, Duan Ling Tian, won't die in vain. Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh when he heard the words of the assassin standing next to Leng Yi. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, however, I'm afraid both of you will have wasted your time. Duan Ling Tian's words came out of the blue, causing Leng Yi and the assassin standing next to him to be taken aback. Both of them were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. Swoosh. A celestial talisman appeared in Ling Jueyan's hand. Then, a flame enveloped Ling Jueyan at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyan was engulfed in flames. Boom! A powerful aura surged out of Ling Jueyan's body, causing the expressions of Lang Yi and the assassin standing next to him to change drastically. Based on the powerful aura, it was not difficult for them to tell that the celestial talisman Ling Jueyan had crushed was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lang Ye's energy surged. However, just as he was about to make a move, Ling Jueyan's flames had already shrouded Duan Ling Tian. Then, Ling Jueyan disappeared before Lang Ye's eyes. The celestial talisman that Ling Jueyan had crushed was a life-saving celestial talisman. It was not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Duan Ling Tian had used previously. Therefore, it was impossible for Lang Yi to catch up to Ling Jueyan. Chapter 3107. Ah! The moment the other Blood Skull Gang assassin finished complaining, Lang Yi, who had just regained his senses, suddenly let out a furious roar filled with jealousy and indignation. The rolling power in his body swept out in all directions. With his body as the center, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! 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 As Lang Yi vented his strength to his heart's content, rumbling sounds resounded incessantly in the surroundings of the gorge. Rubble swirled in the air as smoke and dust soared into the sky, and it went out of control. As a Nine Palaces celestial king, even if he did not intentionally unleash his energy, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Initially, Lang Yi had thought Duan Ling Tian would not have a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. He was certain Duan Ling Tian would die in his hands. For this reason, Lang Yi was not in a hurry to kill Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to wait for a moment before he made a move on Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Lang Yi was certain the person with Duan Ling Tian would have a celestial talisman that was comparable to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. That person would be able to bring Duan Ling Tian out of Lang Ye's sight and easily shake off his divine consciousness. Lang Yi regretted his decision. He regretted not killing Duan Ling Tian as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. Just as his companion had said, if he had killed Duan Ling Tian as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, the person with Duan Ling Tian might not have been able to bring Duan Ling Tian away in time. Let's return. Now that we've alerted him, it'll be difficult to find him again. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Don't worry, I won't tell the organization about what happened today. I'll tell them we didn't manage to find Duan Ling Tian. However, I hope you won't let your guard down after this incident. Duan Ling Tian is only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he managed to survive until now. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person." Lang Yi nodded. "Thank you." When Lang Yi heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he quickly thanked the Blood Skull Gang's assassin after he had calmed down. He knew very well that this was not the case. If news of what happened today were to spread to the organization would not let him off easily. It was all due to his carelessness that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape. Meanwhile, with the strength granted to him by the celestial talisman, Ling Jueyan brought Duan Ling Tian away from the valley where they had entered closed-door cultivation, and appeared in a forest. "Thank you." Duan Ling Tian thanked Ling. If it were not for Ling Jueyan, Duan Ling Tian would have died in the valley. After all, without a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman, he would not have been able to escape from the Blood Skull Gang. "Be nice to Sister Huang." A pained expression appeared on Ling Jueyan's face as he said this. He didn't have many of those escaping immortal talismans like the one he used just now. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Back then, when he left his family and the world of divine remains, he didn't manage to take anything with him. The things that he took away originally belonged to him. For this reason, he did not have many things with him. After all, his clan had been annihilated without any warning. He only managed to escape because his cultivation base was low and he had the help of Huang, the soul of a divine artifact. "Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded. She's now the soul of my divine artifact. Naturally, I won't mistreat her. Let's leave this area as soon as possible. If the 9 palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang continue to search for us, we'll be discovered sooner or later. As soon as Ling Juyin finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian left the forest in the opposite direction of the valley. You still haven't told me why the Blood Skull Gang would send 9 palaces celestial kings to kill you. Moreover, 2 of them are 9 palaces celestial kings. Ling Juyin could not figure it out. Duan Lingtian was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were high, there was no need for them to send 2 powerful assassins to kill him. The Blood Skull Gang sent 2 assassins to kill me, but I killed them. Duan Lingtian replied. What? Ling Juoyan's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Why you killed 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang? Ling Juoyan thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. Based on what he knew, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was a 1 basic celestial king. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on what I know, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king, right? How did you kill them? Ling Juoyan asked. I used a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian did not hide the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon from Ling Juoyan since he knew Ling Juoyan might not be interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Ling Juoyan was interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not compete with him. After all, Huang, whom Ling Juoyan respected a lot, was the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Putting everything else aside, Ling Juoyan would not go against him because of this. Although my comprehension of the profundities from the law is mediocre, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me celestial origin energy and soul energy that's comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord. Ordinary celestial kings are no match for me. Duan Lingtian continued to explain. You have a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Ling Juoyan was shocked. His doubts disappeared immediately. If Duan Lingtian really had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary celestial kings. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial king, he would not be a match for the 9 palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang. This was because the difference in the number of profundities they had comprehended was too great. Most of the 9 palaces celestial kings in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities of a law. Some of them had even comprehended 8 profundities of a law. It was not impossible for 9 palaces celestial kings to comprehend 9 profundities of a law. However, there were no such 9 palaces celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. There were quite a few of such existences in the larger regions of the southern heaven territory. Ling Juoyan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a question. His eyes flashed as he asked, after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only will I become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month, but I'll also comprehend many profundities of a law. Is it possible for me to comprehend the 4 supreme laws? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the first thought that appeared in Ling Juoyan's mind was that Duan Lingtian was too greedy. His second thought was that he was looking forward to it. If it was possible, Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to comprehend 3 of the 4 supreme laws. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would allow him to comprehend many profundities of a law. Naturally, he knew the law of death was the law of death. Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the law of death. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit allowed him to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of death. I've only heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will be able to comprehend many profundities of a law. However, I don't know what kind of law they've comprehended. I've never heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit won't be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the fruit. Ling Juoyan replied honestly. Does this mean it's possible? Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. Even if it's possible, it's unlikely that we'll be able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws. Ling Jueyin smiled wryly. Why? Duan Lingtian frowned. For example, I comprehended the law of death through my clan's bloodline. Unlike ordinary people who comprehend the law of death and the law of life, my bloodline makes it impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. For this reason, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from that, we've come into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although we haven't comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, it's still impossible for us to comprehend the law of time. Unless the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helps me comprehend the law of space, it's impossible for me to comprehend one of the four supreme laws with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One side is the laws of space, the other side is the laws of 5 elements, and even the laws of wind, lightning, ice, and so on derived from the laws of 5 elements. The chances of comprehending the laws of space are too low. Ling Jueyin said. That's me. Compared to me, the probability of you comprehending one of the four supreme laws is much higher. Ling Jueyin looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, you've only comprehended the law of time. You've only come into contact with the law of time so far. If you didn't come into contact with the law of life when you obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, you might have been able to comprehend the law of life, the law of death, or the law of space with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It was clear Ling Jueyin had taken all the factors into consideration. You recognize the divine tree of life? Duan Lingtian was surprised. If he was not mistaken, Ling Jueyin was present when he bid for the main branch from the divine tree of life. However, he was with the people from the supporting Fall Nation while Ling Jueyin was with the people from the East Ming Nation. I'm from a realm of God, so it's only natural for me to recognize the divine tree of life. Ling Jueyin said, when you bid for the divine tree of life, I knew you must have recognized it. However, at that time, I didn't know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as well. Now that I know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, it's not surprising for you to recognize the divine tree of life. Since you recognized the divine tree of life that day, why did you just watch me bid for it? Didn't you want it? Chapter 3108. Ling Jueyin shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Not to mention that it's just one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Even if it's the real divine tree of life, it's useless to me. The divine tree of life can help one comprehend the laws of life, and it also has some other uses, but because it contains the laws of life, it's destined to be impossible for me to use. Due to my clan's inherited bloodline, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. Moreover, the divine tree of life that contains the law of life will reject me. Ling Jueyin's words clearly hinted at something else. I do want the divine tree of life. However, it's impossible for me to use it. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyin's words. However, he could not help but ask, you could have told the people from the East Ming Nation that the divine tree of life is a treasure. If the East Ming Nation obtains the divine tree of life, they won't mistreat you. Even if I told them about the divine tree of life, I'm afraid they wouldn't understand. Moreover, they might expose my origin. Ling Jueyin shook his head. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face as he said, as for what you said, they won't mistreat me. What do you think they'll give me? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He recalled Ling Jueyin was from a powerful clan in the divine offering land. How could he lack something that a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the East Ming Nation could possibly provide? Swoosh. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyin traveled at full speed. 5 days later, they arrived at a city controlled by the Yen Mountain Mansion. It was similar to Pu Shan City, which was controlled by the profound Nether Mansion before they left the spirit overarching heaven. This city was called Tianji City. After entering Tianji City, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyin stayed in the best courtyard in an inn owned by the Yen Mountain Mansion. Even if the 2 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang were here, they would not be able to do anything to them. Unless the two killers wanted to die, they wouldn't attack them here. There are so many memory immortal talismans. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan stayed in different rooms in the same courtyard. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the room, he noticed many memory immortal talismans on the counter. Of course, one could tell with a single glance that these memory immortal talismans were merely memory immortal talismans that could be used indefinitely. A line of words was carved on the counter where the memory immortal talismans were placed. It was a memory immortal talisman that recorded the major events of the past few years in the Jade Emperor Heaven. That works too. This. What's the difference between this and the newspapers on Earth? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Swallow Mountain Prefecture's subordinate taverns to be so considerate, even providing a newspaper memory immortal talisman. Duan Lingtian waited patiently for the efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to fully assimilate into his body. During his journey to Tianji City, he had already become a 5-element celestial duke. It took him 8 days to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 5-element celestial duke. Moreover, the further he progressed, the slower it became. Previously, it had only taken him a day and a night to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 1 basic celestial duke. However, it took him another 2 days and a night to break through from a 1 basic celestial duke to a 2-form celestial duke. It took him longer and longer to break through from a 2-form celestial duke to a 3-talent celestial duke, then to a 4-phenomenon celestial duke, and finally to a 5-element celestial duke. Naturally, it only took him longer to break through compared to the time it took him to break through earlier. In any case, Duan Lingtian would be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, up until now, he had not comprehended any profundities from the law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit granted him. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry since he knew he would be able to comprehend the profundities in 20 days at most. In the next 20 days, I won't be able to cultivate in peace and comprehend the profundities from the law of fire. In that case, I might as well look through these memory celestial talismans to learn more about the major events in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I might have heard of some of the major events recorded in these memory celestial talismans. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven is the Jade Emperor from Earth's myths and legends. The Jade Emperor was the leader of the Celestials in Earth's myths and legends. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian eagerly picked up a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness to read the information recorded in it. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory has become a celestial duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space when he created his little world. The memory celestial talisman described how the third son of the titled celestial lord from the Bright Void territory had recently become a 1 basic celestial duke. Based on this memory celestial talisman, it was not difficult to learn that the third son of the Bright Void celestial lord had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before he became a celestial duke. After he became a celestial duke and created his little world, he had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of space. A 1 basic celestial duke before the age of 100 who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord is known as the number 1 prodigy in the Bright Void territory in the past 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face when he read this part of the memory celestial talisman. In the Devata realms, Ling Juyun and I can be considered as rare geniuses in 10,000 years. Not only that, but Ling Juyan and I will break through and become 10-direction celestial dukes in another 20 days. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law and is in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from a law before the age of 100. In any Devata realm, there might not even be one such person in 100,000 years, right? Or should I say, even in 1,000,000 years, there might not be a single person like us who will appear in a month? Although Duan Lingtian's words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was still shocked by the Bright Void Celestial Lord's third son's comprehension ability. Naturally, he was only shocked by the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Duke. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before he became a celestial duke. It doesn't matter if the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord has a high comprehension ability or a fortuitous encounter, he's not simple at all. The law of space was one of the four supreme laws. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. The reason why Ling Zhuyun was able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of death, at such a young age was because his family's bloodline could help him comprehend the law of death. Moreover, who was Ling Zhuyun? He was a disciple of a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, he was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was merely the son of a ruler of a territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In terms of background, he was inferior to Ling Zhuyun. The Bright Void Celestial Lord was only an ordinary titled Celestial Lord. There were many territories like the Bright Void territory in the Devata realms, and there were many titled Celestial Lords like the Bright Void Celestial Lord. Based on this, it was clear the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was extraordinary. However, based on Ling Zhuyun's age and cultivation base, it's likely he didn't have the time to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan. For this reason, his current achievements aren't comparable to those of his peers from other powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Duan Lingtian had thought about this as well. Even if someone below the age of 100 was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land, it was impossible for him to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan to be comparable to Ling Zhuyun. After all, the Divine Offering Land was a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. Even the top forces in the Devata realms could not compare to the powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Let's look at something else. Duan Lingtian put down the memory celestial talisman that recorded the monstrous achievements of the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory and picked up another memory celestial talisman. As soon as he sent his divine consciousness into it, information appeared. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the information. Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, has challenged Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, for the 98th time. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, managed to severely injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes. In the past, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, was able to defeat Yang Jian after exchanging 100 strikes. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, seems to have reached the threshold of godhood. The memory celestial talisman Duan Lingtian picked up contained this information. The 2 familiar names in it caused his mind to wander. Yang Jian? The three-eyed celestial emperor? Sun Wukong? The heaven's equal celestial emperor? If I'm not mistaken, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong should be the true Lord Erlang and the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor is the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. According to the legends on Earth, Yang Jian is the Jade Emperor's nephew. Therefore, it's not surprising that he's a titled celestial emperor under the Jade Emperor's command. Sun Wukong is known as the great sage, heaven's equal. The heaven's equal celestial emperor, heaven's equal, should be the same person as Sun Wukong. Based on the information recorded in the memory celestial talisman, it seems like Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of godhood. Godhood. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew that godhood represented the strongest force in the Devata realm. Chapter 3109. Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of becoming a god. In other words, he's a 10-direction celestial emperor now. As for Yang Jian, since he dares to challenge Sun Wukong so many times, he must be a 10-direction celestial emperor as well. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out based on the information in the memory celestial talisman. Originally, after knowing that most of the characters in Earth's myths and legends really existed, he was very much looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes in the future. If he could drink and chat with them, he would definitely drink with them until they were drunk. However, after learning about Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's strength, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not a match for them. Even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's disciples would not want to talk to him, let alone Sun Wukong and Yang Jian who were at the peak of the Devata realms. If I want to talk to them as equals, I need to be at least as strong as them. I'm still too weak. Duan Lingtian sighed as he put down the memory celestial talisman in his hand. Regarding this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. After putting down the memory celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian picked up another memory celestial talisman. These memory celestial talismans recorded all sorts of strange and interesting events. However, to Duan Lingtian, they were merely for fun. He would not waste time after reading them. After reading these memory celestial talismans, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the vastness of the Devata realms. It was much more vast than he had imagined. For example, the Yen Mountain Mansions equal Heaven Territory and the Profound Nether Mansions Southern Heaven Territory were just small territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Spirit Overarching Heaven. These territories were ruled by titled celestial lords. Generally, there was only one titled celestial lord in these territories. I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. Even though I managed to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'm still too weak. Above a 10-direction celestial duke was a celestial lord. Celestial lords were divided into 10 stages. Apart from that, they were also divided into ordinary celestial lords and titled celestial lords. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Celestial emperors were divided into ordinary celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Even titled celestial emperors had differences in strength. Powerful titled celestial emperors were like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. If Sun Wukong is really close to becoming a god and managed to injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes, I'm afraid he's as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. I wonder if his personality is as wild and unruly as the legends on Earth say. If he is, will he challenge the Jade Emperor to become the new heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became a little curious, and at the same time, a little expectant. If Sun Wukong really challenged the Jade Emperor and succeeded, the news would definitely spread throughout the Jade Emperor Heaven. Such a big matter would definitely spread to the Spirit Overarching Heaven in the future. Therefore, even if he returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, he would definitely receive news. Currently, my cultivation base is improving, but the profundities of the laws have yet to appear. Although Duan Lingtian was not worried about the profundities of the laws, as the days passed, he could not help but feel anxious. To calm himself down, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the little worlds that could be created by celestial dukes and above. However, although celestial dukes and above could create little worlds, there were still differences. For example, the little worlds created by celestial dukes could only be carried around. To be more precise, they could only create a little world in their bodies. The little world was similar to a spatial ring that could store things. Unlike a spatial ring that could not store living things, a little world could store living things. On the other hand, a little world created by a celestial king could be stored in a fixed location. Similar to the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect when Duan Lingtian first arrived in the Devata realms, it was similar to a secret realm. That was how he met Murongbing. A little world created by a celestial lord was, naturally, stronger than a little world created by a celestial king. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm that Duan Lingtian had entered previously was a little world created by a Southern Heaven celestial lord in the Southern Heaven territory. However, after the little world was created by a Southern Heaven celestial lord, the successive Southern Heaven celestial lords would maintain it so that it would not collapse or disappear due to excessive consumption. Little worlds created by celestial kings and celestial lords could exist as secret realms. It was fine if no one entered the secret realms. However, if someone entered the secret realms would collapse and disappear. I've seen the method to create a little world in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Let's try to create a little world now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to create a little world in his body based on the method he had seen before. Creating a little world required the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke and the soul energy of a celestial duke. Moreover, after the little world was created, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time before the space inside the little world would stabilize. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to create a little world that was comparable to a one basic Celestial Duke's celestial origin energy and soul energy if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time. For this reason, it was impossible to create a little world in a short period of time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body and gathered it together before it began to condense. If he wanted to create a little world, he would have to gather his celestial origin energy and condense it with the help of his soul energy. Once the celestial origin energy reached its limit, it would explode and create a little world. If you want to create a little world, I suggest you create it near your heart. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air while Duan Lingtian was busy condensing his celestial origin energy to prepare for the little world. Near my heart? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Why? There might be a surprise. The profound divine metal replied. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was still puzzled. However, the profound divine metal had no intention of answering his question. Even the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth remained silent. It was fine if the Chaos Divine Flame did not say anything, but the Chaos Divine Earth's silence surprised Duan Lingtian. Chaos Divine Earth, aren't you going to tell me what the surprise is? The chances are low. It'll be a surprise if it works. If it doesn't work, there's no point in talking about it now. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. However, it kept Duan Lingtian in suspense. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. There's still a chance. Don't forget that this brat has 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, the main branch of the divine tree of life has already acknowledged him as its master. The Chaos Divine Flame said. It's less than 30%. The profound divine metal said again. Clearly, it was telling Duan Lingtian that the chances of success were less than 30%. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. However, the 5 divine elements did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled, he did not ask any questions. He continued to focus on gathering his celestial origin energy. This was because he knew that he would be able to find the answers to all his questions after he opened up the small world. Naturally, he would still follow the profound divine metal's advice and create a little world near his heart. Time continued to pass. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. With the help of his soul energy, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was finally condensed to its peak. I've finally reached the final stage. According to the records of celestial dukes opening up little worlds, I should pour all my soul energy into the extremely condensed celestial origin energy and use it to open up a little world, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the process of creating a little world, I can't slack off on using my soul energy. I'll have to use my celestial origin energy to create a little world. Of course, the small world that is constructed is cold and empty at first, just like the space inside a storage ring. If you want to make it colorful, you'll have to move soil in and plant flowers and trees in. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian controlled his soul energy and pierced it into the celestial origin energy that had been condensed to its peak. For Duan Lingtian, who had studied little worlds created by celestial dukes, this was not difficult at all. Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's soul energy was like the hand of the god of creation. It manipulated the condensed celestial origin energy to create a little world in his body. First, he had to outline the rough trajectory of the little world. Next, he had to fill out the trajectory so that the little world would gradually take shape. At this moment, whoosh! A sound that sounded like some kind of energy was released suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's body. To be more precise, it came from his heart. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was using his soul energy to fill out the trajectory of the little world, a sudden change occurred. The main branch of the divine tree of life that had been rooted in Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly shone brightly. In the end, it left Duan Lingtian's heart and flew toward the little world that Duan Lingtian was still creating. In just a few moments, it seemed to have transformed into a force that could absorb all rivers into the sea before it merged with Duan Lingtian's little world. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the 99 heavenly veins in his body had become boiling hot. The heaven and earth spirit energy was surging in from the outside and transforming into celestial origin energy that flowed through all the heavenly veins in his body toward his heart. To be more precise, it was gathering in the little world that he was creating. This. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Chapter 31:10. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's soul energy stopped moving in a timely manner. However, even though his soul power had stopped moving, the small world in Duan Lingtian's body continued to outline and construct at an even faster speed than before. The celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body continued to form the little world in his body. It was as though they were being controlled by something, helping Duan Lingtian to quickly form the little world. Is that the main branch of the tree of life? At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw, the main branch of the divine tree of life was rooted in the center of his small world that had yet to fully form, like the roots of an old tree. Below the main branch of the divine tree of life, there was a patch of soil, and the soil was emitting a green light. Under the cover of the green light, a grassy lawn appeared at the right time. Furthermore, there were flowers of various colors appearing on the grassy lawn. It was like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was gorgeous and dazzling. This is what's going on. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw that as the divine tree of life continued to emit waves of faint light, this light quickly enveloped the entire small world that had yet to take shape. At the same time, the celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the little world. It was as though the little world was suddenly filled with flesh and blood. Numerous small mountains seemed to rise out of thin air. There was water in the mountains, green grass like a cushion, and some lush flowers and trees appeared at the right time. As time passed, the small mountain formed a beautiful valley. The water on the small mountain gathered together to form a waterfall. The waterfall splashed down, causing a crystal-clear lake to appear in the valley. In the lake, pebbles of various colors were faintly discernible. The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw something else. On the grassland in the valley, numerous tiny figures appeared one after another, and they were actually some birds and beasts. They flew and swam happily in the valley, and it seemed to form a beautiful picture that caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. However, these birds and beasts only circled around the main branch of the divine tree of life at the center of the valley. It seems that all of this has something to do with the main branch of the divine tree of life. Now, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the changes in his small world were related to the changes in the main branch of the tree of life. He actually succeeded. The chaos divine earth exclaimed in its childish voice. Its voice was filled with surprise. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the chaos divine earth had left its original location and was heading straight for his little world. Now, the construction of the small world was nearing its end. As soon as the chaos divine earth entered the lesser world, it took on a human form. It looked like a little boy who was about 3 years old. Although its facial features had yet to fully develop, its chubby face made it look adorable. Although the chaos divine earth had taken on a human form, its silhouette was extremely illusory. It was like a cloud of fog that could be easily blown away. Not bad. Not bad. The little world is filled with the life energy of the divine tree of life. I can take on a human form. The little boy nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the main branch of the divine tree of life that had taken root in the ground. Swoosh. Swoosh. After the little boy appeared in the valley, 2 other figures appeared as well. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian discovered that the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame had entered his little world. The profound divine metal had taken on the form of a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and a dignified appearance. On the other hand, the chaos divine flame had taken on the form of an old man dressed in a long red robe. He was tall and had a flame mark between his eyebrows. However, whether it was the little boy, the middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, or the old man dressed in a red robe, their silhouettes were somewhat illusory. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally could not suppress the confusion in his heart and asked the three of them. Hee. Lad, you're quite lucky. The divine tree of life has acknowledged you as soon as you've created your little world. The little boy in the chaos divine earth chuckled as he said, you should know that the chances of this happening aren't high. Even if you have 99 heavenly veins, the chances of this happening are less than 30%. What's the use of this? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. What he wanted to know the most was what benefits would he gain from such a situation. Of course it's useful. The little boy replied in a childish voice. The main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world. Not only will it reduce the obstacles on your path to becoming a supreme powerhouse, but it'll also help you subtly comprehend the law of life. In the past, even with the help of the main branch of the divine tree of life, you still had to rely on yourself to comprehend the law of life. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world, even if you don't actively comprehend the law of life, you'll still be influenced by your little world. As long as you have enough time, you'll be able to passively comprehend all the profundities from the law of life. In fact, you'll even be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage. Of course, that'll take a very, very long time. You can also take the initiative to comprehend the law of life. That way, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of life won't be slower than the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of the 5 elements with our help. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the little boy's words. He did not expect that the divine tree of life taking root in his little world would bring such benefits to him. Lad, you should take advantage of the fact that the divine tree of life is helping you to construct your little world. Who knows, you might even be able to comprehend the law of space. The golden-clad middle-aged man, the profound divine metal, said to Duan Ling Tian, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. If you want to comprehend it, you must first open this door. Now is the best time for you to open this door. You won't always have such a good opportunity to open the door to the law of space. A hint of urgency could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as he spoke. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, he discovered he did not have to worry about the little world anymore. The main branch of the divine tree of life was guiding the celestial origin energy from his 99 heavenly veins to construct his little world at an extremely fast speed. The law of space. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He extended his divine consciousness and touched the little world that had yet to take shape. It was as though he was trying to comprehend something from it. The little world was taking shape at an extremely fast speed. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the little world, he could vaguely sense something. This was related to the law of space. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would need time to comprehend this since he had never come into contact with the law of space before this. Without realizing it, Duan Ling Tian was so immersed in the little world that he did not even realize it had taken half an hour for the little world to take shape. Currently, he was still immersed in the little world that had yet to take shape. Duan Ling Tian was trying his best to grasp the profundity of the law of space. However, the profundity of the law of space was like a loach that he could not grasp at all. A large amount of mysterious and obscure information suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind and rushed into his mind. Duan Ling Tian was dazzled by the influx of information. It took him a while to regain his senses. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian had an unusually clear feeling that this information was closely related to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was still in his body. This was because the moment the mysterious and obscure information rushed into his mind, the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his body began to boil as though it had been injected with chicken blood. At that moment, he only felt a burning sensation all over his body, and his scalp went numb like a flash in the pan. What's going on? After a while, Duan Ling Tian felt as though there was something in his mind. He opened his eyes and moved his hands slightly. He seemed to have a strange feeling about the void around him. This feeling was like the feeling of control. It was as if he could control the surrounding void. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought popped into Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought made his eyes light up. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would definitely discover that Duan Lingtian's eyes were now as bright as the stars in the night sky. They were so dazzling that they could blind a normal person. Hiss! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he began to digest the information that he had originally thought was mysterious and obscure. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the information that he had thought was mysterious and obscure was something that he had been born with. This information further proved to him that his previous guess was right. As expected, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists in excitement. His entire body began to tremble, and the frequency of his trembling increased until it was uncontrollable. It was not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian was so excited that he was on the verge of insanity. If someone else was here, they would definitely be frightened by him. The law of space. The law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is actually the law of space. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so excited was because. Chapter 31:11. Before the appearance of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian had been hoping he would be able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws. According to Ling Jueyan, since he had encountered the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of time with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had a chance to comprehend the other three supreme laws, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Even then, Duan Lingtian did not have high hopes. After all, the supreme laws were much harder to comprehend compared to ordinary laws. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was heaven-defying, it might not be able to help him comprehend the supreme laws. Today, he had created his first little world. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, the main branch from the divine tree of life that had acknowledged him as its master had suddenly interfered. Since the main branch from the divine tree of life had helped him complete his little world, he did not have to interfere with the creation of his little world. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock and at a loss, the profound divine metal suddenly asked him to use his divine consciousness to observe the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. Perhaps, he might be able to comprehend the law of space. With the profound divine metal's reminder, Duan Lingtian focused on observing the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in his mind. At first, he found it difficult to comprehend. However, after a while, he felt familiar with the information as though he was born with it. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian was certain he had comprehended the laws of space. This information was related to many profundities of the law of space. Clearly, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend the various profundities of the law of space. After all, the information had appeared in his mind. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit resonated with the information. The law of space. Duan Lingtian tried his best to suppress his excitement as he studied the law of space that had appeared in his mind. The law of space that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is 6 profundities. After confirming that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space, Duan Lingtian's heart, which had finally calmed down with great difficulty, was once again stirred up. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Although he had learned that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit could help one comprehend at least 6 profundities of a law, and some had even comprehended up to 8 profundities of a law after consuming the fruit, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Comprehending 6 profundities of a particular law was considered to be relatively ineffective. However, Duan Lingtian was not disappointed that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had only helped him comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. Although he had only comprehended 6 profundities, they were not ordinary profundities. This was the profound meaning of the laws of space. Spatial laws were one of the 4 supreme laws. The difficulty of comprehending them was far more difficult than ordinary laws. Ordinary laws could be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities, but the 4 supreme laws such as the space law could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, it was much more difficult to comprehend the four supreme laws compared to ordinary laws. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space in just one day. He was even slightly overjoyed with this result. This could be seen from the excitement in Duan Lingtian's heart that took a long time to calm down. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and shifted his attention to the 6 profundities of the law of space that he had comprehended with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The 6 profundities include the space elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there are 5 other profundities. They are the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the cross-dimensional profundity, and the territory profundity. The confinement profundity is mainly an auxiliary profundity. The distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity are mainly offensive profundities. The teleportation profundity is mainly a speed profundity. The territory profundity is mainly a defense profundity. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of space's profundities. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was as though he had comprehended the profundities on his own. Not only was he familiar with the profundities, but he also knew the characteristics of the profundities. Moreover, he could even use them as though they were part of his body. The confinement profundity. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It merged with the space elemental profundity before it turned into a gray energy that spread out in the air. In the next moment, this is it. Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the window that he had just pushed open and locked onto a black beetle that was gnawing on a tree bark in the courtyard. With just a thought, the air around the black beetle began to tremble. At the same time, the black beetle flapped its wings in an attempt to leave the tree. However, as soon as it flew up, it seemed to have bumped into something and bounced back. It could not leave the tree at all. After that, no matter which direction it went, it couldn't get more than a foot away from the branch. With the tree as the center, the area within a 1-foot radius seemed to be confined by something. It was impossible for the black beetle to leave. Duan Lingtian had used the confinement profundity from the law of space to confine the 1-foot radius around the tree. The black beetle was trapped in the space and could not leave the area. It was like a trapped beast. Withdraw. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The 1-foot radius around the black beetle began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black beetle was squeezed into a ball before it exploded into a bloody mist. The bloody mist was accompanied by debris. It was clear that the black beetle's carapace, bones, and flesh were crushed. Not only can the confinement profundity from the law of space trap people, but it can also injure and kill people. Although Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the law of space when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, the confinement profundity, most of the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman was only theoretical. Now that he had personally used the confinement profundity to kill the black beetle, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the confinement profundity was. The distortion profundity. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the tree branch where the black beetle had been. With just a thought, he activated the distortion profundity from the law of space, causing the space around the tree branch to distort. In the next moment, the tree branch swayed violently before it was reduced to dust. It was as though it had just experienced a terrifying storm. The cross-dimensional profundity. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, a tiny spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, a blade flew out of it. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension as it traversed space and arrived here. Buzz! As the saber swept past, not only was the tree branch cut in half, but the part of the tree that was cut in half was also damaged as though it had been corroded by something. The cross-dimensional profundity is not only powerful, but it also contains a powerful corrosive energy that corrodes everything. If a person is hit by the cross-dimensional profundity, not only will the place where the cross-dimensional profundity be severed, but the corrosive energy will also enter the person's internal organs and corrode them. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. The cross-dimensional/profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension. It was impossible to guard against it. At the same time, it had a terrifying corrosive effect. The teleportation profundity. When Duan Tian shifted his attention to the law of space's teleportation profundity, he raised his hand and closed all the windows in the room. For a moment, the room seemed like a sealed space. In the next moment, swoosh! Duan Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and shrouded him. After a few moments, he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard outside the room. The teleportation profundity allows me to move through space. I can move from one place to another even if there are obstacles in the way. Just like earlier, I didn't encounter any obstacles when I disappeared from the room and reappeared here. I directly disappeared from there and teleported here through space, Qin Wentian said. However, it seems like the maximum distance I can teleport to is 100 meters. A distance of 100 meters was considered far for an ordinary person. Even if it was 100 meters, it would take at least 10 seconds. However, to the current Duan Tian, although the distance of 100 meters could not be said to be within reach, it was still a distance that could be traversed with just a thought. The attack that he consolidated could traverse 100 meters in just a blink of an eye. The teleportation profundity from the law of space. When it's at the rudimentary stage, I can teleport 100 meters away. When it's at the initial stage, I can teleport 10,000 meters away. When it's at the mastery stage, I can even teleport 1,000,000 meters away. That's 2,000 miles away. I can teleport 1,000,000 meters away in just an instant. Duan Tian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He could only imagine how terrifying the teleportation profundity was when it was at the mastery stage. However, even though I've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, it's still much stronger than the speed profundity that's at the rudimentary stage. After all, it's a technique that allows me to teleport without any obstacles. When he was in a battle, he could instantly appear behind his opponent like a ghost. Even if his opponent reacted in time, he would have already made a move. Chapter 31:12. Bang! Duan Tian, who was standing in the courtyard outside his room, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. With a soft thud, he rose into the air and hovered in the air. The territory profundity. With that thought in mind, Duan Tian cast the territory profundity, one of the 6 profundities from the law of space. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity swirled around him. In just a blink of an eye, the space territory was formed. In the space territory, tiny cracks in space could be seen everywhere. It was as though the energy from another dimension had emerged from the cracks in space. It looked like gray lightning bolts that surrounded Duan Tian. Although the space territory was a defensive profundity from the law of space, it was not lacking in offensive profundities. It was just that it was more focused on defense. When I use my territory power Upanishad, if someone fights me at close range, he has to defend against both my attacks and the attacks generated by the territory power Upanishad. Otherwise, he will be attacked by the space energy inside the territory power Upanishad. In the space territory, Duan Tian spread his arms and merged with the space energy in the space territory. He could clearly feel the sharp aura of the space energy in the space territory. It was as though as soon as something invaded the space territory, it would immediately attack. However, at this moment, the sharp space energy wrapped around Duan Tian's body like a warm embrace. It gave Duan Tian the feeling of being in his mother's embrace when he was a child. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a fly flying in the air. He raised his hand at lightning speed and an invisible energy swept out. It wrapped around the fly and brought it into the space territory around him. As soon as the fly entered the space territory, Duan Tian removed the energy that enveloped the fly. Chi! 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 After the little fly entered Duan Tian's space domain and lost the protection of Duan Tian's power, it was directly cut into countless pieces by the space domain, turning into fine powder that slowly fell to the ground. Based on my understanding of the laws of space's domain profundities, when one reaches the entry level of the domain profundities, they can extend their domain profundities to a distance of 10 meters. In the small success realm, it could reach a range of 100 meters. When it reaches the realm of great accomplishment, it can reach a distance of 1,000 meters. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to release his domain mysteries, but he found that he couldn't release his domain mysteries beyond 10 meters. It was just as he had expected. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian restrained the raging celestial origin energy on the surface of his body, and he descended from the sky. When he landed on the ground, it was difficult to conceal the pleasantly surprised expression on his face. The law of space had 6 profound meanings. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended all of them. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend 9 profundities from an ordinary law, he might not have been as happy as he was now. After all, the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, and the profundities it contained were notoriously difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind as a piece of information flashed past. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "This is the law of space's transportation profundity?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered another thing that surprised him. It was the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from helping him comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped him comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of space. The 7th profundity was none other than the transportation profundity. Generally speaking, transportation could only be achieved through a transporting formation. However, those who had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity could also use it. Naturally, even if he had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity to the mastery stage, the distance he could travel was limited. It was impossible for it to be comparable to large-scale transporting formations that required a large amount of celestial origin energy and rare materials. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. It would take him a lot of time and effort to comprehend it to the mastery stage. However, even so, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's surprise. Comprehending the law of space's profundity meant one had opened the door to the profundity. It was only a matter of time before one comprehended it to the mastery stage. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In a remote valley outside Tianji City, 2 figures could be seen moving around like ghosts. One of them shone with golden light all over his body, as if a god had descended to earth. Around his body, streaks of golden sword light whizzed out. As for the other person, his exposed body suddenly disappeared into thin air in the face of his opponent's ferocious attack. When he reappeared, he was behind his opponent again. "I can't help it. Unless I'm slightly stronger, I won't be able to keep up with your speed." The person whose body was covered in golden light retracted, revealing a gray figure. It was a young man in gray robes. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had reappeared a few dozen meters away and sighed. "With this technique, you'll be invincible even against those who are stronger than you as long as they don't specialize in speed." A hint of helplessness could be heard in the gray-clad young man's voice when he spoke. These 2 figures were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, who had checked out of Tianji City early in the morning. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan had successfully become 10 directions celestial dukes with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, they were 10 directions celestial dukes who were very close to becoming celestial kings. Naturally, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from helping Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan break through and become 10 directions celestial dukes, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped them comprehend many profundities from a law they had never encountered before. For example, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. As for Ling Jueyan, he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. He only needed to comprehend the last profundity from the law of metal before he completely comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal. Ling Jueyan, who had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, was shocked Duan Ling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws of space. However, when he found out Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he was delighted and challenged Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, both of them had left Tianji City and came here to duel. During their previous duel, Ling Jueyan had lost to Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not hold a grudge against Duan Ling Tian, he did not want to miss the opportunity to defeat Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they had engaged in a duel earlier. During this duel, Duan Ling Tian did not rely on the 5 divine elements. Instead, he relied on the 6 profundities from the law of space that he had just comprehended to defeat Ling Jueyan. Since Ling Jueyan had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, Duan Ling Tian was unable to face Ling Jueyan head-on. However, with the teleportation profundity, no matter how Ling Jueyan attacked, he could not touch Duan Ling Tian at all. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was far inferior to Ling Jueyan's comprehension of the law of metal. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian was able to teleport behind Ling Jueyan many times and attack Ling Jueyan from the back, he was still blocked by Ling Jueyan. For this reason, both of them could not do anything to each other. After a while, Ling Jueyan finally stopped since he knew it was meaningless to continue. Moreover, if he continued, his celestial origin energy would be depleted before Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Duan Ling Tian had used more profundities from the law of space. Therefore, his celestial origin energy was depleted much faster than Duan Ling Tian. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. For this reason, Ling Jueyan took the initiative to stop the duel. "Do you really plan to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven and not return?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyan. After all, he had discussed this with Ling Jueyan before they left Tianji City for the Jade Emperor Heaven. He planned to return to the Southern Heaven Territory and the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, Ling Jueyan planned to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Yes. Ling Jueyan nodded. "The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect isn't as good to me as the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to you. Moreover, it doesn't make much difference to me whether I stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven or the Spirit Overarching Heaven. For this reason, I don't plan to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven." Initially, Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to understand why Duan Ling Tian insisted on returning to the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, when he heard Duan Ling Tian said he owed the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect a favor, he finally understood. If it were not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate alive and obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Ling Tian truly owed him a great favor. "Actually, you can return with me. In the future, when we join the Profound Nether Mansion, we'll be able to look out for each other." Duan Ling Tian tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian. "I don't want to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven because the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't do much for me. I'll be able to repay them in the future. However, the main reason is because of you," Ling Jueyan said. "Me?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. "Yes." Ling Jueyan nodded. Then, he said proudly, "I know we'll be able to look out for each other if I return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven with you. However, I don't want to be relieved. I want to grow stronger under pressure. I don't want to delay the enmity of my clan for too long." A hint of determination could be heard in Ling Jueyan's voice when he spoke. Chapter 31:13. "Please tell Sister Huang, or that she doesn't have to worry about me. I'm no longer the same as before. Even without her help, I'll still be able to make a name for myself in the Devata realm," Ling Jueyan said to Duan Ling Tian before he left. Currently, Huang had not fully merged with Duan Ling Tian's prominent celestial weapon, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. For this reason, she was still in Duan Ling Tian's body and was unaware of what was happening outside. However, when Duan Ling Tian was talking to the 5 divine elements in his body, Huang, had interjected. For this reason, she was happy for Ling Jueyan when she learned that Ling Jueyan had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's grown up, Huang sighed after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. She did not say anything else and fell silent again. However, Duan Lingtian could hear the worry in Huang Er's voice. With his current strength, it won't be difficult for him to grow up safely as long as he doesn't take risks recklessly. Duan Lingtian comforted Huang Er. Based on her words, it was clear she was in a better mood. It's time for me to return to the spirit overarching heaven. After Ling Jueyan's figure disappeared from sight, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to Tianji City. He planned to use the transporting formation in Tianji City to return to the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. After all, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was the reason he was able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Previously, if it were not for the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him, he would not have been able to escape from the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang unless he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, he would still have to pay a price. A 9 Palaces Immortal King assassin had comprehended far more profound laws than him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. For this reason, when the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang attacked him a month ago, he did consider using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon as a last resort. However, even if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he might not be able to escape unscathed. After all, unlike when he left the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he was facing 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. Fortunately, Ling Jueyan had a life-saving celestial talisman with him. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to fight the 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. The sect leader didn't waste the Wind Shadow escape talisman he gave me. Now that I'm a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, I should be able to enter the profound nether mansion, right? On the way back to Tianji City, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who was not even 100 years old would not have to go through the profound nether mansion's recruitment process. Previously, although he was not even 100 years old, he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, making him one of the rare geniuses in the profound nether mansion. Although there were not many people in the profound nether mansion who had such achievements, there were still a few. Moreover, in the history of the profound nether mansion, the southern heaven territory, and the spirit overarching heaven, there were many people who were outstanding in the beginning but ended up mediocre in the end. Therefore, for a force like the profound nether mansion, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law before the age of 100 was not worthy of the profound nether mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had to stay in the Simplicity Celestial sect and wait for the right time to enter the profound nether mansion. However, after Duan Lingtian consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only had he become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, but he had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet. It could be said that Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age were unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. Even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian's current achievements were enough to attract the attention of the profound nether mansion. In the Devata realms, fortuitous encounters were also a part of one's strength. In the Southern Heaven Territory of the spirit overarching heaven, the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang had returned empty-handed. However, since they did not mention anything about meeting Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang was certain that Duan Lingtian was dead. After all, the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had sacrificed Duan Lingtian to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang decided to put Duan Lingtian's mission on hold. Usually, if a mission was put on hold, it would mean the mission was over. However, since the target's body was not found, the mission could only be put on hold. Under such circumstances, if the target did not show up, the mission would be put on hold. However, if the target showed up in front of everyone, and the Blood Skull Gang confirmed that the target was still alive, they would restart the mission and wouldn't give up until the target was dead. The mission can't be put on hold. Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't return to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the mission can't be put on hold. Leng Yi, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang, who had just returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, said with a grim expression on his face when he learned that the mission to kill Duan Lingtian had been put on hold. Naturally, I won't reveal that I've met Duan Lingtian. After all, Zhou Jun and I didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces Celestial King had lied about not being able to find Duan Lingtian. Based on this, the Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Lingtian must have been killed. The Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Lingtian must have been sacrificed to the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. In fact, Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces Celestial King could also say that Duan Lingtian had used another Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, or that someone close to Duan Lingtian had used an Escape Celestial Talisman that was on par with the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, if they said that, they would have to explain the situation in detail. In order to simplify the mission, they would have to lie about not being able to find Duan Lingtian. However, now that Leng Yi learned that the mission to kill Duan Lingtian had been put on hold, he could no longer sit still. Duan Lingtian, a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, had escaped from him, a 9 Palaces Celestial King, twice. Leng Yi was greatly humiliated. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Even if Duan Lingtian had not returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, Leng Yi did not want the mission to be put on hold. After all, if the mission was put on hold, he would have to do it himself if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in the future. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to look for Duan Lingtian. However, if the mission to kill Duan Lingtian continued, even if Duan Lingtian was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Blood Skull Gang would still use their intelligence network in the Jade Emperor Heaven to search for Duan Lingtian. I should ask Wang Qianzhan. Leng Yi suddenly remembered Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He still had Wang Qianzhan's soul pearl, so he could contact Wang Qianzhan. Naturally, Leng Yi was unaware that Wang Qianzhan was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After Duan Lingtian escaped from him using the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, Wang Qianzhan had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect and was no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Wang Qianzhan did not have a good time. His former enemies were afraid of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, when they found out he had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect, they immediately sought revenge on him. Lord. When he received Leng Ye's message, Wang Qianzhan was hiding in a swamp. Even so, he did not dare to neglect Leng Ye's message. Based on what I know, Duan Lingtian is a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. His soul pearl should be somewhere in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Can you check if his soul pearl has shattered? Is he dead? Leng Ye's tone was condescending, causing Wang Qianzhan's originally depressed mood to become even more depressed. Lord. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian might be dead? Wang Qianzhan's eyes lit up immediately. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face. Initially, he still harbored resentment toward Leng Yi. After all, he had openly colluded with Leng Yi to deal with Duan Lingtian. That was why he was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect by Sun Liangpeng. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was still alive. For this reason, he harbored resentment toward Leng Yi. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian might be dead, his resentment toward Leng Yi disappeared. Yes. Leng Yi replied. He briefly explained where Duan Lingtian had gone after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate and how the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. We couldn't find Duan Lingtian in the area where Duan Lingtian had stayed in the Yanhuang Heaven. For this reason, we believe he's dead and was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. Duan Lingtian was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. As the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who had lived longer than Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzhan had heard about the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. For this reason, he laughed heartily when he learned Duan Lingtian had been tricked into sacrificing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The person who plotted against the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was no ordinary person. Leng Yi had said the person who plotted against the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was a reincarnated celestial emperor. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. Lord Leng Yi, I think you're overthinking things. If Duan Lingtian was tricked by the reincarnated celestial emperor into sacrificing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, there's no doubt he's dead. Wang Qianzhan laughed heartily before he replied to Leng Yi. I want to confirm whether he's dead or alive through his soul pearl. Chapter 31:14. If Leng Yi had not met Duan Lingtian in the Flame Emperor Heaven, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was dead as well. Now that he knew Duan Lingtian was still alive, he asked Wang Qianzhan to investigate because he wanted to find a way to inform the organization behind him that Duan Lingtian was still alive so that the organization could reactivate the mission that had been put on hold. My lord. Wang Qianzhan smiled bitterly as he replied, you might not know this, but after Duan Lingtian escaped from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, I was expelled by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. When I was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, it wasn't difficult for me to investigate Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. However, there's nothing I can do now. Wang Qianzhan replied. Humph. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Leng Yi scoffed. Even if you're no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, don't tell me you didn't have one or two trusted aides. It shouldn't be difficult for you to ask them to investigate Duan Lingtian's soul pearl for you, right? My lord, I, Wang Qianzhan, have offended many people in the past. Ever since I was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, I've been running from place to place. When I was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, my trusted aides were still willing to listen to my orders. Now that I'm in such dire straits, it's impossible for them to listen to me, let alone help me. Wang Qianzhan said self-deprecatingly. If you do this well, I'll recommend you to become an assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. Leng Yi replied. Wang Qianzhan's eyes widened in shock as soon as he heard Leng Yi's words. An expression of joy appeared on his face as he asked, My lord, why you're telling the truth? Let's get this done first. Leng Yi said. Don't worry, my lord. I'll definitely get this done. Wang Qianzhan said confidently. Although most of what he said to Leng Yi was true, it was not difficult for Leng Yi to find out if the soul pearl that Duan Lingtian had placed in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate was broken. As long as Leng Yi was willing to pay a price, someone would help him. Third Elder. Wang Qianzhan contacted the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect through the soul pearl of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, when the Third Elder received Wang Qianzhan's message, the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect asked in confusion, Grand Elder? I'm no longer the First Elder. Third Elder, I'll get straight to the point. I'm looking for you because I need your help. Of course, this favor is nothing to you, but I won't let you do it for free. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, the eyes of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect lit up. Grand Elder, are you sure this is all? You're willing to pay such a high price for such a small matter? Such a huge price? Wang Qianzhan did not reply to the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Was the price too high? Perhaps it was quite high. However, compared to the opportunity to become an assassin of the Blood Skull Gang, it was not worth mentioning. After waiting for about an hour, the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect sent another message to Wang Qianzhan. A frown appeared on Wang Qianzhan's face as his expression darkened. Third Elder. Are you sure Duan Lingtian's soul pearl is still intact? Yes. The Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect nodded. I personally went to see it and confirmed it several times. The soul pearl is indeed Duan Lingtian's. All right. Wang Qianzhan took a deep breath before his expression softened slightly. Third Elder, you can go and retrieve the soul pearl now. I placed it in As soon as Wang Qianzhan finished speaking, he had paid the price for asking about Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. Previously, when he was still in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he had hidden a treasure somewhere in the Sex Estate. Since he did not have the opportunity to retrieve the treasure, he did not feel bad about giving it away. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would survive after being tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into sacrificing himself to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Wang Qianzhan's eyes flashed. He found this hard to accept. Perhaps, the reincarnated celestial emperor didn't sacrifice Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian will die soon. After a while, Wang Qianzhan contacted Leng Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Lord, I've confirmed that Duan Lingtian's soul pearl is intact. He's still alive. Very good. Leng Yi nodded before he asked Wang Qianzhan to use the transportation formation in the Blood Skull Gang's estate. He would personally recommend Wang Qianzhan to join the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Qianzhan did as he was told. Leng Yi did not lie to Wang Qianzhan. He had indeed recommended Wang Qianzhan to join the Blood Skull Gang. At the same time, he wanted Wang Qianzhan to testify that Duan Lingtian was still alive. To Leng Yi, Wang Qianzhan was only useful because he could testify that Duan Lingtian was still alive. With this, the mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian that had been put on hold for a while was reactivated. What? The mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, has been reactivated? Chen Li, the son of Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, who had accepted the mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian, received a message from his father. Wasn't Duan Lingtian tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into sacrificing himself to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? How's it possible that he's still alive? Chen Li found it hard to believe. As it turns out, he's still alive. Chen Yuanshan said in a deep voice, however, we can't be sure if the reincarnated celestial emperor hasn't sacrificed Duan Lingtian yet. If that's the case, it won't be long before Duan Lingtian dies. That must be the case. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor's strength is mediocre, 10 Duan Lingtian won't be a match for him. Chen Li said. Naturally, there's another possibility. Duan Lingtian managed to escape the reincarnated celestial emperor's control and wasn't sacrificed. Chen Yuanshan continued to speculate. Just as Chen Li was in a bad mood because of his father's message, a voice suddenly rang out. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, a travel-worn figure appeared at the transporting formation outside a city in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. What is this place? The travel-weary figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to the Profound Nether Mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation in Tianji City in the Yanhuang Heaven's equal heaven territory. Red Mountain City? After asking around, Duan Lingtian learned the name of the city behind him. Based on this, he was certain he was in the Profound Nether Mansion. Previously, when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had seen a map of the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. He remembered Red Mountain City was located south of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was quite a distance away from the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, with his current speed, it would not take long for him to reach the Simplicity Celestial sect. A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. It hasn't been long since I left, but it feels like a lifetime has passed, Duan Lingtian sighed as he stood outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Then, he flew into the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone. True disciple. When they saw the command token that Duan Lingtian produced, the few patrolling disciples bowed to Duan Lingtian in unison. After Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and left, they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that disappeared into the distance and whispered in discussion. Since when did the Simplicity Celestial sect have a new true disciple? You've just come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. I'm afraid you're unaware that the position of the last true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect has been given to someone by the sect leader. That person's name is Duan Lingtian, and he just joined the sect not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, that purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I didn't see him using any profundities from a law, but I'm afraid only those with celestial origin energy above a celestial duke can do that, right? Is it possible that he's a one basic celestial duke? A one basic celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of the discussions among the patrolling disciples. As soon as he returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the first thing he did was look for Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Sun Liangpeng was already waiting for Duan Lingtian in his residence. Sect leader. Since Sun Liangpeng had informed the patrolling disciples, no one stopped Duan Lingtian from entering the estate. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the estate, he saw Sun Liangpeng who had been waiting for him in the front yard. How was it? Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Some time ago, his friends in the profound nether mansion had informed him that there was a reincarnated celestial emperor in the Yanhuang heaven plotting against the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Before Duan Lingtian left, he had also heard about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to connect the dots. Whoosh! As though in response to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian removed the profound divine metal's concealment on his soul. His soul energy that contained the aura of his cultivation base was revealed to Sun Liangpeng. Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened in shock when he sensed the aura of Duan Lingtian's soul energy. This was because the aura of Duan Lingtian's soul energy was that of a 10-direction celestial duke. Why you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Chapter 31:15. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response, causing Sun Liangpeng's face to turn completely red. His eyes shone brightly, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. It took him a long time to calm down. Sect leader. Sun Liangpeng was still in a daze after learning that Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit when Duan Lingtian asked, "Under what circumstances would the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang be able to track me down?" What? Sun Liangpeng was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're saying the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill you? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not only did they find me in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but they also found me in the Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Duan Lingtian did not forget that the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang were able to locate him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. For this reason, Duan Lingtian wanted to know how the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang managed to locate him even though they were in a Devata realm. It was as though they knew he had left the spirit overarching heaven and had gone to the Yen Mountain Mansion in the Yen Huang Heaven's equal heaven territory. If that's the case, the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a formation grandmaster to investigate the transporting formation you used, Sun Liangpeng said solemnly. Sun Liangpeng said solemnly, if you want to investigate the transporting formation, you'll need the permission of a vice mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Naturally, the mansion master has the authority to do so as well. However, it's impossible for them to grant such authority to just anyone, let alone the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. For this reason, I'm guessing one of the vice mansion masters must have given the Blood Skull Gang a pass. As he spoke, Sun Liangpeng's tone was filled with certainty. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Sect leader, you're saying one of the vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion allowed the Blood Skull Gang to cross the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill me? Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, Sect leader, how many vice mansion masters are there in the profound nether mansion? 3. Sun Liangpeng replied to Duan Lingtian, however, I don't think the 3 vice mansion masters would allow the Blood Skull Gang to kill a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect like you. After all, once this matter is leaked, Lord Mansion Master will never let them off. For this reason, I think the Vice Mansion Master of the Blood Skull Gang is unaware of the truth. He doesn't know the Blood Skull Gang's target is you, a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng knew the Profound Nether Mansion very well since the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the Profound Nether Mansion. In fact, I suspect that even the Vice Sect Master himself didn't know that the Blood Skull Assassin organization was the one he was helping. He's worried the Vice Mansion Master won't let him off easily if something happens to him. Sun Liangpeng continued to speculate. It doesn't matter if the Vice Mansion Master is aware of it or not, he's still the one who allowed the Blood Skull Gang to kill me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. If it weren't for Ling Jueyan, he would have been killed by the two Blood Skull Gang assassins. What's the cultivation base of the two Blood Skull Gang assassins? Sun Liangpeng asked. The assassin from before and the other assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Duan Lingtian replied. What? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically. He remembered the assassin from before was a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Apart from that assassin, there was another 9 Palaces Celestial King who went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill Duan Lingtian? 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? Sun Liangpeng's scalp turned numb when he thought about it. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang would be able to kill Sun Liangpeng in just a blink of an eye. After a moment of shock, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, Duan Lingtian, how did you escape from 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? He really couldn't wrap his head around how Duan Lingtian managed to escape from under the noses of those two assassins. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian's consumable royal-grade celestial weapon can still be used? Sun Liangpeng thought to himself. If that's the case, with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian has comprehended, it's possible for him to escape from the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings and even kill them. My friend used an escape celestial talisman that's comparable to the Wind Shadow escape talisman to help me escape. Duan Lingtian replied. Your friend? Sun Liangpeng was stunned. He's Ling Jueyan. He ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian said, there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. I consumed one of them. The other one was used by him. Ling Jueyan? Sun Liangpeng was slightly surprised. Did you join forces with him and snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the reincarnated celestial emperor? Something like that. Duan Lingtian nodded. I didn't expect the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect to be so lucky, Sun Liangpeng sighed emotionally. Ling Jueyan will definitely shine once he joins the Profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the old bald donkey from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect will definitely be rewarded by Lord Mansion Master. However, although Sun Liangpeng was sighing, he did not reveal the slightest bit of envy. After all, while the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect had Ling Jueyan, the Simplicity Celestial Sect also had Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyan didn't return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven with me. He plans to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Ha ha ha, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liangpeng burst out laughing. It seems like the old bald donkey from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect failed to keep Ling Jueyan. After laughing for a while, Sun Liangpeng finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, Thank you, Duan Lingtian. Sun Liangpeng knew very well that Duan Lingtian did not return. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not have to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, since Duan Lingtian had returned to the Profound Nether Mansion, there was no doubt Duan Lingtian was ready to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Once Duan Lingtian joined the Profound Nether Mansion, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion would definitely reward Sun Liangpeng for recommending Duan Lingtian to join the Profound Nether Mansion. There's no need to thank me, sect leader. If it weren't for your Wind Shadow escape talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. That's how I managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Moreover, compared to the Jade Emperor Heaven, I've spent some time in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, so I'm more familiar with the Spirit Overarching Heaven. It's best for me to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Without waiting for Sun Liangpeng's reply, Duan Lingtian asked, Sect leader, I want to join the Profound Nether Mansion as soon as possible. Is there a way? With your current strength, isn't it easy for you to join the profound nether mansion? As Sun Liangpeng spoke, he took out a communication celestial talisman and crushed it. After a while, Sun Liangpeng regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I've already informed my senior uncle. He'll be here to bring you to the profound nether mansion in 3 days. Sect leader's senior uncle? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Could it be one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion? Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard many people mention that one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion was a senior from the Simplicity Celestial sect. It seemed like the senior from the Simplicity Celestial sect was Sun Liangpeng's senior uncle. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian asked this question. That's right. Sun Liangpeng replied with a smile. Then, he said with a smile, Senior uncle is very interested in you after learning that you've become a 10-direction celestial duke even though you're not even 100 years old. Moreover, senior uncle said you'll definitely pass the test set by the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. With your innate talent and comprehension skills, you'll be able to join the profound nether mansion and become the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion. Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Imperial Tutor? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had never heard of the profound nether mansion having an Imperial Tutor Pavilion or Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion is a very special pavilion in the profound nether mansion. There hasn't been a new Imperial Tutor in the profound nether mansion for the past 30,000 years. For this reason, the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's reputation has weakened over time. In fact, many people in the profound nether mansion don't even know about its existence. Sun Liangpeng's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, once I bring you to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, I'm sure you'll be able to pass the test set by the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the past 30,000 years. There hasn't been a new Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion for the past 30,000 years? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Sect leader, is it difficult to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Of course, it's difficult. Sun Liangpeng replied. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, the last Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was 30,000 years ago. At that time, the Imperial Tutor had become a 9 palaces celestial duke when he was almost 200 years old. Moreover, he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind. The reverence in Sun Liangpeng's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. A 9 palaces celestial duke who's not even 200 years old who has comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to become a 9 palaces celestial duke and comprehend 5 profundities from the law of wind before the age of 200. Chapter 31:16. Sect leader, where's that person now? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. In his opinion, since that person had such a high cultivation base 30,000 years ago, he would not be a simple person if he was still in the Southern Heaven territory. After all, that person was a 9 palaces celestial duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind 30,000 years ago. He's dead. Sun Liangpeng said with a sigh. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension ability were extraordinary, and he shocked everyone in the profound nether mansion for a period of time. After that, he went to the clan above the profound nether mansion and further displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability. After that, when he broke through and became a 6-combo celestial king, a prodigy from another clan who was older than him and slightly weaker than him dared to lay his hands on his wife. In a fit of anger, he challenged that prodigy to a battle to the death. In the end, he died in the hands of that prodigy. Otherwise, with his innate talent and comprehension skills, his achievements would definitely be on par with the prodigy who killed him. A hint of regret could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he spoke. He's dead? Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian felt sorry for the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion from 30,000 years ago. If the Imperial Tutor was still alive, he would definitely be a celestial lord at the top of the pyramid in the Southern Heaven territory. If the imperial tutor had held back for a while before making a move on that prodigy, he might have been able to kill that prodigy, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he knew very well that not many people would be able to hold themselves back. That's only natural. After all, his innate talent and comprehension skills are superior to that prodigy. Sun Liangpeng said confidently. That person. Is he still alive? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then, he smiled wryly. Not only is he alive, but he's also the patriarch of his clan. Although the patriarch of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory isn't the strongest, he's still a celestial lord at the very least. That person is much stronger than most of the patriarchs of the 10 major clans. It's said that he's close to becoming a titled celestial lord. Sun Liangpeng said. That person already has such achievements today? Duan Lingtian said with a sigh, if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is still alive, he would have become a titled celestial lord by now, right? Sun Liangpeng nodded. If his innate talent and comprehension skills had remained stable, he would have become a titled celestial lord or even a celestial emperor by now. If he's still alive, he shouldn't be any weaker than the current ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. It's a pity that the heavens were jealous of his talent and caused him to die at such a young age. It's said that when his wife was tainted, she was already pregnant with his child. Later, after he died, his pregnant wife mysteriously disappeared. Many people said that the genius of that clan killed her in order to eliminate the root of the problem. I even heard that his wife was a staunch person, but because she cared about the child in her womb, she didn't choose to commit suicide before that clan's genius touched her. A hint of anger could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he spoke. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Not only did he humiliate someone's wife, but he even killed his pregnant wife after killing the imperial tutor. It was not an exaggeration to call someone like that a beast. Back then, due to that incident, the people from the profound nether mansion didn't get to see the imperial tutor rise to the top in the Southern Heaven Territory. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent and comprehension skills aren't inferior to the imperial tutor. Coupled with your fortuitous encounters, your future achievements won't be inferior to the imperial tutor. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, with your current age and achievements, it's only a matter of time before you become the new imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian, before you go to the profound nether mansion, I'll give you a piece of advice. At this point, Sun Liangpeng's originally calm expression turned incomparably solemn. Back then, that imperial tutor died midway and caused his future to be destroyed. You already know about this. I hope that you won't do something you aren't confident in the future. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as one is alive, there's hope. However, once one dies, there's no hope at all. Sun Liangpeng's words were clear. He did not want Duan Lingtian to follow the footsteps of the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. In Sun Liangpeng's opinion, if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion had been more forgiving, not only would he have gotten his revenge, but he would also have become a titled celestial lord. Sect leader, I think the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is a sentimental person. If you were in his shoes, would you be able to tolerate such a thing if you were in his shoes? Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully before he said, there are some things that can't be endured. However, there are also some things that can be endured. Sun Liangpeng was at a loss for words. After all, if he were the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, he might not have been able to endure the same thing. The greatest enmity in the world was the murder of one's father and the murder of one's wife. Naturally, I, Duan Lingtian, wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to me. Although I admire the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion for being a sentimental person, I have to admit that he wasn't a good husband. He didn't even protect his wife well. Furthermore, his wife is pregnant with his child. Duan Lingtian said, it's one thing if he died before his wife was raped. However, I have to say he's responsible for her death as well. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, a man who could not even protect his woman was not worthy of being called a man. You can't say that. Who would have thought he would do something to his wife? Sun Liangpeng disagreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly. He did not argue with Sun Liangpeng. After all, he still believed that if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion had protected his wife well, nothing would have happened to her. Even if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion had to cultivate and could not take care of his wife, could he not rely on his innate talent and comprehension skills to ask the elders who valued him to take care of his wife? When Sun Liangpeng saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of continuing the topic, he changed the topic and asked, Duan Lingtian, apart from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's ability to greatly improve one's cultivation base, it seems like it can also help one comprehend profundities from a law that one has never encountered before. I wonder what kind of law you've comprehended. How many profundities have you comprehended? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The law of space. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively interrupted Duan Lingtian. You've comprehended the law of space? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How many profundities? Sun Liangpeng asked again. Not many. Just 6. Duan Lingtian replied. 6. That's not many. Sun Liangpeng glared at Duan Lingtian. He almost beat Duan Lingtian up. It's not many, right? I heard that those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be able to comprehend at least 6 profundities from a law. I'm the one who comprehended the least profundities among those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian spread his hands and said, let's not talk about others. Take my friend, Ling Jueyan, who stayed in the Jade Emperor Heaven, for example. He comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You said it's the law of metal. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said, the law of metal is only an ordinary law. It can't be compared to the law of space. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, and it's widely acknowledged that the 4 supreme laws are difficult to comprehend. As far as I know, those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and comprehended 6 profundities from a law only comprehended ordinary laws. I've never heard of anyone comprehending any of the 4 supreme laws after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of jealousy could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even Sun Liangpeng had not comprehended the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended any of the other 3 supreme laws as well. After chatting with Sun Liangpeng for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to return to his residence as a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, Sun Liangpeng asked him to stay. Since it's only 3 days, why don't you stay here? You can have a good chat with me during these 3 days as well. I'm very interested in your trip to the Jade Emperor Heaven to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian found it hard to refuse Sun Liangpeng's kindness. Therefore, he stayed at Sun Liangpeng's place for 3 days. In these 3 days, he told Sun Liangpeng everything that had happened in the Yanhuang sky. Of course, he kept some things from Sun Liangpeng, such as not mentioning the 5 divine elemental spirits or the immortal treasures. Although Sun Liangpeng mentioned emperor-grade celestial weapons and royal-grade celestial weapons, he did not have any of them. It seems like the reincarnated celestial emperor didn't manage to retrieve the item he left behind in his past life. Or perhaps, the item he left behind in his past life was not hidden well enough and was taken away by someone else. Sun Liangpeng had once made such a guess in front of Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed with his guess. Of course, he knew in his heart, Sun Liangpeng might not fully believe his words. However, as long as Sun Liangpeng was not certain if he possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon or an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 31:17. 3 days later, a travel-worn figure arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. The figure belonged to an old man with a medium build. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Without alerting any of the patrolling elders or disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he arrived at the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Little Peng Peng. The old man hovered in the air above the residence as he greeted the person below. Little Peng Peng? Duan Lingtian, who was chatting with Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, did not notice the old man's arrival. It was only when the old man's voice rang in his ears that he noticed the old man's presence. Upon seeing the old man, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was Sun Liangpeng's senior uncle. Sun Liangpeng was also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Upon hearing the old man's voice, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Sun Liangpeng. His gaze changed slightly. Little Peng Peng? The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was being addressed in such a manner? When Sun Liangpeng heard the old man's voice, he felt slightly embarrassed. When he saw Duan Lingtian's strange gaze, he could not help but blush even though he was already quite old. Senior uncle, can't you change the way you address me? I'm the leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. You're ruining my image by calling me that. Sun Liangpeng smiled wryly as he stood up to greet the old man. Brat, I've been calling you that since you were still running around naked. What's wrong? Are you all grown up now? The old man grumbled as he descended from the air. He sat down on the stone bench beside Sun Liangpeng without any trace of politeness. He picked up the wine jug on the table and poured it directly into his mouth. He was not polite at all, as if he had returned to his own home. At this moment, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet while the old man remained seated and Sun Liangpeng remained standing. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian stood up, he felt an invisible force surging out of the old man's body and shrouding him, forcing him to sit back down. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Don't learn from little Peng Peng. In front of me, there are not so many rules. You don't have to be so restrained, just do as you please. Senior. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he also saw the old man's amiability. Duan Lingtian, this is my senior uncle, Qi Tianming. He's also a former supreme elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. You can call him Elder Qi. At this time, Sun Liangpeng also sat down. After glancing at Duan Lingtian, he looked at the old man and introduced him. Elder Qi. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man again, and at the same time, his heart was moved. Based on the old man's aura, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man's cultivation base was higher than the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian was certain the old man was stronger than the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily possess the celestial origin energy and soul of a one basic celestial lord for a short period of time. After consuming his celestial origin energy, his cultivation base and soul had regressed to the level of a 10 directions celestial king, a 9 palaces celestial king, and an 8 trigram celestial king. It was not difficult for him to discern the difference in aura between a 10 directions celestial king and a 9 palaces celestial king. Sect leader, Elder Qi is a 10 directions celestial king? Duan Lingtian asked Sun Liangpeng through a voice transmission. It's no secret that the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion are all 10 directions celestial kings. Who did you hear this from? You don't seem to believe it. Sun Liangpeng replied through voice transmission. The 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion were all 10 directions celestial kings? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although Duan Lingtian was aware of the existence of the profound nether mansion's 10 inspectors, he did not know they were all 10 directions celestial kings. After all, each of them was stronger than any of the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, but he did not know they were all 10 directions celestial kings. Does this mean Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, is also a 10 directions celestial king? In fact, before Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian had met another inspector of the profound nether mansion, Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He had met Bihai Ming Feng in the southern heaven ancient realm. Bihai Ming Feng seemed to be Huang Jialong's idol. Jiao Long joined the coupling celestial sect. I wonder how he's doing now. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was one of the few friends he had made after he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. After spending some time with Huang Jialong, he had begun to treat Huang Jialong as an important friend. After all, he did not have many friends whom he valued as much as Huang Jialong. I should visit him in the coupling celestial sect when I'm in the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Senior uncle, I'm afraid the profound nether mansion will be shocked when you bring Duan Lingtian back, right? Sun Liangpeng asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming did not respond to Sun Liangpeng. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with narrowed eyes, Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little Peng that you've comprehended the law of space after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Can you show it to me? Qi Tianming asked again. How do you want to show it to me? Duan Lingtian knew the old man was trying to test him. After all, up until now, the old man's understanding of him was based on Sun Liangpeng's description. If Qi Tianming wanted to bring him to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, it would definitely alarm many people in the profound nether mansion. If his performance was mediocre and he failed to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion, Qi Tianming would definitely embarrass Qi Tianming. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to understand Qi Tianming's intentions. Let's do it right here. Attack me with all your might and show me your profundity from the law of space. Qi Tianming said. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of Qi Tianming's body. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rays of blue light shot out of Qi Tianming's body and shrouded the stone table, the stone bench, the floor, the lawn, and the entire mansion. In just a blink of an eye, the entire mansion was covered in a layer of blue. The law of water. Qi Tianming muttered to himself. Moreover, there are at least 7 or 8 profundities contained in them. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he saw Qi Tianming's profundity. Then, he no longer said anything and activated his 99 heavenly veins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. In the next moment, territory, confinement, distortion, cross-dimensional slash. Duan Lingtian cast the 4 profundities from the law of space in just a blink of an eye. Qi Tianming, Sun Liangpeng, and Qi Tianming's profundities spread in all directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The space energy was extremely powerful. Fortunately, Qi Tianming had made a move to protect his surroundings. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian's attack would have been enough to destroy the entire mansion. Moreover, it would have been reduced to rubble. This is the law of space's territory profundity, the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was powerful, it did not pose any threat to Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming casually blocked Qi Tianming's attack and began to recite the profundities from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the space elemental profundity, Qi Tianming did not mention it. Naturally, there was no need for him to mention it. The space elemental profundity was one of the basic profundities from the law of space. If one wanted to cast other profundities from the law of space, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, one had to comprehend the space elemental profundity first. Meanwhile, Sun Liangpeng was also defending himself against Duan Lingtian's attack. When Duan Lingtian attacked Qi Tianming, a portion of his attack landed on Sun Liangpeng, who was sitting next to Qi Tianming. However, with his strength, he was able to easily block Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was only a small portion of Duan Lingtian's attack. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qi Tianming's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Then, he raised his hand and swung it toward Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, a water dragon seemed to have appeared out of thin air and swept toward Duan Ling Tian as it whistled. As the water dragon flew out, it grew larger and larger. In the end, when it was close to Duan Ling Tian, it opened its mouth that was as big as a basin as though it could swallow Duan Ling Tian in one gulp. Whoosh! Just as the water dragon was about to bite Duan Ling Tian disappeared like a ghost. This is, Sun Liangpeng's eyes narrowed. When Duan Ling Tian disappeared, he could not see Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that he could not see him with his naked eyes. In the next moment, Sun Liangpeng discovered Duan Ling Tian standing behind Qi Tianming. Teleportation profundity. At the same time, Qi Tianming's low voice rang in Sun Liangpeng's ears. So it's the law of space's teleportation profundity. No wonder I couldn't see Duan Ling Tian's movements. The teleportation profundity allows one to move through space without leaving a trace. Sun Liangpeng knew this very well. Even a celestial emperor would not be able to see Duan Ling Tian's movements, let alone a celestial king. This was because Duan Ling Tian had teleported to another place without leaving a trace. Old Qi, is that enough? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Qi Tianming. Duan Ling Tian teleported again and disappeared behind Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming's attack had missed after Duan Ling Tian teleported away. Chapter 31:18. Amazing. Amazing. The old man sighed emotionally when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he said, that's more than enough. With your strength, it'll be easy for you to become the first imperial tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's imperial tutor pavilion in the past 30,000 years. In fact, based on the strength you've displayed earlier, you'll definitely be able to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and occupy a spot on the scoreboard. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The scoreboard? Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of familiarity. Before he came to the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked second on the scoreboard, second only to Ling Jueyan. Naturally, the reason he was ranked second was because he had intentionally given Ling Jueyan some of his points back when they were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, he would have been ranked first in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Old Qi, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is similar to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, apart from the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, right? You mentioned there's a scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. When Duan Ling Tian first learned about the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had heard that it was divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms. Those who entered the lower realm were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Those who entered the middle realm were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Those who entered the upper realm were 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Similar? Qi Tianming shook his head. There's a huge difference. If you want to know more, I'll explain it to you on our way back to the profound Nether Mansion. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The moment Duan Ling Tian nodded, Qi Tianming stood up and looked at Sun Liangpeng. Little Peng Peng, I'll take Duan Ling Tian away first. You, just wait for the prefecture master's reward. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Qi Tianming's face. After all, Sun Liangpeng was his junior nephew. He had watched Sun Liangpeng grow up since Sun Liangpeng was a child. Therefore, he was happy that Sun Liangpeng was rewarded by the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Martial uncle, aren't you going to stay for a few days? Sun Liangpeng said reluctantly, thinking back. I haven't listened to your teachings for a long time. Since when are you willing to listen to my teachings? Qi Tianming raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes like a kid. Whoosh! In the next moment, he brought along the Duan Ling Tian and disappeared from Sun Liangpeng's sight like a gust of wind. For a moment, only the embarrassed Sun Liangpeng was left in the huge courtyard. On the other side. As a 10 Directions Celestial King, Qi Tianming's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had brought Duan Lingtian away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Old Qi, since you're the sect leader's martial uncle, this means you're his master's senior brother. Since you're one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, is the sect leader's master in the Profound Nether Mansion as well? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as Qi Tianming brought them to their destination. His master is indeed my junior brother. A hint of nostalgia flashed in the old man's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Back then, he went to the Profound Nether Mansion with me. However, he wasn't as lucky as me. He died in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He didn't even get to see his only direct disciple become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, if he's in heaven and knows that little Pang has become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he'll definitely be happy. After all, becoming the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was his lifelong wish. The old man sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian frowned. Isn't that a place where only celestial kings and below are allowed to enter? The sect leader's master died before he became a celestial king? Yes. The old man nodded. Back then, both of us were 10 directions celestial dukes. We entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion. I survived, but he died in there. After he died, I returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After that, I joined the Profound Nether Mansion. First, I became an elder of the Profound Nether Mansion. Then, I competed with a group of people and successfully became one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although the old man spoke casually, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect the sadness in the old man's voice when he mentioned his junior brother. Moreover, the old man's tone was solemn when he mentioned the competition for the position of an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. I see. Duan Lingtian quickly changed the topic. Old Qi, you told me there's a huge difference between the middle realm and the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. What's the difference between the middle realm and the lower realm? In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials enter to search for fortuitous encounters. Only those who are strong can come out alive. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, on the other hand, is a place where grade 6 celestial mansions compete openly and covertly. The representatives of the various mansions are the celestial dukes sent by their respective mansions. The celestial dukes of the various mansions will fight for a place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The ranking of the celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will affect the rewards they'll receive from the 10 major clans. For example, if a celestial duke from the Profound Nether Mansion ranks first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he'll be rewarded handsomely by the 10 major clans. The Profound Nether Mansion celestial duke who ranks first will also be rewarded handsomely by the Profound Nether Mansion. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. After the old man finished speaking, he continued to explain the details to Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian could learn more about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this, Duan Lingtian learned about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was like a platform for elimination. After all, the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory would send their celestial dukes to compete in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the ranking would affect the benefits that grade 6 celestial mansions would receive from the 10 major clans. Therefore, every grade 6 celestial mansion would have to pay a huge amount of celestial crystals to the clan behind it every month. If a celestial duke from a grade 6 celestial mansion ranked in the top 20 until the end of the month, the grade 6 celestial mansion would no longer have to pay celestial crystals. If a grade 6 celestial mansion ranked in the top 10, not only would they not have to pay celestial crystals, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by the 10 major clans. Apart from that, there were many other rules. Gasp. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he learned about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had thought the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be a secret realm filled with fortuitous encounters like the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He did not expect the middle realm of the Southern Heaven territory to be a stage for celestial kings and below to fight to the death. In order to avoid paying celestial crystals, the grade 6 celestial mansions would send their most powerful celestial dukes to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to compete for a place in the top 20. The scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be valid for a month. The rankings will be confirmed on the last day of the month. On the first day of the next month, the scoreboard will be cleared, and the rankings will be reset. The old man's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Old Qi. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked curiously, "Celestial dukes from the various mansions will enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to compete for a place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Although Duan Lingtian possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and Devata artifacts, they could not be exposed to the public. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for him. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin. However, if he could obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon through normal means, he would not have to worry about being targeted. After all, ordinary people would not even think about obtaining a royal-grade celestial weapon from the profound nether mansion. Yes. The old man nodded. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, the old man continued to say, "However, it's very difficult to obtain one." "How difficult is it?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "I've told you earlier that the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be reset at the beginning of each month. In other words, even if you were ranked first last month, you'll have to regain first place this month if you want to continue being ranked first this month." The old man continued to say, "The 10 major clans have an agreement that if someone from one of the 10 major clans manages to rank first for 12 months, they'll be rewarded with a royal-grade celestial weapon from one of the 10 major clans. Naturally, it's only an offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. If you're ranked first for 24 months, you'll be rewarded with a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon from one of the 10 major clans. At the same time, the person who obtains first place in the rankings for 24 months can choose to enter any of the 10 great clans and become an inner disciple of that clan with a different surname. They can enjoy rich cultivation resources and also have the opportunity to compete with the direct descendants of that clan for better cultivation resources." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. To him, this was undoubtedly a way to quickly become stronger. 24 months was equivalent to 2 years. 2 years later, he would join one of the top 10 clans in the Southern Heaven territory and fight for better cultivation resources. He would improve his strength as quickly as possible. Chapter 31:19. After learning more about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian was eager to join the profound Nether Mansion as soon as possible so that he could enter the middle realm as a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. According to Qi Tianming, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was always open so one could enter it at any time. Naturally, only those below the Celestial King realm were allowed to enter the middle realm. In other words, the highest cultivation base among those who entered the middle realm was a 10-direction Celestial Duke. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, each person is only allowed to enter for 10 days every month. The duration of the 10 days is precise to the hour and 15 minutes. You can stay in the middle realm for 10 days at a time, or you can enter multiple times until the total time is 10 days. Qi Tianming continued to introduce the middle realm to Duan Lingtian. After 10 days, you'll be forcefully sent out of the middle realm and won't be able to enter again until the next month. You'll only be able to enter again once your ranking is cleared. Qi Tianming did not say anything else since he had basically told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Oh, right. Qi Tianming suddenly recalled something and said to Duan Lingtian, "In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the only way to obtain points from one's accumulative point jade is to kill one's opponent. However, if one's opponent crushes his accumulative point jade, he'll be able to transfer the points to the accumulative point jade that's closest to his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he'll be teleported out of the middle realm by the one-time transportation formation in his accumulative point jade." At this point, Qi Tianming paused for a moment to catch his breath. When he was about to speak again, Duan Lingtian beat him to it and said, "In other words, if I encounter an opponent I know I can't defeat, I can crush the accumulative point jade in my hand and give the points to my opponent. At the same time, I can escape with the help of the transportation formation. That's right. Qi Tianming nodded. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord created the Middle Realm back then, he didn't intend to force those who entered the Middle Realm to fight to the death. He left them some leeway. Of course, even if you crush the accumulative point jade in your hand, you'll still need some time for the teleportation formation to send you out. Therefore, if you're much weaker than the person who wants to kill you, you won't be able to escape death even if you crush the accumulative point jade if you insist on killing you. Qi Tianming replied. That's quite humane. At the very least, it won't scare people away from entering the Middle Realm because they think they're weak. Qi Tianming Tian said Qi Tianming could. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem. Is it possible to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after crushing one's accumulative point jade and teleporting out of the Middle Realm with the help of the one-time transportation formation? Before the scoreboard is cleared, those who crushed their accumulative jade to death and escaped from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm won't be able to obtain a new accumulative jade. Naturally, they won't be able to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during that month unless the scoreboard is cleared. Qi Tianming explained. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would prevent people from entering and leaving the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as many times as they wanted. If they could enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as many times as they wanted, they would definitely pick on the weak ones and crush their accumulative point jades to leave the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and start all over again. In this way, there would always be times when his luck was good, and the soft persimmon might be able to send him to the top of the rankings. Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, "You don't have to tell others that you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although fortuitous encounters play a part in one's strength, if they think you've achieved so much at such a young age because of your innate talent and comprehension ability, they'll think highly of you. Moreover, if they find out you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they'll definitely investigate the matter of the reincarnated celestial emperor. They'll start to wonder if you've killed the reincarnated celestial emperor since you managed to escape from the reincarnated celestial emperor and obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If you killed the reincarnated celestial emperor, did you obtain an emperor-grade celestial weapon from the reincarnated celestial emperor? Although celestial emperors don't necessarily have emperor-grade celestial weapons, they'll at least have royal-grade celestial weapons. Even an ordinary celestial emperor would have a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor is much more valuable than an ordinary purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. After all, there's a huge difference between an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon and a royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor. Let alone an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor. A solemn expression appeared on Qi Tianming's face as he spoke. Elder Qi, I understand. Qi Tianming's expression finally eased up when Duan Lingtian nodded. Qi Tianming remained silent throughout the journey. Duan Lingtian did not say anything as well. With Qi Tianming leading the way, Duan Lingtian completely focused on comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity. Initially, he wanted to break through and become a celestial king as soon as possible. However, now that he knew about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation base. After all, he still had to rely on his cultivation base as a 10-direction celestial duke to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Elder Qi. After a long time, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked Qi Tianming, "The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is located in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is related to the benefits of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, is it possible that some Grade 6 Celestial Mansions would nurture a group of 10-direction Celestial Dukes to comprehend profundities from the law of space in order to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" Qi Tianming had thought of this earlier. After all, 10 direction celestial dukes who had lived for a long time would have comprehended many profundities from the law of space. After all, no matter how bad one's comprehension was, one would still be enlightened after a long time. That's a good question. Qi Tianming replied, back then, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, who created the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, had thought of this as well. For this reason, there's a restriction on the age of those who enter the middle realm. They can't be older than 1,000 years old. However, even if they're younger than 1,000 years old, there are still many 10 direction celestial dukes in grade 6 celestial mansions who have comprehended many profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, there are many 10 direction celestial dukes who have comprehended 6 profundities from a law of space. There are even a few who have comprehended 7 profundities from a law of space. For example, there are a few 10 direction celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion who have comprehended 6 profundities from a law of space. There's also a 10 direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. They're specially nurtured by the profound nether mansion to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 10 direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood is over 980 years old. He won't be able to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm anytime soon. After all, those who were older than 1,000 years old were not allowed to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A 10 direction celestial duke who has comprehended 8 profundities from a law of space? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. Such a person's strength was comparable to Ling Jueyun after he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, that was only if Ling Jueyun did not use his trump cards. Even among the celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang, I'm afraid only the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings have comprehended 7 profundities of a law. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. The reason the grade 6 celestial mansions had 10 direction celestial dukes who had comprehended multiple profundities from a law of space was because the grade 6 celestial mansions did not allow them to improve their cultivation bases. Otherwise, these 10 direction celestial dukes would have broken through and become celestial kings long ago. Moreover, the grade 6 celestial mansions must have spent a lot of resources on these 10 direction celestial dukes to help them comprehend multiple profundities from a law of space. With the wealth and foundation of the grade 6 celestial mansions, it was only natural that they would be able to obtain many cultivation resources that could help their 10 direction celestial dukes to comprehend profundities from a law of space. I can't believe I thought I'd be able to dominate the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with my current strength. No wonder Elder Qi told me I'll be able to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he didn't say I'll be able to rank first. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As it turns out, the grade 6 celestial mansions have nurtured so many powerful 10 direction celestial dukes. They remained silent throughout the journey. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the profound Nether Mansion's estate. The estate of the profound Nether Mansion was located above a lofty mountain range. There were huge islands hovering in the air above the clouds. The islands were lush and green. It was a feast for the eyes when one looked at them from afar. However, these floating islands were divided into many layers. The further outside the layer, the more islands there were, and the further outside the layer, the lower the level of the floating islands. It was as though the stars were surrounding the moon. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he saw many patrolling disciples saluting Qi Tianming as they passed by. Senior Uncle Qi, did you just come back? A figure flew toward Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming from afar. It's him. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Chapter 31:20. Although they were both inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, Bihai Mingfeng's seniority was lower than Qi Tianming's. After all, Qi Tianming was of the same seniority as Bihai Mingfeng's seniors in the coupling celestial sect. For this reason, Bihai Mingfeng had addressed Qi Tianming as senior uncle when they were in the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Thus, Bihai Mingfeng was very willing to address him as martial uncle. It was not only because of seniority. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded at Bihai Mingfeng. Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "This is the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a peak celestial king. He has the highest chance of becoming a celestial lord in the Profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who led the way to the Coupling Celestial sect when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. You must have met him before, right?" Qi Tianming asked. "Yes, old Qi. I've met the Blue Sea Inspector at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Bihai Mingfeng and nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. "That's why I thought you looked familiar. You're Duan Lingtian who ranked second during the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Bihai Mingfeng looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. It was clear he recognized Duan Lingtian. "That's me." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Since you're old acquaintances, I won't introduce myself. Inspector, I still have some matters to attend to with Duan Lingtian, so I won't chat with you any longer. If you have time, come over to my place for a drink." After bidding farewell to Bihai Mingfeng, Qi Tianming left with Duan Lingtian. Although Bihai Mingfeng was his junior and was weaker than him, Bihai Mingfeng was much younger than him. Moreover, Bihai Mingfeng's innate talent and comprehension ability far surpassed him. It was only a matter of time before Bihai Mingfeng surpassed him. Thus, before Bihai Mingfeng, he did not dare to flaunt his seniority, and completely treated Bihai Mingfeng as an equal. "All right." A frown appeared on Bihai Mingfeng's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming. Why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's talent and perception, and wants to take him in as his personal disciple? However, isn't this a little against the rules? Although the Profound Nether Mansion did not restrict the inspectors from accepting direct disciples, they were not allowed to bring them back to the Profound Nether Mansion unless the direct disciple passed the test and joined the Profound Nether Mansion. Every once in a while, the Profound Nether Mansion would recruit disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans. If an inspector recruited a direct disciple from outside the mansion, he or she would be allowed to join the 3 sects and 2 clans in the assessment. As long as one passed the test, one would be able to join the Profound Nether Mansion. There's still some time until the next round of recruitment for the 3 sects and 2 clans, right? Why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion now? Bihai Mingfeng could not come up with an answer even after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it and left to tend to his own matters. He was unaware that Duan Lingtian would bring Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was being led by Qi Tianming to a secluded palace in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. It was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, a place that had been forgotten by many. Not many of the younger generation in the Profound Nether Mansion knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even the elites among the younger generation would not be able to join the Imperial Tudor Pavilion due to their current age. For this reason, none of the seniors in the Profound Nether Mansion had mentioned the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to them. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion was an unknown existence to the younger generation in the Profound Nether Mansion. Even among the older generation in the Profound Nether Mansion, not all of them knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Some of them had never heard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion since they were young, so they were unaware of its existence. The Profound Nether Mansion's estate was made up of floating islands. There were many floating islands in the outer perimeter of the estate. They were located at a lower level and surrounded by a few floating islands at a higher level. There were 3 layers of floating islands in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. There were 3 floating islands in the innermost layer. It was the main island of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian was led by Qi Tianming to one of the 3 floating islands in the innermost layer. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time entering one of the floating islands in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. Previously, he had been looking from the outside, and all he could see was a patch of greenery. He couldn't see the scene inside clearly because above the greenery were patches of fog-like clouds and mist, completely blocking his line of sight. Naturally, he could use his divine consciousness to investigate, but where was he? How could he use his divine consciousness to probe the profound Nether Mansion's estate? He was afraid the patrolling elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion would retaliate with their divine consciousness as soon as he sent his divine consciousness out. Duanling Tian followed Qi Tianming and entered the floating island. After passing through the clouds, majestic palaces entered Duanling Tian's eyes. Some of the palaces did not seem tall, but they looked like prehistoric beasts. They exuded a dangerous aura. Old Qi, some of the palaces look majestic at first glance, but why do they seem so dangerous when I take a closer look? Am I imagining things? Duanling Tian asked Qi Tianming. It's not your imagination. It's normal for you to feel this way. Let alone you, even I feel the same way. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, there are ancient formations in the palaces that have been passed down since ancient times in the profound Nether Mansion. Most of them are killing formations. Once the killing formations are activated, anyone below the level of a celestial lord will die. In other words, even I would die if I'm targeted by the killing formations. Qi Tianming gasped when he reached the end of his sentence. So powerful? Duanling Tian was surprised, and then he asked, since those killing formations are so terrifying, who's in control of them? The palace masters of the various palaces, Qi Tianming replied. Qi Tianming said, of course, there are only 10 palaces with such terrifying killing formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. There are 4 palaces here and 3 palaces on the other 2 main islands. The extra palace here is the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The 10 palaces with killing formations that can kill me are known as the profound Nether 10 Saint Palaces in the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, most people think the profound Nether Mansion only has 9 Saint Palaces and the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is excluded. This is because the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is shrouded by a fog formation. Unless one knows where the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is, it's impossible for anyone below the level of a celestial lord to find the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Among the palaces you see, only 3 of them gave you that sense of danger, right? Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian studied the palaces carefully. Indeed, only 3 of them gave him that feeling. That's right. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion now. Qi Tianming brought Duanling Tian with him as they flew toward the depths of the main island. Old Qi, as far as I know, the Mansion Master has the highest position in the profound Nether Mansion, followed by the Vice Mansion Masters. After them are the Inspectors. Although the Palace Masters of the profound Nether 10 Saint Palaces control 10 palaces with terrifying killing formations, they shouldn't be as strong as all of you, right? Duanling Tian asked as they made their way there. That's where you're wrong. There's no doubt that the Mansion Master has the highest position in the profound Nether Mansion. However, the Vice Mansion Master is just a title. Their strength is, at most, on par with the 10 inspectors. They're only Vice Mansion Masters because they're direct descendants of the profound Nether Mansion. Qi Tianming shook his head. As for the Palace Masters of the profound Nether Mansion, they're basically Lord Mansion Masters seniors. The weakest among them is a one basic celestial lord. Do you think they're weaker than us? Duanling Tian inhaled sharply upon hearing Qi Tianming's words. The weakest among the palace masters of the profound Nether Mansion's 10 Saint Palaces was a one basic celestial lord? Of course, although the 10 great sacred palaces' palace masters are Lord Mansion Masters seniors, there are only a handful of them who can compare to Lord Mansion Master in terms of strength. As for someone stronger than Lord Mansion Master, there is only one person. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully. Who do you think that person is? Don't tell me it's the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Since Qi Tianming had asked Duanling Tian to make a guess, Duanling Tian could only come up with a guess. Naturally, Duanling Tian was not certain if he was right. That's right. It's the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Qi Tianming nodded. Rumor has it that the palace master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the longest living person in the profound Nether Mansion. Nobody has seen him fight before, but even Lord Mansion Master treats him with respect. Someone once asked Lord Mansion Master if he would win if he fought the palace master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Do you know what Lord Mansion Master said? Lord Mansion Master said he wouldn't dare to fight the palace master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even if the palace master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion wanted to kill him, he would only be able to do nothing. Qi Tianming paused for a moment as a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. For this reason, even though the palace master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion has never shown himself before, those who know of his existence still respect him. Old Qi, you've never seen the palace master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. No. Chapter 31-21. The 2 vice mansion masters and the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion held high positions in the profound Nether Mansion, but they had never met the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion before. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at how mysterious the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was. About 15 minutes later, under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery and lush greenery. Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to a waterfall at the side of the valley and stood on a large pebble in front of the waterfall. Inspector Qi Tianming of the profound Nether Mansion would like to enter the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to meet the pavilion master. Qi Tianming stood on the large pebble and bowed slightly toward the waterfall. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy entered the waterfall. However, there was no response from the inside even after the sound was transmitted. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion really behind the waterfall? If that was the case, then the waterfall must be an illusion formed by an illusory formation. No one's there. After about 10 breaths, there was still no response. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Tianming, thinking there was no one inside. However, Qi Tianming was still as calm as ever. Qi Tianming looked at the waterfall and continued to say, Lord Pavilion Master, I brought this young man here to participate in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's assessment. I think he's capable of becoming the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years. There was still no response. Qi Tianming continued to say, he's called Duan Lingtian. He's a peerless genius recruited by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10-direction Celestial Duke. Not only that, but he's also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the waterfall and the waterfall suddenly ripple. The waterfall in front of him, which had been flowing at a steady rate, suddenly shook strangely. Although the fluctuation was not big, Duan Lingtian could still see it clearly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything approaching him. However, he felt as though his entire body was being seen through. There was only one possibility for this feeling. Behind the waterfall, someone was spying on him with their divine sense, but because the other party's divine sense was too strong, he couldn't detect it at all. He'll stay. You can leave. Just as Duan Lingtian felt that he had been seen through from head to toe, leaving no secrets behind, a low and hoarse voice came from behind the waterfall. The sound seemed to come from all directions, reverberating in Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming's ears. When Qi Tianming heard this voice, he felt as if his soul was being cleansed. It was as if this voice had an endless amount of magic. At the same time, it made his heart tremble. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's reaction was not as great as Qi Tianming's. Clearly, the higher one's cultivation was, the greater one's perception would be. Lord Palace Master? Qi Tianming's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. Not only had he never seen the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, but he had also never heard the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion speak. Now that he heard the voice of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, he could not help but feel excited. It took him a long time to regain his senses. As soon as he heard the voice, he felt as though his soul was being cleansed. At this moment, Qi Tianming was 100% certain the voice belonged to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion might not be able to do such a thing. After all, he was a 10 Directions Celestial King, a 10 Directions Celestial King. Humph. Qi Tianming was still in a daze when a cold snort rang from behind the waterfall. At the same time, the water above the waterfall trembled and turned into countless water droplets that shot toward Qi Tianming. Swoosh. 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 The water droplets whistled through the air like scattered pearls, heading straight for Qi Tianming. The pearl-like water droplet cut across the sky for a short distance. When it was still a distance away from Qi Tianming, it strangely disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had never appeared. However, although the water droplets had disappeared, there was still a gust of wind in the air. A gust of wind blew in the direction of the water droplets, hitting Qi Tianming's body. When this wind blew onto Duanling Tian's body, the violet robe on Duanling Tian's body fluttered, and there was a feeling of a light breeze caressing his face. On the other hand, Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, felt a gust of wind. The moment the gust of wind hit Qi Tianming, it felt as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping towards Qi Tianming. Bang! Although Qi Tianming tried his best to block the gust of wind, he was still sent flying like a puppet. Boom! Rumble! Qi Tianming, who was sent flying, slammed into the mountain wall on the other side of the valley, causing the entire valley to tremble. When the dust settled, Qi Tianming's body reappeared. He was covered in dust and looked battered. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you, Palace Master, for showing mercy." Qi Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed in the direction of the waterfall. Then, he stepped into the air and left the valley. Duanling Tian, don't worry and stay here. With your achievements at such a young age, the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion won't make things difficult for you. I'll look for you again after you pass the test here. Before leaving, Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. All right. Duanling Tian only regained his senses when he heard Qi Tianming's voice transmission. Earlier, when Qi Tianming was sent flying without being able to fight back, Duanling Tian, who was standing at the side, was shocked. When the wind blew at him, it only caused his robes to flutter. Qi Tianming, a 10 Directions Celestial King, was sent flying like a puppet. Senior. The person who sent a 10 Directions Celestial King flying without even showing himself was very powerful. Duanling Tian inhaled sharply before he bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. Currently, the waterfall had disappeared and was replaced by a world filled with birds and flowers. It was a perfect fit with the valley beneath Duanling Tian's feet. Of course, even the waterfall just now was connected to the valley, so there was nothing wrong with it. However, the waterfall was an illusion formed by an illusory formation. The world with a simple and unadorned palace in front of him was obviously the real scene after the illusion condensed by the illusory array. The plaque with the words Imperial Tudor Palace, hanging above the gate, was enough to explain everything. Swoosh! After Duanling Tian bowed and stood up, he discovered his surroundings had changed drastically. Strangely, he appeared on a vast stone platform. The stone platform stretched as far as the eye could see, no matter which direction it was. Is this an illusion? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he tried to remain calm. He remembered he was in a valley and not on a stone platform that stretched as far as the eye could see. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a figure appeared at the side of the stone platform and entered Duanling Tian's eyes. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though he was looking into a mirror. The reason for that was because the figure that appeared before him was none other than himself. Regardless of whether it was his height, appearance, or even the clothes he wore, they were all exactly the same. There was not the slightest difference between him and himself. If there was any difference between him and the figure, it would be the figure's soulless eyes. The eyes were the windows to one's soul. Although the person who looked exactly like Duan Ling Tian was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian, there were no signs of life or light in his eyes. They were lifeless, as though he was a walking corpse. It seems like the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion wants to test me. Perhaps, this is a test set by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? If I pass the test, I'll become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, his 99 heavenly veins began to vibrate as a vast and majestic celestial origin energy flowed through his heavenly veins and into his body. Duan Ling Tian, who was focused on his task, immediately tensed up when the figure who looked exactly like him made a move. Bang! The other party raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground trembled as if there was a small earthquake. At the same time, green thorns extended from the ground and intertwined with each other. They grew rapidly and carried the other party toward him. The law of wood? At the instant Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, the other party had already been thrown over by a thick and strong vine that had wrapped around his waist. At the same time, wooden spikes shot out of the figure's hand. They were so fast that even though Duan Ling Tian had prepared his celestial origin energy, he could not react in time. Teleportation profundity. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy merged with the space elemental profundity as he cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. He vanished into thin air as the wooden spikes rained down from the sky. The teleportation profundity? When Duan Ling Tian teleported 100 meters to the left, the purple-clad young man who looked exactly like him smirked at him with a disdainful smirk on his face. In the next moment, before Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he saw his opponent's hands moving rapidly again. Vines covered in thorns shot out into the distance and surrounded him. Swoosh! 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 At first glance, the vines in the air looked like ferocious pythons. This is bad. Chapter 31-22. The teleportation profundity that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended was only at the rudimentary stage. His maximum teleportation distance was only 100 meters. But now, the young man in purple who looked exactly like him in the illusion used the law of wood to condense vines that were full of thorns and directly sealed the area around him within 100 meters, preventing him from using the teleportation profundity. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian used the teleportation profundity, he would still be trapped in the area covered by the thorny vines. Do you think that's all I have? Duan Ling Tian sneered. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity to form the spatial territory around him. The spatial territory profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. The moment the space domain was formed, the domain covered an area of 10 meters. The thorny vines were immediately attacked by the space domain, and in the blink of an eye, they were riddled with holes. However, they were still holding on, as if they were not afraid of death. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, a layer of faint green light appeared on the thorny vines. The green light appeared for a while, then disappeared. At the same time, it was not difficult to see that the thorny vines that were originally riddled with holes had completely healed. The energy from the spatial territory continued to damage the thorny vines, but the green light healed the thorny vines in just a blink of an eye. Is this another profundity from the law of wood? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Up until now, the purple-clad young man who looked exactly like him had already cast several profundities from the law of wood. Moreover, the purple-clad young man's cultivation base was the same as his, a 10-direction celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian had discovered this earlier when they exchanged blows earlier. The cross-dimensional profundity. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A tearing sound rang in the air as a tiny spatial tear appeared out of thin air beside him. Just as the spatial crack opened, a grayish, blade-like flowing light flew out from behind the crack. It was like an attack from another dimensional space, crossing the space and arriving here. Wang! As the saber ray swept past, it left a saber mark in the air. Wherever it passed, the vines that enveloped Duan Ling Tian's body were all severed. The saber light was like an unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable. Whoosh! 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 Just as Duanling Tian was about to use the law of space's cross-dimensional/profundity to save himself, sharp wooden spikes shot toward Duanling Tian like arrows. At the same time, the wooden spikes shone with a green light. It was clear the spatial territory was no match for them. However, if he used dimensional slash, he would only be able to destroy a portion of the wooden spikes. Most of the wooden spikes would still fly toward Duanling Tian. Distortion profound. Faced with the menacing wooden spike attack, Duanling Tian's robes suddenly fluttered. In the next moment, the space around his body began to distort and tremble again. It was as though the entire space had been distorted. Whoosh! 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 The wooden spikes came one after another and entered the distorted space in a moment. Immediately, the distorted space vibrated, and the wooden spikes that had shot in were broken and shattered. But during this process, as the green light on the wooden spike flickered, the wooden spike that had been broken and shattered actually gathered together again, as if it was not affected by the distorted void at all. Suddenly, a portion of the wooden spikes rushed through the distorted space and whizzed toward Duanling Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They gradually closed in on Duanling Tian and wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Another profound meaning? Duanling Tian's eyes were fixed on the wooden spikes that were whizzing toward him. After passing through the distorted space, the power of the wooden spikes that had escaped the net did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed to have grown stronger. Duanling Tian did not find it difficult to discover that this fierce attack contained another profound of the law of wood that his opponent had not used before. The restraining profundity. Duanling Tian knew the illusion before his eyes was either the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion testing his strength or a test to see if he could become the first Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in 30,000 years. Naturally, he was more inclined to believe the former. For this reason, even if he had other methods to defend himself, he still chose to use the restraining profundity from the law of space that he had comprehended. Swoosh! 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 Duanling Tian's eyes were locked on the dozens of wooden spikes that were charging at him menacingly. He activated the confinement profundity and directly confined the space around them. It was as though he had placed them in a completely enclosed space. In the next moment, the dozens of wooden spikes paused in the void as if they had collided with something. They were all blocked and then annihilated in the void. Duanling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, he had discovered the wooden spikes were formed by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. As soon as Duanling Tian used the restraining profundity to block the wooden spikes, he saw a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, not only did his opponent disappear, but the vast stone platform beneath his feet had also changed. It was as though nothing had happened. I'm out. When light returned to Duanling Tian's eyes, he discovered he had returned to the valley. In front of him was a world filled with birds and fragrant flowers. There was also a simple and unadorned palace. On the plaque above the entrance of the palace, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Imperial Tutor Pavilion. You want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian could tell the voice belonged to the person who had injured Qi Tianming earlier. The person must be the elusive pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. He hastily replied, "Yes, Senior." "Why?" The deep and hoarse voice rang again. It was clear the person was asking why Duanling Tian wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Why? Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard the question. However, he quickly revealed the reason he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. This way, I'll be able to enter the profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. Moreover, if I become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the profound Nether Mansion. I want to use the Profound Nether Mansion as a springboard to leave the Profound Nether Mansion and the Southern Heaven Territory. I don't plan to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory forever. Duan Lingtian's words were impassioned. To others, it seemed like he was unwilling to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory and wanted to be the tail of a phoenix. However, the truth was that Duan Lingtian was not only unwilling to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, but he was also unwilling to stay in the Devata realms. This was because his goal was to kill his way into the world of divine remains in the next 1,000 years and rescue his wife, his children, and his family and friends. At that time, if he did not have the strength to transcend the Devata realms, everything would be in vain. You're quite ambitious, and you're quite an honest person. The deep and hoarse voice rang again. It was clear the imperial tutor agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. However, the imperial tutor did not say anything else. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Senior. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. Is everything I've just faced a test from the imperial tutor pavilion? Or do you think I'm qualified to become the first imperial tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion's imperial tutor pavilion in the past 30,000 years with my age and strength? I merely wanted to test your strength earlier. It's not a test from the imperial tutor pavilion, the imperial tutor pavilion replied. Indeed, you're qualified to become the first imperial tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion's imperial tutor in the past 30,000 years. However, before that, you'll have to pass the test from the imperial tutor pavilion. What test? Duan Lingtian asked. You'll have to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete for the first place on the scoreboard. If you're able to rank first for 12 consecutive months, you'll be the first imperial tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years. The imperial tutor pavilion's voice continued to tell Duan Lingtian about the test from the imperial tutor pavilion. The test was to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete for the first place on the scoreboard. If Duan Lingtian managed to rank first for 12 consecutive months, he would be the first imperial tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years. Senior, this test, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the imperial tutor pavilion's words. Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his current strength, it was still difficult for him to maintain the top spot in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months. During his journey to the Profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian had learned from Qi Tianming that the 10 directions celestial dukes sent by the major celestial mansions to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not to be underestimated. If you want to give up, you can leave the Profound Nether Mansion now. When the time comes for the 3 sects and 2 clans to recruit disciples, you can join the Profound Nether Mansion as a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. The test won't be difficult for you. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice sounded as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would agree to the test. After all, Duan Lingtian had said he wanted to become the first Imperial Tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years so he could join the Profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. I agree. Although Duan Lingtian had no choice but to agree to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's request. He knew that he had sold himself out with his words, but he had no other choice now. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian had planned to rank first for 24 consecutive months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so he could join the Profound Nether Mansion's clan and enter the highest stage in the Southern Heaven Territory. The Profound Nether Mansion's clan was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. Chapter 31-23. I agree. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the valley fell silent. The voice of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion no longer sounded as though he had vanished without a trace. After a moment, Duan Lingtian finally said, "Senior, swoosh." Before he could finish speaking, a token flew out from the direction of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and whistled toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually caught it in his hand. When he looked at the order token, he saw the reverse side of the order token. There were complicated inscriptions on the sides of the order token, but there was no space in the middle. He flipped the order token over and saw the words Profound Nether Mansion were inscribed on the front. The words Profound Nether Mansion were slightly smaller than the words Profound Nether Mansion on the second line. Outer Court Disciple. This is the Profound Nether Mansion's Outer Court Disciple Identity Token. Inscribe your name on the back and drip a drop of your blood on it to claim ownership of it. You're now an Outer Court Disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. With this identity token, you can head to the transporting formation in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to collect your points and enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion continued to speak as soon as Duan Lingtian took the order token. You're only allowed to stay in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days a month. For the remaining 20 days, look for the person who brought you here and ask him to arrange a place for you to stay. When you're able to rank first for 12 consecutive months, you'll be promoted to the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion and enjoy the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. You may leave now. As soon as the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion finished speaking, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes again. The waterfall appeared again, and he returned to the huge cobblestone in front of the waterfall. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else and contacted Qi Tianming through a communication celestial talisman. Since he had exchanged soul pearls with Qi Tianming on his way to the Profound Nether Mansion, it was easy for him to contact Qi Tianming. Rank first for 12 consecutive months in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? When Qi Tianming found out about the test that the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, he was somewhat stunned. Because this was really too much to ask of him. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet. In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, not only was there no 10 Directions Celestial Duke younger than 100 years old, but there were only a few who dared to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they did enter, they would only go sightseeing. When they saw people, they would immediately crush their jade tokens and come out. However, not only did the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion want Duan Lingtian to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he also wanted Duan Lingtian to be ranked first for 12 consecutive months in order to become the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. If the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test for Imperial Tutors under the age of 100 had always been like this, before Duan Lingtian's appearance, Qi Tianming would have thought that Duan Lingtian was a genius. Based on this, the Profound Nether Mansion might not be able to produce another Imperial Tutor even after 300,000 years, let alone 30,000 years. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I also think this test is a little difficult. However, since it's been set, I can only follow it. It's like this. Even Lord Mansion Master can't change the decision of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, let alone me. Qi Tianming sighed. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian back to his residence on the main island of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. The cultivation environment there was the best among all the cultivation environments Duan Lingtian had encountered since he came to the Devata realms. Even the cultivation environment outside the Imperial Tutor Pavilion could not compare to the cultivation environment here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the cultivation environment here was not good. The cultivation environment outside the Imperial Tutor Pavilion could not compare to the cultivation environment inside the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The cultivation environment inside the Imperial Tutor Pavilion could only be better than the cultivation environment here. You can stay here for the time being, Qi Tianming said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Old Qi, won't this be too much of a hassle? Duan Lingtian could sense Qi Tianming's kindness. Since I'm an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, should be able to have my own residence and cultivation place, right? Yes, but the environment can't compare to my residence, Qi Tianming said. Qi Tianming said, with your talent, there's no need for you to be held back by the cultivation environment there. You can stay with me for now. When you pass the test set by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, you can leave and go there. Although I've never been to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, I heard it has the best cultivation environment in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. Even Lord Mansion Master often goes there to cultivate. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion often goes to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to cultivate. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's cultivation environment was better than the cultivation environment of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was not picky about his cultivation environment, he had the divine tree of life. With the help of the divine tree of life, he could ignore the cultivation environment of the imperial tutor pavilion. However, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion and the imperial tutor pavilion would not only provide him with a better cultivation environment, but he would also be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources that he desperately needed to improve his strength. For this reason, he wanted to become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion and enter the imperial tutor pavilion as soon as possible. Old Qi, where's the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Qi Tianming. What? You're planning to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm now? Qi Tianming was surprised. Elder Qi, didn't you say the scoreboard in the southern heaven ancient realm will be refreshed in 7 days? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. So, you're planning to enter the southern heaven ancient realm during the last 7 days of the month? Qi Tianming shook his head. Duan Lingtian, the celestial dukes from the major celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are all extraordinary celestial dukes. Even if you're strong enough to disregard all the celestial dukes, it's still impossible for you to rank first. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Because the scoreboard is coming to an end. Most of the powerful celestial dukes have used up their time in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to accumulate points. The competition for points is the most intense between the beginning and the middle of the month. It's very rare for someone to rank high in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm at the end of the month. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's explanation, Duan Lingtian could empathize with Qi Tianming. After all, some of the people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had far more points than those behind them. Since they had already spent 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they could only wait for the scoreboard to be released. This was the case for most people. For this reason, those who had accumulated a lot of points would not enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm at the end of the month. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong one was and how many points one could snatch from the hands of immortal monarchs, there would not be many immortal monarchs with points for one to snatch, and one would not be able to obtain more points. I see. After learning about the situation, Duan Lingtian decided to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to take a look. Even if he could not rank high in the scoreboard this month, he could still enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to learn more about the situation and prepare himself for the next month. Duan Lingtian shared his thoughts with Qi Tianming, and Qi Tianming agreed. You have a point. Since you want to enter the middle realm, I'll bring you there. Each of the 3 main islands in the profound nether mansion's estate has a transporting formation that can send disciples to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'll bring you to the transporting formation on the main island. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the transporting formation that would lead to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This mansion was different from Qi Tianming's mansion. It occupied more of the courtyard in front of the mansion. At this moment, many people were standing around a huge light screen in the middle of the courtyard. They were pointing at the screen as they discussed among themselves. Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30 this time. I'm currently paying attention to Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion. He's the last person to enter the middle realm among the top 20. He'll be out in an hour. He's currently ranked 11th. Moreover, he's only 10 points away from the 10th place. I wonder if he'll be able to accumulate enough points to rank in the top 10 within the next hour. I'm also paying attention to Lang Yunyu. He's been in the top 10 for the past year. If he's lucky, he won't have any problems ranking in the top 10. The courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement as the people discussed among themselves. I remember senior brother Zhou Hongjia hasn't ranked in the top 20 for almost a year, right? The courtyard fell silent as soon as Qi Tianming's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Qi Tianming into the courtyard. His footsteps were not loud, but they attracted a lot of attention in the quiet courtyard. Immediately, many people recognized Qi Tianming and greeted him. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. The rest of the people present on the scene greeted Qi Tianming as well. After all, the inspector's status in the profound nether mansion was second only to the mansion master, the vice mansion masters, and the palace masters of the Saint Palaces who rarely appeared in public. Zhou Hongjia is the 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. He's one of the few core disciples in the profound nether mansion whose cultivation base is below the Celestial King stage. Chapter 31-24. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was traveling to the profound nether mansion from the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard from Qi Tianming that the profound nether mansion had nurtured some powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were a few who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but there was only one who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law. The person who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law was none other than the law of wood. Zhou Hongjia. Duan Ling Tian made a mental note of the person's name. Based on the discussion earlier, he learned that Zhou Hongjia's name was Zhou Hongjia. It had been almost a year since Zhou Hongjia had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's still not in the top 20 even though he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. It seems like the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are not to be underestimated. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not to be underestimated. There must be some 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, with Zhou Hongjia's strength, how could he not be in the top 20 after such a long time? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when Qi Tianming said Zhou Hongjia was a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. In the profound nether mansion, apart from some powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, most of the disciples below the Celestial King realm were outer court disciples. This was because the test to become an inner court disciple was extremely difficult. Only 10 Directions Celestial Dukes or Celestial Kings would be able to pass it. As for the core disciples, they had to be Celestial Kings below the age of 1000. Not only was strength important, but innate talent was also important. Although Zhou Hongjia was still a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, his attainments in the profundities of the law had surpassed most of the core disciples in the profound nether mansion. Moreover, the reason Zhou Hongjia's cultivation base had not improved was due to the profound nether mansion's order. Otherwise, he would have long broken through and become a celestial king. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian was a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. The light screen in the middle of the courtyard shows the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the scoreboard only shows the ranking for this month. If you want to check the past rankings, you'll have to go inside. Qi Tianming said to Duan Ling Tian as he led Duan Ling Tian into the mansion behind the spacious courtyard. Upon seeing Qi Tianming leading the way for Duan Ling Tian, the profound nether mansion's disciples in the courtyard were curious about Duan Ling Tian's identity. Who's that purple-clad young man? I don't think I've seen such a person before. For Patrol Inspector Qi to personally lead the way for him, he must not be a simple person. Inspector Qi is by his side, so my divine sense doesn't dare to approach him rashly. But even if it doesn't approach, I can still sense some of his aura. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Initially, I thought Inspector Qi found external help to help the profound nether mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it seems like I was overthinking things. External help? It's not easy to find external help. Put aside the fact that there are very few sectless 10 Directions Celestial Dukes below the age of 1000, even if there are, they would have been recruited by other Grade 6 celestial mansions. The disciples from the profound nether mansion were curious about Duan Ling Tian's identity. After all, Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, had to personally lead the way for Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. External help? Duan Tian, who had just entered the mansion with Qi Tianming, was slightly taken aback when he overheard the conversation between the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Then, he asked Qi Tianming through voice transmission, "Old Qi, is it possible to find external help?" "Yes." Qi Tianming nodded. "It's not against the rules of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to look for external help. It's rare for sectless cultivators below the age of 1000 to comprehend 6 profundities from a law. As for sectless cultivators below the age of 1000 who have comprehended 7 profundities from a law, they're even rarer. Generally, only sectless cultivators are willing to help grade 6 celestial mansions. Those who are strong and outstanding disciples from the 10 major clans and 5 great sects won't bother to help grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, the 10 major clans have made it clear that their disciples are not allowed to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once they're discovered, they'll be expelled from the clan. Therefore, it's impossible for the 10 major clans to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's possible for the 5 great sects to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but they'd have to be motivated by something. Moreover, the grade 6 celestial mansions can't meet the requirements of the 5 great sects disciples. Therefore, it's almost impossible for the 5 great sects disciples to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, the grade 6 celestial mansions can only seek help from sectless cultivators. Qi Tianming's words made Duan Lingtian realize that there were many grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven ancient realm. There were many powerhouses in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects who could rank high in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was not surprised by this. After all, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were the top forces in the southern heaven territory. They were not something ordinary forces could compare to. Even the Blood Skulls assassin organization couldn't compare to them. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Lingtian followed him into the mansion. Behind the mansion's entrance was a spacious hall. There were more than 10 counters on both sides of the hall, and there was a stone platform in the depths of the hall that was covered with complicated inscriptions and diagrams. You can collect your accumulative point jade from the counters on both sides of the hall. If you want, you can look at the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm every month. As for the stone platform in the depths of the hall, it's the entrance to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As long as you're younger than 1000 years old and possess a profound nether mansion's accumulative point jade, you'll be able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Everyone can only collect 1 accumulative point jade each month. Apart from that, each accumulative point jade can only be used in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for 10 days. Once the time is up, the transportation formation in the accumulative point jade will be activated and the holder of the accumulative point jade will be sent out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming explained to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the counters on both sides of the hall and the stone platform in the depths of the hall. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. Those who recognized Qi Tianming bowed at him one after another. The remaining people followed suit and bowed as well. After a while, many people turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. Similar to the profound Nether Mansion's disciples outside, they were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. What kind of identity did Duan Lingtian have that made Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, bring him here personally? Is he an outsider? Many people speculated. However, when some of them discovered Duan Lingtian was only a young man who was not even 100 years old, they dismissed the idea. They thought Duan Lingtian was just a young master with a powerful background. Help him apply for an accumulative point jade. Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to one of the counters and said to the middle-aged man behind the counter. The middle-aged man was an ordinary elder of the profound Nether Mansion. He was stunned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. Apply for an accumulative point jade? At the same time, under Qi Tianming's instructions, Duan Lingtian took out his identity token and placed it on the counter in front of the middle-aged man. This is my identity token. I want to apply for an accumulative point jade to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. When Duan Ling Tian took out his identity token, the people in the main hall began to whisper among themselves even though it was only an outer court disciple's identity token. He actually managed to obtain an identity token from a profound Nether Mansion's disciple. It seems like this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary background. He's not even 100 years old, but he's definitely here to sightsee. Not only did Inspector Qi lead the way, but he even has an identity token from the profound Nether Mansion. It's not easy to obtain an identity token from an outer court disciple. That's right. Even Inspector Qi and the 3 Vice Mansion Masters wouldn't be able to obtain an identity token without following the profound Nether Mansion's procedures unless the Mansion Master or the Palace Masters of the 9 Great Saint Palaces intervened. In other words, this purple-clad young man is directly related to the Mansion Master or the 9 Palace Masters. He's not simple. This purple-clad young man is definitely not simple. Although the discussions were not loud, Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming still heard them. However, Qi Tianming did not seem to mind. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian felt these people were overthinking things. Of course, he also knew that the reason these people said this was entirely because of his age. Why would a person who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if not for sightseeing? Inscribe your name on it first. After I've confirmed it matches the name on your accumulative point jade, drip a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. At this moment, the elder behind the counter handed Duan Ling Tian an accumulative point jade. As soon as Duan Ling Tian received the accumulative point jade, he could tell it was extraordinary. Chapter 3125. Duan Ling Tian knew this was the case. The energy fluctuation he sensed from the accumulative point jade token was the energy fluctuation of the formation contained in it. Following the instructions of the profound Nether Mansion's elder, Duan Ling Tian engraved his name on the accumulative point jade before handing it over to the elder. After the elder confirmed that there was nothing on the accumulative point jade, the accumulative point jade returned to him. Drip. A drop of blood dripped into the accumulative point jade. In just a blink of an eye, the energy fluctuation in the accumulative point jade trembled violently before it gradually calmed down. Duan Ling Tian. The profound Nether Mansion's elder who was sitting behind the counter stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. Naturally, he remembered Duan Ling Tian's name because he wanted to figure out Duan Ling Tian's identity. However, no matter how hard he guessed, he could not figure out Duan Ling Tian's identity. His surname is Duan? There's no one with the surname Duan in the 10 major clans, right? Is he from the 5 great sects? All right. While the elder behind the counter was still lost in his thoughts, Qi Tianming looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "You can enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with your accumulative point jade now. However, are you sure you want to enter the middle realm now?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and walked toward the stone platform. The stone platform was where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located. Stand on the platform and send your celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade in your hand. It'll activate the transporting formation on the accumulative point jade and send you to the middle realm. Once you're in the middle realm, you'll appear in the profound Nether Mansion's base. If you want to return earlier, you'll have to go through the base as well. Qi Tianming's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears as he walked toward the stone platform. Duan Ling Tian nodded again and flew onto the stone platform. In an instant, he infused his celestial core power into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Then, the accumulative point jade released a white energy that extended to the stone platform under his feet. It turned into liquid and flowed along the lines and patterns on the stone platform. In the next moment, the lines and patterns on the stone platform seemed to come to life, extending an even more dazzling white light that enveloped Duan Ling Tian. When the white light enveloped Duan Ling Tian, it gradually dissipated like a white fog. After the white fog dispersed, Duan Ling Tian also disappeared from everyone's sight. Lord Patrol Inspector, who was that just now? I didn't expect you to personally bring him here. An elder from the profound Nether Mansion, who was usually acquainted with Qi Tianming, looked at Qi Tianming curiously when Duan Ling Tian entered the room. You'll find out soon enough. Qi Tianming looked at the elder and smiled faintly before he turned around and left the main hall. This is the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he discovered he was in a vast valley. There were rows of simple wooden huts in the valley. Many people were chatting outside the huts, and some were sparring with each other. After observing the huts for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered they were all celestial cores. All of them were 10 directions celestial dukes. They're all from the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to see. All of the 10 directions celestial dukes had an identity token of the profound nether mansion hanging on their waists. However, unlike Duan Lingtian, who was an outer court disciple, all of them had an identity token of an inner court disciple. Someone's here? When Duan Lingtian appeared in the valley, he attracted a lot of attention. Who's that? I don't think I've seen him before. I haven't seen him before as well. I recognize most of the stronger 10 directions celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion, but I don't recognize him. It's normal that you don't recognize him. Look at the identity token hanging on his waist. It's only an outer court disciple's identity token. How strong can an outer court disciple be? Moreover, didn't you notice he's not even 100 years old? Not even 100 years old? In the beginning, only a few people paid attention to Duan Lingtian. However, as the few of them discussed, more people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they also joined in the discussion. After a while, the 10 directions celestial dukes who were sparring with each other stopped talking and shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In the profound nether mansion, it was not difficult for 10 directions celestial dukes to become inner court disciples. For this reason, most 10 directions celestial dukes who dared to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were inner court disciples. Very few outer court disciples dared to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, they might not be able to crush their accumulative point jades in time to escape from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If they failed to escape in time, they might perish in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Why did an outer court disciple come here? Isn't he afraid of death? Many 10 directions celestial dukes frowned. This valley was the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, all the 10 directions celestial dukes here were inner court disciples of the profound nether mansion. Boy, this isn't a place for outer court disciples like you. A young man from the profound nether mansion stepped forward with a frown on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian. That's right. You should leave now. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to crush your accumulative point jades when you encounter 10 directions celestial dukes from other celestial mansions. Another middle-aged man tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian overheard the discussion among the profound nether mansion's inner court disciples, he knew they were looking down on him. They looked down on him because of the outer palace disciple identity token hanging on his waist. However, he did not care about it at all. If he did, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Thank you for the reminder. However, since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving. Duan Lingtian said. This valley was the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a transporting formation in the valley that would send one back to the profound nether mansion. The stone platform was located at the center of the valley, right next to where Duan Lingtian was standing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked out of the valley. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away again. Swoosh! 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 With just a few flashes, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the sight of the profound nether mansion's inner court disciples. The profound nether mansion's inner court disciples were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's technique. This was because Duan Lingtian's technique was rather strange. They could not see Duan Lingtian moving at all. That seems to be the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space? There aren't many outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, right? If he really has comprehended the law of space, it's impossible for him to be a nobody even though he's just an outer court disciple. There are a few outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, but none of them have comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Perhaps, one of them has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity recently? Impossible. Put aside the fact that the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, it's not easy to comprehend its profundities. Even the outer court disciple who has comprehended the most profundities from the law of space has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space. Even if he has comprehended the teleportation profundity, it's impossible for him to have the guts to come here. That's right. I've seen the outer court disciple who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space before. He's not that person. Moreover, that outer court disciple is only an 8-trigram celestial duke. Let alone an 8-trigram celestial duke, even a 9 palaces celestial duke or a 10 directions celestial duke wouldn't dare to come here if they had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space. Apart from being shocked by Duanling Tian's strength, many of the profound Nether Mansion's inner court disciples were curious about his identity. I'll go out and ask around. One of the inner court disciples stepped onto the stone platform in the middle of the valley and activated the transportation formation to leave. After a while, he returned to the profound Nether Mansion and looked at the group of inner court disciples who were looking at him curiously with a strange expression on his face. I went out and asked around. They said that person was personally brought here by Inspector Qi Tianming. He must be a young master with an extraordinary background. Upon hearing his words, realization dawned on the group of inner court disciples. A young master? No wonder he dares to come here when he's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? I almost forgot. He used the teleportation profundity so I can't see his celestial origin energy. I'm pretty sure he's not even a 10 directions celestial duke. A 10 directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? How dare he come here when he's not even 100 years old? Where does he get his confidence from? It'll be a joke if he dies here. The group of inner court disciples shook their heads. They felt the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had a death wish by coming here. I think we should follow him and have a look. If his background is extraordinary, we might be able to earn a favor by saving his life. Since Inspector Qi Tianming personally brought him here, he's definitely not an ordinary person. An old man rose into the air and chased after Duanling Tian. In the next moment, a few people followed suit and rose into the air as well. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of this. After Duanling Tian left the valley, he teleported all the way to a stone forest. After passing through the stone forest, he arrived at a barren plain. He could vaguely see traces of black liquid on the plain. With Duanling Tian's eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see the traces of dried blood. Chapter 31:26. Well, it's normal. There's nothing to hide here. It's impossible to hide here. If people from different celestial mansions encounter each other here, there's bound to be a fight. Duanling Tian was not surprised to see bloodstains on the ground. After all, this place was destined to be a bloodbath. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the only way to increase one's accumulative point jade was to snatch points from the disciples of other celestial mansions. However, disciples from the same celestial mansion were not allowed to snatch points from each other. For example, Duanling Tian. At this moment, even if all the disciples from the profound nether mansion were to crush their accumulative point jades to give him points, his accumulative point jade would not increase. This was to prevent disciples from the same celestial mansion from ganging up on each other to accumulate points and make it to the top 20. Naturally, disciples from different celestial mansions could trade their points secretly, but not many people would do so. Firstly, it was too risky. If they were discovered, they would be executed. Secondly, after taking such a huge risk and paying such a huge price, he might not be able to get what he wanted in the end. He might not be able to obtain his ideal ranking. However, as the saying went, fortune comes with risk. Although not many people would do such a thing, there were still some people who would do it secretly. Of course, this kind of situation only existed once in a while. No one would do such a thing every time. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, it was too risky. There's a forest in front of me. After a while, Duan Lingtian saw a forest in front of him. The terrain in the forest was steep, making it easy to hide. Most people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were 10 direction celestial dukes. It was not difficult for them to avoid detection from each other's divine consciousness. Earlier, I passed through a stone forest before entering a barren plain. Now, there's a forest in front of me. It feels like the terrain in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't big at all. It's as though it's tailor-made for people to fight in the middle realm. As long as one made good use of the terrain, it would be helpful to a certain extent. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to head into the forest ahead, he seemed to have discovered something. His gaze suddenly froze and his body froze. The next moment, whoosh! A figure flew out from behind one of the mountain peaks in the forest in front of him. By the time he regained his senses, the figure was already behind him, staring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. That is, when the figure flew over, Duan Lingtian not only noticed that he was a young man, he also saw the identity token on his waist that was constantly spinning. It's someone from the Lu Xi residence. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw the words Lu Xi residence engraved on the other party's identity token. Hongji. Obviously, the person who flew behind him and blocked his path of retreat was called Hongji, and he was a disciple of the Lu Xi estate. Moreover, he was an inner court disciple of the Lu Xi estate. After Hongji appeared behind Duan Lingtian and blocked his path of retreat, he shifted his gaze to the identity token that was spinning on Duan Lingtian's waist. His solemn expression changed immediately. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Then, he looked at the forest in the distance and said loudly, "Come out." He's just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Whoosh! As soon as Hongji finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered another figure had appeared behind the mountain that Hongji had come out from. Similar to Hongji, this person had the appearance of a young man. Based on his identity token, he was also an inner court disciple of the Lu Xi estate. His name was Tong Chi Shan. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? After Tong Chi Shan appeared, he and Hongji surrounded Duan Lingtian. Tong Chi Shan frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. "Boy, why are you here when you're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion?" Hongji asked in a deep voice. "Since I'm here, it's only natural that I'm here to compete for a spot on the scoreboard." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "You're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, but you're here to compete for a spot on the scoreboard?" Tong Chi Shan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Can you tell me how many points you've accumulated so far?" Usually, Tong Chi Shan and Hongji would attack as soon as they saw their prey, not giving them a chance to escape. However, their prey today was just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Therefore, they were not worried Duan Lingtian would be able to escape under their noses. Tong Chi Shan and Hongji did not mind Duan Lingtian crushing his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since they were not bloodthirsty people. Since Duan Lingtian did not have any enmity with them and was willing to leave with his points, they would not kill him. "This is my first time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. You're the first and second people from other celestial mansions I've encountered," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "The profound nether mansion's base is nearby. Did you just come out from the profound nether mansion's base?" Tong Chi Shan was speechless. Duan Lingtian was a reckless person. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I didn't expect to encounter a rookie. Boy, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. You're lucky you encountered us. If it were someone else, they might not have let you leave alive," Hongji said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words, he wanted Duan Lingtian to crush his accumulative point jade and hand over his points so that the transporting formation in his accumulative point jade would send him out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "I just realized. Not only are you an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, but you're not even 100 years old. At this moment, Tong Qi Shan's divine consciousness discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Hong Ji was speechless. Boy, you really have a death wish. How dare you enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm when you're not even 100 years old? Although not everyone from the grade 6 celestial mansions are murderers, if you encounter someone from a grade 6 celestial mansion who's not on good terms with the profound nether mansion, they won't let you leave alive. Crush your accumulative point jade and leave. What? Do you want us to make a move on you? Tong Qi Shan waved his hand helplessly at Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian did not respond, he began to feel a little impatient. His voice was low as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled. Tong Qi Shan and Hong Ji were stunned when they saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. What are you smiling about? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, both of you seem like decent people. In that case, I won't make a move on you. Both of you, crush your accumulative point jades and leave. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian passed by the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had noticed the light screen in the middle of the courtyard. The light screen displayed the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, only the top 100 were displayed on the light screen. Even so, Duan Lingtian managed to memorize the names on the light screen and the names of the grade 6 celestial mansions they belonged to. Hong Ji, Tong Qi Shan, he did not see any of their names on the light screen. In other words, both of them were not ranked in the top 100 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, even if both of them joined forces, they would not pose a threat to him. Naturally, it was not impossible for both of them to be ranked in the top 100 of the southern heaven ancient realm since they had just entered the middle realm and had not accumulated many points yet. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still did not think the two of them were very strong. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, 10 directions celestial dukes who were slightly stronger would not join forces with others since it would reflect poorly on them. He's not going to attack us? He wants us to crush our accumulative point jades? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Ji and Tong Qi Shan were stunned. When they regained their senses, they looked at each other as though they had just seen a ghost. This brat, could it be that he has lost his mind? It's crazy for an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who's not even 100 years old to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Perhaps, he's really out of his mind. Based on his current state, it's impossible for him to crush his accumulative point jades. It seems like we have no choice but to force him to crush his accumulative point jades. Alright, let's do that. I hope that after he's eliminated by us this time, he'll come to his senses and stop sending himself to death. After Hong Ji and Tong Qi Shan exchanged a few words through voice transmission, Tong Qi Shan remained motionless while Hong Ji made his move. In their opinion, any one of them would be able to defeat this profound nether mansion's outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Buzz. 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 Hong Ji had comprehended the law of metal. As soon as he made his move, he used 3 profundities from the law of metal. Dazzling golden saber rays shot out and intertwined to form a saber net that shot toward Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained motionless in the face of Hong Ji's attack. In just a blink of an eye, Hong Ji's attack was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Show mercy. Tong Qi Shan cried out in a low voice when he saw this. He was afraid Hong Ji would kill this profound nether mansion's outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Although the profound nether mansion would not pursue the matter if Hong Ji killed Duan Lingtian was still a young man. Moreover, it was obvious Hong Ji was a hothead. Therefore, he did not have the heart to kill Hong Ji. He's so weak. Hong Ji smiled wryly when he heard Tong Qi Shan's words. He was about to withdraw his attack. Just as the golden saber rays began to fade, Hong Ji's eyes widened as though he had seen something terrifying. It was also because of this momentary shock that he did not have time to withdraw his attack. Buzz. 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 Chapter 31:27. The purple figure in the sky had already disappeared like a ghost the moment before the devastating blade light enveloped him. For this reason, the sharp saber ray missed its target and did not injure it. What technique is this? Hong Ji was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian vanishing into thin air. He even forgot to stop his attack. There he is. Following Tong Qishan's voice, Hong Ji followed Tong Qishan's gaze and saw the purple figure standing in the void 100 meters behind him. He did not know when the purple figure had appeared behind him. Moreover, the entire process was so quiet that he did not notice it at all. It was as though the purple figure had vanished into thin air and reappeared there out of thin air. Did you see how he appeared there? Hong Ji gulped before he asked Tong Qishan. No. Tong Qishan shook his head before he said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, the technique he used earlier was the teleportation profundity from the law of space. The teleportation profundity does not rely on celestial origin energy. As long as one comprehends it, one will be able to teleport 100 meters away. Naturally, the higher one's cultivation base is, the shorter the interval between using the teleportation profundity. Moreover, one can use it more often. The teleportation profundity does not rely on celestial origin energy. However, the interval between using it and its duration is dependent on one's celestial origin energy. Based on Tong Qishan's words, it was clear he had a certain understanding of the teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity? Hong Ji was enlightened when he heard Tong Qishan's words. No wonder he can appear and disappear so mysteriously. As it turns out, it's the teleportation profundity from the law of space. However, isn't the teleportation profundity the most difficult profundity to comprehend from the law of space? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to comprehend it? Hong Ji's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the purple figure in the distance again after he finished conversing with Tong Qishan through voice transmission. He must be lucky. After comprehending the space elemental profundity, he managed to comprehend the teleportation profundity first. Tong Qishan said, however, even if that's the case, as long as his cultivation is not weaker than yours or mine, it would be impossible for us to catch up to him. However, since he's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for his cultivation base to catch up to ours. As long as his celestial origin energy is weaker than ours, it won't be difficult for us to catch up to him even if his teleportation profundity is elusive. Tong Qishan's eyes flashed as he spoke, his tone filled with confidence towards himself and Hong Ji's cultivation base. Hong Ji nodded before he looked at the purple figure in the distance. Lad from the profound nether mansion, I didn't expect you to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity before you're even 100 years old. However, if you think you can escape from us just because you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, then you're really too naive. Hong Ji's tone was full of pride. Escape? In the distance, Duan Lingtian, who had dodged Hong Ji's attack with a teleport, was startled when he heard Hong Ji's words. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. When did I say that I was going to escape? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider. Feel free to use all your techniques. Since you don't intend to kill me, I'll show you mercy. Duan Lingtian's smile did not change at all when he said this. Show us mercy. Hong Ji and Tong Qishan were infuriated when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Not only did an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion refuse to kill them, but he even dared to say he would show them mercy. Could he be living in a dream? Lad, it seems like there's always someone better than you if I don't teach you a lesson. In that case, I'll show you the difference between an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion and an inner court disciple of the Lu Xi mansion. Hong Ji said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly after he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light on his body surged. It was as if he had turned into a golden man made of pure gold in an instant. The golden man's body was faintly surrounded by golden lightning, emitting a cold and sharp aura from head to toe. The metal body profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to tell Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's metal body profundity. The metal body profundity allowed one's body to be shrouded in a layer of metal elemental energy. It increased one's strength, speed, and other attributes. After casting the profundity of the metal body art, even if he did not use his celestial origin energy, his physical strength would still be enhanced by the metal element. Lad, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders today. I'll show you that you're not qualified to be as arrogant as you are now. Hong Ji's figure flickered, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a golden light, sweeping through the air like a golden meteor streaking across the sky. Swoosh! The golden light swept through the air as if it was not affected by any air resistance. It was as if it could completely ignore the air. The piercing profundity. Duan Lingtian could tell that although Hong Ji's movement did not seem to be affected by the air resistance, it was still affected by the air resistance. However, it was so small that it was difficult to detect it. This was because Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time as he moved. The piercing profundity had the ability to penetrate through the air. It could easily pierce through the air and would not be affected by the air resistance at all. Hong Ji has cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Before I teleported, his attacks contained the law of metal's metal elemental profundity, the radiant/profundity, and the slicing profundity. Now that he's charging at me, he's casting the law of metal's metal body profundity and the piercing profundity. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was not difficult for him to see that Hong Ji had cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Duan Lingtian was almost certain after Hong Ji cast his technique when he got close to him. Hong Ji had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. No wonder he joined forces with someone else. As it turns out, he has only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. Duan Lingtian shook his head and used the teleportation profundity to dodge the attack. At the same time, he no longer stood there in a daze like before. He narrowed his eyes and disappeared from his spot again. This, in the distance, Tong Chi Shan, who had been observing Duan Lingtian from the beginning until now, was shocked. He's also a 10-direction celestial duke. This time, Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity twice in a row. The interval between each time was very short. Based on this, Tong Chi Shan was certain Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was at least at the level of a 10-direction celestial duke. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cast the teleportation profundity twice in such a short time. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Tong Chi Shan's scalp tingled when he thought about Duan Lingtian's age. Because he knew that something like age couldn't be deceived. Only a person who was not even 100 years old would have the aura of a person who was not even 100 years old. Even a celestial emperor or a legendary divine being would not be able to fake this. Territory profundity. Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared behind Hong Ji in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a territory energy that covered a 10-meter radius spread out from his body at lightning speed. Chi. 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 Raging space strength slammed into Hong Ji's body, which seemed to be cast from pure gold, leaving behind numerous scars. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with holes. Confinement profundity. Distortion profundity. Before Hong Ji could react, Duan Lingtian cast the other 2 profundities from the law of space again. Suddenly, the void around Hong Ji paused. The space was completely confined, making him feel powerless. At the same time, the pure gold body that enveloped Hong Ji's body trembled with the sudden appearance of the twisting force in the void, and was shattered into pieces in an instant. Although Hong Ji was shocked by Duan Lingtian's endless tricks, he did not have the time to be shocked by the current situation. Break! Hong Ji roared. Golden light burst out from his body as streaks of golden saber rays appeared one after another. With a tearing and penetrating force, he wanted to break Duan Ling Tian's spatial confinement. You want to break my confinement profundity? Hong Ji's all-out attack made Duan Ling Tian feel threatened. If Hong Ji was allowed to attack, his confinement profundity might not be able to trap Hong Ji. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he waved his right hand. The next moment. Rip! In the space that Duan Ling Tian had imprisoned, a void suddenly split open and a terrifying space crack appeared. At the same time. Buzz! A gray saber light shot out from behind the spatial rift. It was like a saber light that came from a different space. It met Hong Ji's golden saber light head-on. Buzz! 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 The gray saber ray and the golden saber ray raged. The former was quickly overwhelmed by the latter because there were too many of them. However, after a short moment, the golden saber light trembled again, and a gray light was revealed from within. Finally, the gray saber ray appeared again. At the same time, a space crack appeared from the tip of the saber and connected with the space crack that released it. In the blink of an eye, the space crack became longer and narrower. Then, with a tremor, it opened its mouth and swallowed the raging golden saber ray. When the space crack disappeared, the golden saber ray was completely annihilated as if it had been taken away by the space crack. That's not far away. Tong Qishan was stunned. The territory profundity of the law of space? Confinement profundity? Distortion profundity? Chapter 31-28. Humph. Duan Ling Tian scoffed. Just as Hong Ji's attack was about to be countered by his cross-dimensional profundity, the distortion profundity began to vibrate. In the next moment, Hong Ji was sent flying by the distortion profundity. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Naturally, Hong Ji was only able to escape Duan Ling Tian's restraining profundity because Duan Ling Tian had removed the restraining profundity. Unlike Hong Ji, who was sent flying, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air. His entire body was in good condition, and he did not look like he had just fought a fierce battle. Hong Ji, are you all right? Tong Qishan asked with a worried expression as he flew out and caught Hong Ji, who was flying backwards. Since he was able to join forces with Hong Ji in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it was only natural that he was close to Hong Ji. Therefore, he was worried when he saw Hong Ji was severely injured. However, he didn't think about avenging Hong Ji because his strength was weaker than Hong Ji's. Although he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of earth, if he were to fight Hong Ji, the most he could do was rely on the law of earth's defense to fight Hong Ji to a draw. In terms of offense, he was far inferior to Hong Ji. Hong Ji had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal that were better than the other profundities from the law of metal. This was especially true for the ripping profundity and the piercing profundity. They were the main offensive profundities from the law of metal. If Hong Ji was facing an ordinary person who had comprehended 5 profundities from a law, he would be able to easily defeat his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent was Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian only used 5 profundities from the law of space, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Hong Ji. It would just take him some time. Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, could defeat Hong Ji in just a blink of an eye. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, Tong Qishan knew he would be defeated even if he focused on defending against Duan Ling Tian. It was because Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws of heaven and earth. It was much more powerful than ordinary laws. Even if Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended 5 of them, he and Hong Ji would only be able to fight Duan Ling Tian to a draw if they joined forces. If Duan Ling Tian chose to attack them one by one, even if he and Hong Ji joined forces, the possibility of defeat was more than 90%. Duan Ling Tian had comprehended Blink Upanishad, which allowed him to come and go without leaving a trace. It wasn't hard to kill them one by one. Cough. I'm fine. He was too strong. I couldn't fight back at all. Hong Ji, who was caught by Tong Qishan, had a helpless expression on his pale face. At the same time, there was a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Fortunately, we don't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. If we wanted to kill him today, he would definitely kill us. He held back earlier. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. Thinking of the scene just now, Hong Ji's face suddenly became paler, and fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Let's leave. Hong Ji took out his accumulative points jade pendant. He glanced at it reluctantly, and then directly crushed it with his hand. After he crushed the accumulative point jade, a white energy surged out of it and shrouded Hong Ji. A gust of wind blew away the white energy that shrouded Hong Ji. However, Hong Ji was nowhere to be seen. Crack. After Hong Ji left, Tong Chi Shan took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it before he left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Both Hong Ji and Tong Chi Shan made a mental note of a name before they left the middle realm. Duan Lingtian. Based on the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist, they learned of Duan Lingtian's name. After Hong Ji and Tong Chi Shan left, Duan Lingtian gained 5 points in his accumulative point jade. Including the 1 point he now had 6 points in his accumulative point jade. The original point in his accumulative point jade was 1 point. Since Hong Ji had 3 points in his accumulative point jade, it meant he had obtained 1 point from someone else. On the other hand, Tong Chi Shan had 2 points in his accumulative point jade, it meant he had obtained 1 point from someone else. Now that Duan Lingtian had obtained all of their points, the number of points in his accumulative point jade skyrocketed. It went from 1 point to 6 points. I remember. The 100th person on the scoreboard only has 4 points, right? Before entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian had seen the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The person who was ranked 100th only had 4 points. The 89th, 90th, and 92nd place have 6 points. The 93rd place only has 5 points. If the rankings and points on this part of the leaderboard hadn't changed before this, I should be able to rank 93rd now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, the 93rd place on the scoreboard was not Duan Lingtian's ultimate goal. Therefore, after he put his accumulative point jade away, he continued to make his way to the forest. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared 200 meters away. With a few flashes, Duan Lingtian's figure that was like a ghost had already completely disappeared in the mountain forest with a complicated terrain. Meanwhile, the transporting sites on the profound nether mansion's 3 main islands that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were bustling with activity. This was because a new name had appeared on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, if it was just a new name, it would not have attracted much attention since it was ranked at the bottom. The reason this new name caused such an uproar was due to the 3 words profound nether mansion at the end of the name. This meant the new name was Duan Lingtian. After all, the person who had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian? Who's he? Since when did the profound nether mansion have such a person? It's impossible for someone who's capable of making it into the top 100 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to be a nobody in the profound nether mansion. Apart from that, we're familiar with the names of those 10 directions celestial dukes who aren't in the top 100, but are rather strong. However, this person isn't among them. Does anyone know him? The disciples of the profound nether mansion were, naturally, happy that another disciple from the profound nether mansion had appeared in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although the profound nether mansion's disciples who were ranked below the top 20 would not benefit the profound nether mansion, it was still a sign of strength to be ranked in the top 100. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was no longer just a tool for grade 6 celestial mansions to compete for benefits. It had become a symbol of glory for grade 6 celestial mansions. It was a great honor for a disciple from a grade 6 immortal mansion to be ranked near the top of the scoreboard and occupy the most spots on the scoreboard. For this reason, the appearance of another disciple from the profound nether mansion on the scoreboard attracted the attention of many disciples who were paying close attention to the scoreboard. However, to them, it was a pity. After all, the name Duan Lingtian was unfamiliar to them. Duan Lingtian? An elder of the Profound Nether Mansion sitting behind a counter on one of the main islands of the Profound Nether Mansion frowned when he heard the name Duan Lingtian. As soon as he heard the name, he found it familiar. His eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. Duan Lingtian. Isn't he the young man who was brought here by Inspector Qi? He still remembered he was the one who helped Qi Tianming, the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, complete the formalities for the young man. The name, Duan Lingtian, was engraved on the young man's identity token and accumulative point jade. Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me it's a homonym? When the elder recalled the young man who was brought here by Inspector Qi was not even 100 years old, he began to feel uncertain. Could it be another disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion with the names Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, or Duan Lingtian? Check it out. As an elder of the Profound Nether Mansion who was stationed at the transporting point in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had the authority to check the information of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. After checking the information, the elder was shocked to find that there was only one person who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Among the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only Duan Lingtian had the same name. He was none other than Inspector Qi. In other words, the Profound Nether Mansion's disciple who's ranked in the top 100 is the young man Inspector Qi brought here? He entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, right? He obtained 6 points and entered the top 100 in such a short time. The elder from the Profound Nether Mansion was stunned. The Profound Nether Mansion's elder took a deep breath before he told another Profound Nether Mansion's elder who was standing nearby. A commotion broke out at the entrance of the transporting formation again. There's news. Duan Lingtian is the young man who was brought in by Inspector Qi. The young man who was brought in by Inspector Qi. He just entered the middle realm an hour ago, right? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, right? He's not even 100 years old, and he entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, but he obtained 6 points and entered the top 100? How's this possible? It's impossible. Let alone the Profound Nether Mansion, even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, has there ever been a 10-direction celestial duke younger than 100 years old? Moreover, even if he's a 10-direction celestial duke, his comprehension of the profundities of a law shouldn't be weak. How's it possible for someone younger than 100 years old to obtain so many points in such a short time? I don't think it's possible as well. If Duan Lingtian is really him, he must have bribed the people from the other celestial mansions to give him their points. He must have cheated. Chapter 31-29. The elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion discussed among themselves and came to a consensus. The Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, must have cheated in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, how could a young man like him rank in the top 100 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Is it possible that Lord Inspector Qi found him to cheat? However, it's meaningless for the Profound Nether Mansion to cheat if he doesn't make it into the top 20, right? Someone speculated. There are only a few days left until the rankings are updated. Even if he cheated, it's impossible for him to make it into the top 20 now, right? That's not necessarily the case. What if people from other celestial mansions enter at the same time? With enough people giving him points, it's not impossible for him to make it into the top 20. That's possible. It seems like Lord Inspector Qi really found him to cheat so that the Profound Nether Mansion can enter the top 20. When did the Profound Nether Mansion end up in such a predicament? Even the top 20 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm need someone to cheat in order to make it into the top 20. Many of the elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion speculated that Duan Lingtian was found by the Profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming to cheat in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How did the Profound Nether Mansion end up in such a predicament? Did they have to cheat in order to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Naturally, there were some who disagreed. I don't think it's necessary to find a young man who's not even 100 years old to cheat, right? Senior brother Zhou Hongjie could have just found someone from other celestial mansions to give him some points and he'll be able to make it into the top 20. Isn't it more expensive to find a young man who's not even 100 years old? Now that you mention it, I have a headache. If the profound nether mansion really wants to cheat, senior brother Zhou Hongjie would be our first choice. However, if he didn't cheat, how did that young man manage to make it into the top 100 in such a short time? Maybe he just happened to see two evenly matched people fighting, and both of them were injured at the same time, and only had one breath left? It's not impossible for something like this to happen. Maybe he's really that lucky. Whether it's luck or not, we'll know once we see if there are any changes in his points. If he really cheated, his points would definitely increase. And if he's just lucky and picked up a big bargain, his points will definitely not continue to increase. If I were him, I would have rushed out as soon as I could after picking up such a huge bargain. How powerful can a person who isn't even 100 years old possibly be? Inside, anyone you meet will have the ability to easily kill you. If the profound nether mansion wanted to cheat, they could have asked Zhou Hongjie, the strongest 10 Directions celestial duke in the profound nether mansion, to do so. Although Zhou Hongjie had not ranked in the top 20 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard for almost a year now, he was still ranked in the top 20. He only needed a few more points to enter the top 20. As this group of people discussed, more and more people felt that Duan Lingtian was only able to rank in the top 100 due to luck. Naturally, there were also some people who looked at Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard expectantly. They wanted to see if there was any chance for him to rank up the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian had only been in the middle realm for less than 2 hours, but he had already accumulated 6 points. In the history of the profound nether mansion, no one had ever been so lucky to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Wuxia mansion was a grade 6 celestial mansion. Its status in the Southern Heaven territory was equivalent to the profound nether mansion. There were 2 transporting formations in the Wuxia mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air at one of the transporting formations. Following that, another figure appeared next to the wretched figure. Hongji. Tong Chi Shan. As soon as the duo appeared, they attracted the attention of many elders and disciples in the Wuxia mansion. Many disciples recognized the duo. Hongji, Tong Chi Shan, based on your appearances, you were teleported out by crushing your accumulative point jades? A middle-aged disciple from the Wuxia mansion asked in surprise when he saw the duo. Yes. Tong Chi Shan reached out to support Hongji as he nodded. This time, we're completely convinced of our loss. With the 2 of you joining forces, even those at the bottom of the scoreboard might not be a match for the 2 of you. The person who defeated the 2 of you is definitely not a nobody. Who's the person who eliminated the 2 of you? Another disciple from the Wuxia mansion who looked like an old man asked. That person is really a nobody, Tong Chi Shan said with a wry smile. Tong Chi Shan smiled wryly when he was faced with everyone's questioning gaze. His name is Duan Lingtian. After obtaining both of our points, he's definitely ranked in the top 100. As Tong Chi Shan spoke, he looked at the light screen in the distance and saw the name at the bottom of the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian. 93rd place. Tong Chi Shan's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, although Duan Lingtian has just entered the middle realm, with his strength and luck, he'll definitely be able to rank in the top 50. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, he knew Duan Lingtian was strong enough to rank in the top 40 or top 50 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, since Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm late, he would have to rely on luck to rank in the top 50. If he was lucky, he would be able to encounter opponents with sufficient points who were weaker than him. Duan Lingtian? While Tong Chi Shan was looking at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the other elders and disciples from the Wuxia mansion were also looking at the scoreboard. There he is. 93rd place. Duan Lingtian? A disciple of the profound nether mansion? I've never heard of him before. When did the profound nether mansion have such a person? I've heard of all the powerful 10 Directions celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion, but I've never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Where did this profound nether mansion disciple come from? Since he's capable of defeating Hong Ji and Tong Chi Shan and ranks in the top 100, there's no way he's a nobody. The group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion looked at each other in confusion. None of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian in the profound nether mansion before. Soon after, many people shifted their attention to Tong Chi Shan and Hong Ji. Tong Chi Shan, since he defeated Yu and Hong Ji, he must have comprehended at least 6 profundities from a law, right? An elder from the Lu Xi mansion asked as he looked at Tong Chi Shan. Yes. Tong Chi Shan nodded. Then, he said solemnly, not only has he comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but he has also comprehended the law of space. The law of space. As Tong Chi Shan's voice fell, the scene fell into a dead silence. Comprehending 6 profundities of the law of space? As one of the 4 supreme laws, the laws of space were extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Lu Xi mansion, there was only one person who had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, that person was one of the few elders with the highest seniority in the Lu Xi manor. He was a celestial emperor. Apart from that person, there was no one else in the entire Lu Xi mansion who had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. But now, Tong Chi Shan was telling them, Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Tong Chi Shan, are you telling the truth? I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. A disciple from the Lu Xi manor questioned. I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, let alone a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Another elder from the Lu Xi manor voiced his doubts. Swoosh. Just as everyone was looking at Tong Chi Shan in surprise, Tong Chi Shan raised his hand and a bead appeared in his hand. A floating image pearl. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the pearl in Tong Chi Shan's hand. After all, it was a floating image pearl. Since Tong Chi Shan had taken out the floating image pearl at this moment, it meant he had recorded the battle between them and the profound nether mansion's disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh. As Tong Chi Shan's celestial origin energy surged into the floating image pearl, a constantly changing light screen appeared before the elders and disciples of the Lu Xi mansion. 2 figures appeared on the light screen. One of them was Hong Ji, an inner court disciple of the Lu Xi mansion. He was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. As for the other person, he was a purple-clad young man who was unfamiliar to them. Naturally, it was not difficult for the elders and disciples of the Lu Xi mansion to figure out who the purple-clad young man was. Without a doubt, the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion. Hong Ji is making his move. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hong Ji was the first to make his move. He transformed into a golden man as he charged toward the purple-clad young man. In the light screen, the golden saber rays intertwined to form a net that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. However, at this critical moment, the purple-clad young man suddenly vanished from his spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away from Hong Ji. This is the law of space's teleportation profundity? One of the elders from the Lu Xi mansion exclaimed in shock. The law of space's teleportation profundity? Everyone at the scene was shocked. The law of space's teleportation profundity was one of the most difficult profundities to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would be able to use the teleportation profundity. Look at his identity medallion. A sharp-eyed disciple from the Lu Xi mansion narrowed his eyes when he saw the identity token spinning around the purple-clad young man's waist. Chapter 3130. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? As the sharp-eyed disciple from the Lu Xi manor spoke, the attention of the group of elders and disciples from the Lu Xi manor was focused on the identity token hanging on the waist of the purple-clothed young man in the mirror image. In just a blink of an eye, they recognized the identity token of an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. This was because the outer court disciple tokens of the various grade 6 celestial mansions were mostly the same. Therefore, the group of people recognized it with a single glance. Duan Lingtian is an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Everyone was confused. At this moment, they saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashing in front of them. In the mirror image, after Duan Lingtian dodged Hong Ji's preemptive attack by teleporting, he teleported to Hong Ji's side and attacked him. In just a few moments, Hong Ji's attack was annihilated without Duan Lingtian making any big move. It was taken away by the spatial rift, and Hong Ji was sent flying with heavy injuries. Gasp! 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 Seeing how Hong Ji was defeated so easily, the group of Lu Ci Manor's elders and disciples widened their eyes in shock. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Since when did the outer court disciples of the profound nether mansion become so strong? The territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-sectional profundity. Coupled with the teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, this outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. A knowledgeable elder from the Lu Ci mansion exclaimed. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the profound nether mansion. Then, he sighed emotionally. How can such a person be an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion? Are the people in the profound nether mansion blind? Another elder from the Lu Ci mansion cursed. If such a person was in the Lu Ci mansion, he would be an inner court disciple at the very least. In fact, it would not be difficult for him to become a core disciple. After all, those who could enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not even 1,000 years old. For someone who was not even 1,000 years old to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, it would not be difficult for such a person to become a core disciple in any grade 6 celestial mansion. Why do I have a feeling the profound nether mansion is trying to provoke us? How can an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion eliminate our inner court disciples? I also think the profound nether mansion is trying to embarrass us. With such strength, how can he be an outer court disciple? The profound nether mansion really hit him well. I've never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion. It won't take long for this outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion to spread his name across the major celestial mansions. After the Lu Ci mansion's elders and disciples discussed spiritedly, they came to a unanimous conclusion: the profound nether mansion was trying to provoke the grade 6 celestial mansions, including the Lu Ci mansion. Based on the strength the purple-clad young man had displayed, it was impossible for him to be an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. It's also possible that the profound nether mansion hired external help. Tong Qishan made a timely guess just as the crowd's discussion quieted down. What do you mean? Everyone turned to look at Tong Qishan. Do you know how old the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple is in the floating image pearl? Tong Qishan asked. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. It was impossible for them to determine the purple-clad young man's age based on the scryer recording. Even if the purple-clad young man looked young, they would not think he was young. Many old monsters who were tens of thousands of years old could appear as young as 17 or 18 years old if they wanted to. Since he's able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it means he's younger than 1,000 years old. A 10-direction celestial duke who's younger than 1,000 years old who has such a high attainment in the law of space is more than enough to be a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. There's no way he's just an outer court disciple. That's right. Not only is he not a core disciple in the profound nether mansion, but he's not even an inner court disciple. The profound nether mansion is trying to embarrass us. In the history of the southern heaven territory, it's rare to see someone younger than 1,000 years old who has comprehended the law of space. I didn't expect the profound nether mansion to be hiding such a person. Apart from Tong Qishan and Hong Ji, all the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion present on the scene thought the purple-clad young man had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Younger than 1,000 years old? Hong Ji, who had remained silent all this while, laughed self-deprecatingly when he heard the discussion. The mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl ended when Hong Ji was sent flying. However, since Tong Qishan did not put the floating image pearl away, he did not withdraw the celestial origin energy he had injected into it, Therefore, the mirror image was still playing in a loop. Duan Lingtian isn't just a 10-direction celestial duke. Tong Qishan looked at the purple figure in the mirror image and said in a low voice. Because his tone was not right, it caused the surrounding people to become quiet. Their gazes fell on him in unison. He's not even 100 years old. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they heard Tong Qishan's words. The surroundings fell silent immediately. At this moment, even if a needle were to fall to the ground, one would be able to hear the crisp sound of it hitting the ground. Tong Qishan, are you mistaken? This profound nether mansion's outer court disciple isn't even 100 years old? One of the Lu Xi mansion's disciples was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Tong Qishan in disbelief. I know you won't believe me, but that's the truth. Not only me, even Hong Ji, when facing him, found it not difficult to detect the aura of his fleshly body that was less than 100 years old. Tong Qishan shrugged and said. He didn't think that the group of people in front of him would believe his words. After all, hearing from others and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. Put yourself in his shoes and think about it. If he was one of them, he would not have believed it if someone told him there was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100 in the profound nether mansion. Let's go. Hong Ji said to Tong Qishan. Then, the two of them left under the gazes of the crowd. Just as Tong Qishan had thought, although everyone present was shocked by what he had said, no one believed him. A 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. There had never been such an existence in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, today, Tong Qishan told them that he was going to tell them something. Moreover, he was just an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. Who would believe that? Why are they acting so mysterious? Do they think we'll believe them? But Tong Qishan and Hong Ji have no reason to lie to us, right? No matter what, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the outer court disciple is less than 100 years old. I don't believe it as well. After Tong Qishan and Hong Ji left, the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was still bustling with activity. At the same time, communication celestial talismans were being sent out one after another. Soon after, even the elders and disciples of the Lu Xi mansion who were not present learned about the outer court disciple who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, the outer court disciple was a 10-direction celestial duke. Naturally, no one dared to say that the outer court disciple was less than 100 years old since they did not believe Tong Qishan's words about the Duan Lingtian being younger than 100 years old. As the news spread, more than half of the Lu Xi mansion was shocked. There were a few elders in the Lu Xi mansion who were on good terms with the elders of the profound nether mansion. They quickly used their communication celestial talismans to contact the elders they knew. Old He, the profound nether mansion is really secretive. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space who is less than 1,000 years old. Moreover, the profound nether mansion only gave him the status of an outer court disciple. Are you trying to embarrass us? Brotherly, do you know the outer court disciple called Duan Lingtian? In the profound nether mansion's estate, the elders who received the news from the Lu Xi mansion were stunned. Duan Lingtian? An outer court disciple? A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before he's even 1,000 years old? Are you sure you're not joking? If there's such a person in the profound nether mansion, we would have heard about him a long time ago. He's currently ranked 93rd on the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Wait a moment. I'll go check out the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Out of curiosity, the elders of the profound nether mansion went to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There's really such a person? When they saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they heard many people discussing Duan Lingtian at the transporting formation. Many people were talking about Duan Lingtian. Duanling Tian was only lucky to be able to take advantage of the situation where both sides were heavily injured. That was why he was able to obtain enough points to squeeze into the top 100. You're wrong. Duanling Tian didn't enter the top 100 due to luck. A profound Nether Mansion elder who had a good friend who was an elder in the Lu Xi Mansion refuted, "My good friend in the Lu Xi Mansion just sent me a message saying that their Lu Xi Mansion's inner court disciple, Hong Ji, was severely injured by Duanling Tian." After Hong Ji handed over his points, Tong Chi Shan surrendered without a fight. Therefore, Duanling Tian obtained 5 points in one go. My friend in the Lu Xi Mansion also told me that he saw Duanling Tian's floating image pearl and saw Duanling Tian cast 6 profundities from the law of space after he injured Hong Ji. Where did this Duanling Tian come from? As an elder of the profound Nether Mansion, I've never heard of him. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he's a 10-direction celestial duke. How can such a person be an outer court disciple? The other elders of the profound Nether Mansion who heard the news from the Lu Xi Mansion chimed in. Chapter 31-31. Duanling Tian did not know. Currently, his name had spread far and wide in the profound Nether Mansion and the Lu Xi Mansion. Even some of the other celestial mansions were aware of his existence. Duanling Tian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already become a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. This was also the reason why Duanling Tian's reputation gradually spread. Duanling Tian's achievements were not enough to attract too much attention. However, such achievements, coupled with the fact that he was not even 100 years old, were enough to cause a sensation in all the grade 6 celestial mansions. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After Duanling Tian eliminated 2 inner palace disciples from the Lu Xi residence and obtained 5 points, he encountered another person after half a day. A disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? The person standing opposite Duanling Tian was a middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. Especially when he saw the identity medallion hanging on Duanling Tian's waist, his face was filled with a sinister smile. When did the profound Nether Mansion's disciples become so stupid? How dare an outer court disciple enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duanling Tian. Brat, you're unlucky to have met me. You'll become the 23rd profound Nether Mansion's disciple I've killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You're the 23rd disciple from the profound Nether Mansion I've encountered in the southern heaven ancient realm. The middle-aged man called himself Gongsun Jing. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Duanling Tian. Based on Duanling Tian's words, he had killed a few disciples from the profound Nether Mansion when he was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You have a feud with the profound Nether Mansion? Duanling Tian asked with a calm expression. At the same time, his gaze landed on the identity token on Gongsun Jing's waist. Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple? The moment he saw the other party's identity token, Duanling Tian suddenly understood. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, had mentioned the Azure Green Mansion before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Like the profound Nether Mansion, the Azure Green Mansion was a grade 6 celestial mansion. However, there was a deep enmity between the Azure Green Mansion and the profound Nether Mansion for nearly 1,000 years. This was due to the conflict between the current mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Several thousand years ago, the current mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and the current mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion were not the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. The two of them wandered the world together and met a woman. They fell in love with each other at the same time. In the end, the two of them, who were originally as close as brothers, became enemies because of a woman. Although it wasn't to the extent that they would fight to the death, they were still incompatible like fire and water. Eventually, both of them became the mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion. One day, the eldest direct disciple of the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion killed the third direct disciple of the Azure Green Mansion's mansion master. The enmity between the two of them was born. Eventually, the second disciple of the Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion killed the last disciple of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. From then on, the members of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion would fight to the death unless they were wary of each other. In the outside world, the disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion might be wary of each other. However, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the disciples from the two mansions would fight each other to the death in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion and the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion would kill each other. If you encounter an Azure Green Mansion disciple in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and are stronger than him, kill him with all your might. If you're not a match for him, flee immediately. After all, the Azure Green Mansion disciples won't show mercy to you. This was what Duan Ling Tian had told Shi Tianming before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian encountered someone from the Azure Green Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would either fight to the death or flee. Naturally, he would only be able to flee with his own strength and would not be able to rely on external help. Before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian learned from Qi Tianming that he could not rely on external help in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let alone celestial talismans, celestial pills, and even celestial weapons could not be used. Even defensive celestial weapons would not work here. The restrictions on formations in the middle realm were even stricter than in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At the very least, one could use celestial weapons in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like my identity token has given you your answer. Gong Sun Jing sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze on his identity token. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said, "Brat, you can only blame yourself for being a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion." As soon as Gong Sun Jing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a ball of red flames that shrouded him. It was clear Gong Sun Jing was about to make his move. Gong Sun Jing. I saw his name on the scoreboard before I came in. I think he's ranked 69th, the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that Duan Ling Tian had read before he entered the middle realm appeared in his mind. He remembered that Gong Sun Jing's name was ranked 69th when he saw the scoreboard. He had a total of 13 points. In other words, so far this month, Gong Sun Jing had obtained a total of 12 points, one of which was his own. Swoosh! Accompanied by a vast and majestic explosion, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed and became hot. A flame that shot up into the sky whistled and swept over in a menacing manner. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered many familiar profundities from the law of fire from the attacks. The pillaging profundity. The explosion profundity. The burning profundity. Coupled with the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's fundamental profundity, this meant Gong Sun Jing's attack contained 4 profundities from the law of fire. You'll be the fastest Profound Nether Mansion's disciple I've killed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gong Sun Jing sneered when he saw the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple was completely unaffected by his attack that contained only 4 profundities from the law of fire. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. However, in the next moment, just when he thought Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed by him, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air before his eyes like a ghost. Duan Ling Tian had vanished into thin air. Due to this reason, Gong Sun Jing's attack missed. How's this possible? After his attack missed, the flames on Gong Sun Jing's body grew even stronger. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he finally came to a stop. When he turned around, he saw Duan Ling Tian standing in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at him calmly. What kind of technique is that? I didn't even see how he dodged my attack. Gong Sun Jing looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. At the same time, he kept recalling what had happened earlier. The moment he disappeared into thin air, the space around him seemed to tremble for a moment. Is it possible that he used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier? Gong Sun Jing sighed in relief when he thought about this. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would be able to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, Gongsun Jing said as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. However, before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. Why, you're not even 100 years old? Although Gongsun Jing did not use his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end, he could vaguely sense the aura of Duan Lingtian's body that was not even 100 years old. His heart skipped a beat when he thought about it. Even if Duan Lingtian had used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier, the fluctuation of celestial origin energy he sensed earlier was similar to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. In other words, Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke. Gongsun Jing's eyes widened when he recalled Duan Lingtian's aura. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the teleportation profundity, his innate talent is heaven-defying. There had never been a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old in the history of the Azure Green Mansion. Even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, such an existence was extremely rare. Moreover, it seemed that only 1 or 2 of the 10 great clans had such an existence. Gongsun Jing's blood boiled when he realized Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Although I've killed many disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, I've never killed such a monstrous genius before. Gongsun Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the space elemental profundity, he should be able to escape from me easily. After all, the speed and frequency of his teleportation are comparable to the speed and frequency of my attacks. Gongsun Jing felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to kill a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. It did not matter if his opponent was much weaker than him. No wonder an outer court disciple like you dares to come here. As it turns out, you're a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Gongsun Jing glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he turned around to leave. Since he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he did not want to waste his time here. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Chapter 31-32. Gongsun Jing had thought Duan Lingtian would tactfully leave since he had decided to leave. After all, he could not kill Duan Lingtian due to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. Under such circumstances, there was no point in continuing the fight. What? I've spared your life, but you still want to die? Gongsun Jing sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian who was blocking his path. Spare my life? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Gongsun Jing's words. Then, he laughed. If you want to kill me, you'll have to catch up to my speed and frequency of teleportation. As a 10-direction celestial duke, you'll have to cast at least 2 profundities from a law to catch up to my speed. The speed profundity of the law of fire is the pillaging profundity and the fire elemental profundity. Even if you've comprehended both profundities, there's no suitable environment for you to use the fire elemental profundity, let alone the pillaging profundity. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his current predicament. Moreover, the law of fire was his main source of strength before he comprehended the law of space. Even if he had comprehended the fire movement profundity, he would have to be in an environment filled with flames to unleash its full strength. However, Gongsun Jing was not in such an environment. When Gongsun Jing heard Duan Lingtian's words, he snorted in anger. So what if that's the case? Even if I can't kill you, do you think you can kill me? Although you're not even 100 years old and have become a 10-direction celestial duke, how many profundities can you comprehend from the law of space? If I had intentionally defended myself, would your attack have been able to break through my defense? Gongsun Jing's tone was filled with disdain. Clearly, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of killing him. You can try and see if your defense can withstand my attack. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and merged with the space elemental profundity. Teleportation profundity. Duan Lingtian teleported behind Gongsun Jing without any warning. Restraining profundity. As soon as Gongsun Jing regained his senses, Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's restraining profundity to seal the space around Gongsun Jing to prevent him from escaping. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the restraining profundity would not be able to stop Gongsun Jing. Territory profundity. Distortion profundity. Duan Lingtian used to cast the restraining profundity to prevent Duan Lingtian to use his to prevent Duan to break through the restraining profundity. The restraining profundity from the law. Duan to not to Lingtian to be to Tian to not to was to use his to be to cast to his to Tian to Tian's to is to be a to be would not. To break to Tian to him. Although Gongsun Jing was surprised that Duan Lingtian had cast the third profundity from the law of space, he was not afraid. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Gongsun Jing's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it turned into raging flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything. At the same time, the flames continued to rise as though they were trying to break through Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity. The fire elemental profundity. The explosion profundity. The burning profundity. The plundering profundity. The four profundities from the law of fire that Gongsun Jing had cast earlier appeared. At the same time, two other profundities from the law of fire appeared as well. The corrosion profundity. The fire body profundity. The corrosion profundity was one of the main offensive profundities from the law of fire. It was extremely aggressive and corrosive. As for the fire body profundity, it was similar to the law of metal's metal body profundity. One celestial origin energy that had merged with the fire elemental profundity would form a layer of flames on the surface of one's body. At the same time, one's strength would be enhanced. In addition, after using the fire body Upanishad to transform into a flaming man, the power of his Upanishads would increase accordingly. How's this possible? Initially, Gongsun Jing thought he would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity if he used all his techniques. However, he soon discovered that although the power that imprisoned the space he was in was on the verge of collapse, he was still trapped inside. At the same time, his strength seemed to be restricted by a few other forces as well. Gongsun Jing narrowed his eyes and swept his divine consciousness. His expression changed drastically. The law of space's territory profundity? The distortion profundity? At this moment, Gongsun Jing discovered that the two profundities from the law of space Duan Lingtian were able to resist his strength. Not only is this profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple a 10-direction celestial duke, but he has also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space. Up until now, Gongsun Jing had seen Duan Lingtian cast 5 profundities from the law of space. The space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. Although Duan Lingtian had only cast 4 profundities from the law of space on Gongsun Jing, the space elemental profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. On the other hand, Gongsun Jing had cast 6 profundities. However, what kind of law was the law of space? What kind of law did Gongsun Jing comprehend? The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was superior to ordinary laws. The profundities from the law of space were stronger than ordinary first-rate profundities from ordinary laws. However, Gongsun Jing had only comprehended the ordinary law of fire. I didn't expect someone who's not even 100 years old to be a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehend 5 profundities from the law of space. However, do you really think you're strong enough to kill me? Although Gongsun Jing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying comprehension ability, he quickly regained his senses. He sneered as he made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In just a blink of an eye, swoosh. 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 Tiny purple sword rays could be seen on the surface of the purple sword. They looked like tiny purple snakes as they revolved around the sword. Since Gongsun Jing had comprehended the law of fire and the fire body profundity, his control over the fire elemental profundity had reached a certain level. Although he had yet to reach the peak of mastery, he was able to control the fire elemental profundity with ease. Swoosh! Gongsun Jing shook his right hand and thrust the purple sword in his hand toward the side. He wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles with brute force. Based on the current situation, Gongsun Jing would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles if he attacked indiscriminately. However, Duan Lingtian still had the profundity of teleportation. At that time, as long as Duan Lingtian discovered a weak spot in the spatial shackles, he could teleport there and focus on the weak spot. By then, Gongsun Jing would be in a passive position. That was why he chose to use his own strength to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles. Swoosh! Gongsun Jing's sword pierced through the air. The void trembled as if he had almost torn it apart. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he saw through Gongsun Jing's intention. In the next moment, profundity of dimension slash. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, a terrifying spatial tear suddenly appeared in the void where Gongsun Jing's sword was traveling. Gongsun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw this. Even though the might of his sword strike was extraordinary, it had not reached the level where it could actually tear space apart. He knew this very well. However, it was impossible for his sky-piercing sword to tear through space, so what was going on with this spatial rift? Could it be? An ominous feeling rose in Gongsun Jing's mind. In the next moment, after seeing the space crack, a gray light blade that seemed to have crossed the space from a different dimension whistled towards him. He knew that his premonition was right. This is the profundity of dimension slash. Although Gongsun Jing had not come into contact with the law of space, he had done some research on the law of space. Therefore, he had some understanding of it. With just a glance, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was using the law of space's profundity of dimension slash. Six profundities. No matter how much Gongsun Jing wanted to remain calm, there was nothing he could do. He was so tense that the sword in his hand seemed to have lost its momentum. Buzz! At the same time, the blurry blade of light that seemed to have traveled from another dimension collided with Gongsun Jing's sword. During this process, Duan Lingtian had merged all the profundities from the law of space that could be added to the profundity of dimension slash. Moreover, Gongsun Jing's sword seemed to have lost its momentum. For this reason, the profundity of dimension slash easily destroyed the sword in the blink of an eye. It was extremely powerful. No. When Gongsun Jing tried to defend himself, his sword had already been destroyed. He could only cry out in pain as he watched the profundity of dimension slash flying toward him. Spurt. Blood splattered in the air. Gongsun Jing, who had been full of confidence earlier, was killed by the profundity of dimension slash. His body was crushed into powder by the profundity of dimension slash. Gongsun Jing, an inner court disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire, had died just like that. After Gongsun Jing's death, the points in his accumulative point jade went to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased to 19 points. Previously, he had 6 points while Gongsun Jing's accumulative point jade had 13 points. With 13 points, Gongsun Jing was ranked 69th on the scoreboard. Now that Duan Lingtian had 19 points, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian's ranking was not lower than Gongsun Jing's. Unlike the scoreboard in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the changes in the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were instantaneous. For this reason, as soon as Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Jing, the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed. Chapter 31-33. In the Azure Green Mansion. At one of the portals leading to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of people gathered around the scoreboard narrowed their eyes in unison. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Senior Gongsun Jing's name is removed from the scoreboard. Senior Gongsun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire, and he's always ranked in the top 60. However, he's only ranked 69th today. How did he get eliminated? Was he defeated? I think so. Unless he encountered someone from the profound Nether Mansion, he shouldn't have been killed. Moreover, even someone from the profound Nether Mansion might not be able to kill him before he crushed his accumulative point jade. That's right. I'm afraid Zhou Hongjie is the only one in the profound Nether Mansion who's capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing before he crushed his accumulative point jade. However, Zhou Hongjie's points didn't change at all. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. Most of them felt Gongsun Jing was only eliminated and not killed. Look! While the crowd was discussing fervently among themselves, a sharp-eyed disciple of the Azure Green Manor stared intently at a name on the scoreboard. That name was in the 93rd place just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it has already risen to the 52nd place. It's that disciple from the profound Nether Mansion called Duan Lingtian. He originally had 6 points, but after Senior Gongsun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard, his points have increased to 19. Moreover, he's ranked 52nd now. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple exclaimed. As soon as the Azure Green Mansion disciple finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. They had noticed the name Duan Lingtian earlier. After all, he was a person who had entered the top 100 of the scoreboard. For this reason, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. After all, they had never heard of such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, they assumed Duan Lingtian was not well known in the profound Nether Mansion and was only lucky to be ranked in the top 100. Based on the changes in the scoreboard, it was obvious Gongsun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Senior Gongsun Jing was eliminated by a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. Will he be fine? After all, among all the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes under the age of 1000 in the profound Nether Mansion, only Zhou Hongjie and 2 other 10 Direction Celestial Dukes who have comprehended 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity are capable of killing him. The 2 of them are only slightly stronger than Senior Brother Gongsun Jing. They don't have the ability to prevent Senior Brother Gongsun Jing from crushing the Jade Token. However, we all know the names of those 2 people. This Duan Lingtian is not them. Could it be that Zhou Hongjie and the others used this Duan Lingtian as bait, and then cooperated with this Duan Lingtian to kill Senior Brother Gongsun Jing? That's impossible. Even if they used a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion as bait, it's impossible for them to give the points to a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. None of them knew where this disciple from the profound Nether Mansion came from since they had just learned of his existence. Let's go in and let the elders see if Senior Brother Gongsun Jing's soul pearl is still intact, an Azure Green Mansion disciple suggested. Upon hearing his suggestion, many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion walked into the main hall. At the same time, many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion stayed behind. Humph. Even if Senior Brother Gongsun Jing is eliminated, he won't die in the hands of a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. Even Zhou Hongjie might not be able to kill Senior Brother Gongsun Jing unless he sneaks up on him, let alone a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. That's right. If Senior Brother Gongsun Jing saw Zhou Hongjie, he would have crushed his accumulative point jade immediately. However, these Azure Green Mansion disciples who didn't believe that Gongsun Jing would die soon received a shocking piece of news from a group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had left and returned. Gongsun Jing's soul pearl had shattered. Gongsun Jing was dead. How's that possible? Impossible. Impossible. How could a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion be capable of killing Senior Brother Gongsun Jing? As time passed, more and more people in the Azure Green Mansion learned about Gongsun Jing's death. Although Gongsun Jing was only a 10 Direction Celestial Duke, he was one of the strongest 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Azure Green Mansion. He was a frequent participant in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, his reputation in the Azure Green Mansion was greater than many celestial kings. For this reason, his death caused a huge commotion in the Azure Green Mansion. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion named Duan Lingtian? He killed our Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Jing? The azure green mansion was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the profound nether mansion, the three sites that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were in an uproar as well. Gongsun Jing from the azure green mansion has been eliminated. His points were taken by a disciple from the profound nether mansion. Is it Duan Lingtian? Isn't Duan Lingtian a young man who's not even 100 years old yet? Is he capable of eliminating Gongsun Jing? Gongsun Jing is a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire. Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard has risen to the 52nd place after eliminating Gongsun Jing. If he only managed to make it into the top 100 due to luck, can he still rely on luck now? Cheating. He must have cheated. Or, did the profound nether mansion hire him to cheat? Cheating? Even if he cheated, why would the profound nether mansion hire an azure green mansion disciple? The disciples from the profound nether mansion were engaged in a heated discussion. At this moment, a disciple from the profound nether mansion suddenly spoke up. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy drowned out everyone else's voices. Although the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion are like fire and water, I have a childhood friend who lives in the azure green mansion. Earlier, he sent me a message telling me that Gongsun Jing from the azure green mansion has died. He was killed by Duan Lingtian. He even asked me when the profound nether mansion found someone capable of killing Gongsun Jing in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As soon as the profound nether mansion's disciple finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. A few disciples from the profound nether mansion stared at the name that was ranked 52nd in shock. Duan Lingtian. He killed Gongsun Jing. In the southern heaven ancient realm, all external forces, including celestial weapons, are prohibited. One can only use one's celestial origin energy, soul energy, and profundities to fight. If he killed Gongsun Jing, doesn't that mean he's stronger than Gongsun Jing? Is that possible? He's not even 100 years old. Patrol Inspector Chi, where did you find such a monster? Apart from the azure green mansion, the profound nether mansion was shocked as well. At this moment, the name Duan Lingtian resounded in the profound nether mansion. At the same time, the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion discovered something. Since they had never heard of Duan Lingtian before, it meant he had only joined the profound nether mansion recently. This explained why Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion despite his strength. However, when they found out that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they were all dumbfounded and fell silent. Duan Lingtian? Apart from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors who brought Duan Lingtian to the profound nether mansion, there was another person in the profound nether mansion who knew about Duan Lingtian's background. This person was none other than Bihai Mingfeng, the other inspector of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian was sent into the southern heaven ancient realm by Inspector Qi. He's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He even killed Gongsun Jing. Upon hearing this, Bihai Mingfeng immediately went to look for Qi Tianming. Senior Uncle Qi, what's going on? I met Duan Lingtian when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened. At that time, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's only been such a short time, but he's already strong enough to kill Gongsun Jing in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and is ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. Bihai Mingfeng was usually gentle and refined. He was rarely emotional. However, at this very moment, he had completely lost his composure. He could not figure it out at all. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial achieve such a monstrous feat in just a few years? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In the face of Bihai Mingfeng's insistence to get to the bottom of the matter, Qi Tianming only replied with these 4 words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qi Tianming in shock. Don't tell me the rumor that some people in the southern heaven territory were tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yan Huang heaven as a sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree is true? Bihai Mingfeng did not dare to confirm the rumor since he had only heard about it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone in the profound nether mansion being tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yan Huang heaven. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had achieved so much in just a few years, he had no choice but to believe the rumor. Duan Lingtian was tricked into going to the Yanhuang heaven as well. Moreover, he even managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit right under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Bihai Mingfeng sucked in a cold breath. He's not the only one. Ling Juiyan from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and Murong Xiao from the Murong clan were also tricked into going to the Yanhuang heaven, Qi Tianming said. However, Murong Xiao is dead. The two heaven sacrificial divine fruits were obtained by Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyan. Ling Juiyan didn't return from the Yanhuang heaven. His soul pearl in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't shatter as well. When Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had investigated the matter. Chapter 31-34. The two of them managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor. How did they do it? Bihai Mingfeng was in disbelief. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor's cultivation base was ordinary, he was confident he could control the situation since he dared to trick so many people. Under such circumstances, if the heaven sacrificial divine fruits bore fruit, he was almost certain he would be able to obtain them. However, Qi Tianming's words made Bihai Mingfeng speechless. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyan managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? I'm afraid they're the only ones who know. Bihai Mingfeng nodded. That so-called reincarnated immortal emperor, could it be one of them? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes glinted as he speculated. I've thought about it as well. I've investigated this matter. Duan Lingtian can't be the reincarnated celestial emperor. After all, he hasn't left the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yanhuang heaven. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, as for Ling Juiyan, I've investigated him in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect as well. He only left the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect once when he went to the Yanhuang heaven. Based on the time he left, it's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yanhuang heaven. If Bihai Mingfeng could think of it, how could Qi Tianming not think of it? What a surprise. Bihai Mingfeng muttered to himself. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Bihai Mingfeng knew he had overthought things. However, he could not hide the shock on his face. He did not expect this. He did not expect the two little fellows he had met at the Scaling Cloud Lake to obtain such heaven-defying fortuitous encounters in just a few years. Senior Uncle Qi, are you the one who invited Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Bihai Mingfeng could not help but ask when he recalled Duan Lingtian was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No. Qi Tianming shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head with a bitter smile. I brought Duan Lingtian here to introduce him to the Imperial Tutor Palace. You want him to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years? Bihai Mingfeng knew Duan Lingtian's intention. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, it would be a piece of cake for him to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now a monster. Even in the top 10 clans and top 5 sects, no one at his age could be compared with him. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded and continued, then, that person from the Imperial Tutor Palace set a test for him. Bihai Mingfeng quietly listened to Qi Tianming's words. He wanted to know what test the person from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion set for Duan Lingtian. He wants Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank first 12 times in a row, he'll be allowed to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years. When Qi Tianming mentioned the test, Bihai Mingfeng was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. If he was not mistaken, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet, right? Even the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago would not have been able to pass such a test, right? In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion only has 13 points to rank 69th on the scoreboard. Now that I have 19 points, I should be able to rank in the top 60. Before entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian had memorized everyone's points on the scoreboard. Based on his current points, he should be able to rank in the top 55. After all, he had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm not too long ago, so his ranking should not have changed much. Duan Lingtian didn't know that his appearance had caused the scoreboard that was originally like a pool of stagnant water to undergo a shocking change. In the past, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would not change much at the end of the month. However, due to Duan Lingtian's appearance, the scoreboard had changed a lot even though the month had almost ended. In the next 3 days, although Duan Lingtian brazenly flew across different terrains in the sky, he did not encounter any opponents at all. This can't go on. How am I supposed to accumulate points without any opponents? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The reason he did not encounter anyone after 3 days was not because everyone was avoiding him. It was because there were fewer and fewer people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most of them had already entered and left the middle realm. After passing through a forest, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar valley in the distance. This valley is identical to the profound nether mansion's base. Is this the base of a grade 6 celestial mansion as well? As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the valley, he saw a figure flying out of the valley. The figure happened to see Duan Lingtian as well. The figure was a burly man with a bare upper body. His muscles were bulging from head to toe. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up immediately as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. His body seemed heavy and clumsy, but when he rushed over, his speed was not slow at all. A disciple of the profound nether mansion? When the burly man arrived near Duan Lingtian, he saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. An outer court disciple? When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple, a frown appeared on his face. Did he come here to sightsee? However, those who came in for sightseeing can also come here safely? Based on what he knew, the profound nether mansion's base was quite far from here. Even a 10-direction celestial duke would need at least a day and a night to reach the middle realm. It was impossible for an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion to reach the middle realm without at least a few days of travel. How was it possible that the burly man did not encounter any opponents in the past few days? Wasn't his luck too good? The martial battle mansion? Duan Lingtian saw the burly man's identity token. The burly man was an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. His name was Heng Feng. Heng Feng, Duan Lingtian recalled the names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but Heng Feng's name was not on it. It was clear Heng Feng was not on the scoreboard. Naturally, this did not mean Heng Feng was not strong enough to make it into the scoreboard. Perhaps, he had just entered the middle realm and did not have enough points to make it into the scoreboard. The place behind you is the martial battle mansion's base? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Heng Feng. That's right. Heng Feng nodded. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Boy, you're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. You're quite lucky to be able to make it this far. However, your luck ends here. Now, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade or do you want me to beat you up before you crush your accumulative point jade? Heng Feng asked. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, unless there was a major conflict between the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion, the people from the two mansions would not kill each other. Naturally, there were also those who were bloodthirsty and would kill their opponents even if they did not belong to the same celestial mansion. Duan Lingtian had to admit that Heng Feng was not such a person. However, Heng Feng was just as lucky as Heng Feng. Then, please beat me up. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. Heng Feng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such a thing. Boy, you've never heard of me? Heng Feng asked in a deep voice. Nope. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Heng Feng's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Heng Feng was a regular in the top 50 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, almost everyone who paid attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm knew of him. He had only come out of closed-door cultivation today, so he was late in entering the middle realm. However, he did not expect to encounter a rash disciple who did not pay attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as soon as he entered the middle realm. Forget it. Why should I be so calculative with an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? It's normal for an outer court disciple to not pay attention to the scoreboard. The moment Heng Feng thought of this, his expression softened. He did not waste any time as he walked toward Duanling Tian with a sway of his muscular body. Dong! 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 Heng Feng stepped in the air, and with every step he took, there was a loud bang that sounded like the beating of a drum. During this process, with every step he took, a layer of earthy yellow light would explode from his body. It was gorgeous and resplendent. In the end, when he was not far away from Duanling Tian, the layers of khaki halos shrunk and condensed. In the end, they transformed into layers of solid rock that covered his body like a rock armor. Of course, Heng Feng wasn't just wearing the rock armor. When he was wearing the rock armor, the aura he exuded was completely different. His aura was even more majestic than before, giving Duanling Tian a sense of pressure. The rock-style profundity. When the khaki light shone on Heng Feng's body, Duanling Tian knew Heng Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity. After all, he had first come into contact with the laws of Earth. Although he had not comprehended the profundity of the laws of Earth, he had a deep understanding of the laws of Earth, so he knew many profundities of the laws of Earth in detail. The profundity of rock body in the law of Earth was similar to the profundity of metal body in the law of metal, and the profundity of fire body in the law of fire. Of course, because the laws of Earth were adept in defense, the user's defense would be strengthened greatly after he utilized the profundities of the laws of Earth. Whoosh! 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 When Heng Feng was not far away from Duanling Tian, he opened his hands wide and released his celestial origin energy that was infused with the Earth elemental profundity. The Earth elemental profundity condensed into stone pillars in the air. Finally, these pillars formed a cage around Duanling Tian's body, trapping him inside. At the same time, a huge pressure enveloped Duanling Tian. Gravitational space profound. Chapter 31-35. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities from the law of Earth that Duanling Tian had come into contact with. In fact, he even knew the weak points of the gravitational space profundity. The distortion profundity. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins when he faced the gravitational space profundity and the cage that was shrinking. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it merged perfectly with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was much faster than ordinary people. At this moment, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity before he cast the distortion profundity. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as the distortion profundity was cast, the space around Duanling Tian began to distort and vibrate again. The gravitational force that shrouded Duanling Tian disappeared without a trace. Naturally, this was not because Heng Feng had withdrawn the gravitational force from Duanling Tian. Instead, it was because Duanling Tian had used the distortion profundity to shatter the gravitational force on Duanling Tian. At this moment, the space around Duanling Tian was affected by the distortion profundity. Ordinary forces would not be able to get close to him. Territory profundity. Duanling Tian cast another profundity from the law of space, the territory profundity, when the cage was only 7 to 8 meters away from him. In just a blink of an eye, the space domain expanded. The space energy inside the domain combined with the distorting power Upanishad rolled toward the cage. Apparently, he wanted to break the cage directly. At this moment, Heng Feng finally regained his senses. He's a 10-direction celestial duke. These two profundities. Are they the distortion profundity and the territory profundity from the law of space? Hang Feng's strength was higher than Gongsun Jing, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Naturally, his eyesight was not inferior to Gongsun Jing's as well. For this reason, when Hang Feng used Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy to confirm Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, he was able to identify the profundity of the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast. Hang Feng's expression darkened immediately. Vibration profundity. With just a thought, a kite energy appeared above the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity. It was similar to the distortion profundity from the law of space. Although Hang Feng's profundity, he did not have the profundity of space, the law of space profundity, Duan Lingtian's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the cage formed by Hang Feng's gravitational space profundity was crushed by Duan Lingtian's power. In just a blink of an eye, the cage was reduced to dust. However, even though it had turned into powder that filled the sky, it only took a moment for the powder to once again condense into the cage from before. Moreover, the cage shrunk rapidly. It was clear Hang Feng was trying to trap Duan Lingtian inside. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, the recovery profundity. Interesting. That was right. After Hang Feng's cage was crushed by Duan Lingtian's power, it was able to recover so quickly because Hang Feng had cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity at this moment. The recovery profundity was the only recovery profundity in the law of Earth. Not only could it restore one's own celestial origin energy that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity, but it could also restore everything that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity. For example, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity could be repaired by the recovery profundity. Up until now, Hang Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, had cast 5 profundities from the law of Earth. The Earth elemental profundity, the rock style profundity, the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the recovery profundity. I, Hang Feng, have underestimated you. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would possess such strength. Hang Feng's loud voice rang in the air. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you to crush your accumulative point jade obediently. As soon as Hang Feng finished speaking, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity continued to shrink toward Duan Lingtian. It was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hang Feng's vibration profundity was fully unleashed. It was on par with Duan Lingtian's distortion profundity. Although Duan Lingtian's distortion profundity was boosted by the territory profundity, it was boosted by the territory profundity. Hang Feng's vibration profundity was boosted by the gravitational space profundity and the rock style profundity. The teleportation profundity. As soon as Hang Feng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot with just a thought. Hang Feng's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared behind Hang Feng. He narrowed his eyes as a restrictive energy shrouded Hang Feng, trapping him within it. This was the law of space's restraining profundity that Duan Lingtian had cast. The territory profundity. The distortion profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast the 2 profundities from the law of space again. The space profundity swept toward Hang Feng as though it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The space profundity seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. All of this was too sudden for Hang Feng. Even then, when Duan Lingtian's space profundity shrouded Hang Feng, a layer of translucent crystal appeared on his rock armor. The crystal wall profundity. This was the defense profundity from the law of Earth. At this critical moment, Hang Feng cast the 6th profundity from the law of Earth that he had comprehended. At this moment, the strength that Hang Feng displayed was no longer inferior to the Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple, Gongsun Jing, who was killed by Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 When Duan Lingtian's energy landed on Hang Feng's body, it only managed to shatter the crystal. The remaining energy only managed to crack the rock armor on Hang Feng's body. Barf. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hang Feng finally managed to catch his breath. A powerful repulsive force swept out from his body. It was the repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity. Coupled with the vibration profundity, it swept out in all directions, causing the space that Duan Lingtian had shackled to tremble slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's energy collided with Hang Feng's energy. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Recovery profundity. However, when Hang Feng cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity, not only did it repair Hang Feng's rock armor and crystal barrier, but it also strengthened his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth elemental profundity. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage. The space elemental profundity, the distortion profundity, the territory profundity, the confinement profundity, and the teleportation profundity. When did the profound nether mansion have a 10-direction celestial duke like you? Although Hang Feng had the upper hand, his expression was solemn. He had never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion before this. He was certain there was no doubt about it. If there was such a person in the profound nether mansion, even if he had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm before, he was certain Hang Feng was not a nobody. This was because he had not comprehended an ordinary law. Instead, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. In other words, the difficulty of comprehending 5 profundities from a supreme law like the law of space was comparable to comprehending 7 or 8 profundities from an ordinary law. At this moment, Hang Feng was no longer in the mood to force Duan Lingtian to crush his accumulative point jade. When he discovered Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he knew it was impossible for him to keep Duan Lingtian here. In fact, Duan Lingtian would be able to escape if his opponent was not a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity or other speed profundities. Swoosh. 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 While Hang Feng was looking at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face, several figures flew out from the martial battle mansion's base. Senior brother Hang Feng? Who's this person? He's actually able to stand up to senior brother Hang Feng. He's a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Am I seeing things? He's an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Senior brother Hang Feng is in such a wretched state because of an outer court disciple? The newcomers were the disciples of the martial battle mansion. They had been in the martial battle mansion's base when they heard the commotion. Although Duan Lingtian and Hang Feng had fought several times, it had only been a short while. I didn't expect you to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Hang Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the disciples of the martial battle mansion even though they were all inner court disciples. Hang Feng's strength was not inferior to Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion whom he had killed earlier. In fact, Gong Sun Jing might not even be a match for Hang Feng. Naturally, if Gong Sun Jing wanted to flee, Hang Feng might not be able to catch up to him. After all, Hang Feng's strength was the law of earth. His speed was his weakness. He said senior brother Hang Feng has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. Is it possible that senior brother Hang Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of earth in front of him? That might not be the case. Don't forget that senior brother Hang Feng isn't a nobody in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That person must have heard of senior brother Hang Feng and knew senior brother Hang Feng had comprehended 6 profundities. Humph. Can't you see that senior brother Hang Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of earth? Many of the martial battle mansion's inner court disciples who were relatively strong and discerning could tell Hang Feng had cast 6 profundities from the law of earth. Leave. You've comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space. I can't keep you here. Hang Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Hang Feng's words, the group of martial battle mansion's inner court disciples was stunned. The teleportation profundity? Chapter 31-36. You can't stop me, but that doesn't mean I can't stop you. Upon hearing Hang Feng's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the space around Duan Lingtian in the space territory began to stir. It was as though it was preparing for something. After a few moments, a ripping sound could be heard as a spatial tear appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. That's a spatial tear? Heavens! He actually tore a spatial tear? How is he so strong? No, he didn't use his own strength to tear a spatial tear. He used the law of space to tear a spatial tear. To be more precise, he's using the dimensional/profundity from the law of space. When the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples were still in shock, a gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear. This blade glow leaped out from behind the spatial crack. It was like a dimensional blade that traversed through another dimension. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to cause everything around it to pale in comparison. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the other profundities from the law of space surged into the saber ray, causing the saber ray to grow rapidly. After the saber ray grew, the aura it emitted became even more terrifying. Although it was not targeted at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples, they still felt suffocated. How powerful! What a terrifying saber ray! So this is the dimensional/profundity from the law of space? The first offensive profundity from the law of space? The group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were not targeted could sense how terrifying the dimensional/profundity was. Naturally, Hang Feng, who was targeted by the dimensional/profundity, could sense how terrifying the gray saber ray was. At this moment, even though Hang Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and other profundities from the law of Earth to block the dimensional/profundity, he did not feel safe at all. Defense profundity. Hang Feng took a deep breath before he cast the law of Earth's profundity that he had just comprehended. Numerous yellow talismans appeared around Hang Feng's body and began to revolve around him. Of course, these yellow talismans were a little dim and blurry. It was as if they could not provide much defense for Hang Feng. Senior brother Hang Feng has even used the seventh profundity of the law of Earth, the defense profundity. The disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion held their breaths. They could see that Hang Feng was using all his strength. Boom! Rumble! Faced with the ferocious dimensional/profundity, Hang Feng used the seventh profundity of the law of Earth that he had just comprehended. With a single thought, he combined the vibrational profundity of the law of Earth with the gravitational space profundity to form a cage in front of him in an attempt to block the dimensional slash. At this moment, Hang Feng was defending with all his might and attacking with all his might. He did not dare to be careless. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body continued to surge out of his body, supporting both his defense and offense. At this moment, Hang Feng had completely fallen into a passive position. You've even comprehended the seventh profundity of the laws of Earth, the defense profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw that Hang Feng had even used the defense profound meaning that he had just comprehended. A faint smile appeared on his face as if he didn't care at all. If it's the profound of defense at novice level, he might be able to block my dimensional slash. However, this initial comprehension of the defense profoundness is still insufficient. It was as if he was setting off Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Hum. In the void, the dimensional slash whistled through the air, destroying Hang Feng's attack like it was nothing. Then, it continued to fly towards Hang Feng. Although the dimensional slash had consumed some of its energy, it was quickly replenished by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Of course, only Duan Lingtian, who had 99 heavenly veins, could recover from the dimensional slash in such a short time. Although the dimensional slash did not consume a lot of energy, it did not consume a lot of energy. However, if it was not for someone with 99 heavenly veins, it would not have been possible for him to recover so much energy in such a short time. Buzz. 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 The dimensional slash tore through the void as though it could destroy everything. The terrifying sound of the saber humming continuously rang in Hang Feng's ears. Although he had put all his energy into defending himself, he was still not confident of winning. The power of the dimensional slash was too strong. The law of space was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 supreme laws. Although Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he felt like he could defeat Heng Feng, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and had just comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been defeated while he had put all his energy into defending himself. After all, the law of earth he had comprehended could not be compared to the 4 supreme laws in terms of defense. But now, he had a strong feeling that dimensional slash could break through his defenses, injure him, and even kill him. Moreover, the sense of danger grew stronger as the dimensional slash approached him. In the end, he could not help but feel his head go numb. No. In the face of death, Heng Feng's eyes widened as his aura fluctuated violently. He could no longer maintain his composure. Heng Feng, who was on the brink of death, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He suddenly felt enlightened. The doubts he had regarding the law of Earth's defense profundity had been resolved at this moment. Whoosh! 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 Just as the dimensional slash was about to cut through the yellow talismans that were revolving around Heng Feng, the originally dim and illusory yellow talismans suddenly solidified. With this, the talismans, which were originally vulnerable to the dimensional slash, became Heng Feng's first line of defense and barely managed to stop the dimensional slash. You managed to comprehend the law of Earth's defense profundity under the pressure of my attack. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the situation. However, so what if you've comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity? The defense profundity is not attached to your body. I can use the law of space's teleportation profundity to send the dimensional slash behind the defense profundity. There's no need for me to be entangled with it. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The dimensional slash profundity that was in a stalemate with the defense profundity disappeared mysteriously. When it reappeared, it was behind the defense profundity and continued to attack Heng Feng. At this moment, the defense profundity was useless. How is this possible? Heng Feng's expression changed drastically, and a look of despair appeared on his face. At this moment, it was already too late for him to withdraw the defense profundity. It was impossible for him to catch up with the speed of the dimensional slash. Slash. The dimensional slash landed on the crystalline rock armor on Heng Feng's body. After a short stalemate, it cut through the rock armor as though it was tofu. The law of Earth's crystal wall profundity had completed its mission. Naturally, its sacrifice was not in vain. At the very least, it had offset half of the power of the dimensional slash profundity. After the crystal wall profundity came the rock-style profundity. The rock-style profundity was not the main defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Although it had some defensive properties, it could not be compared to the crystal wall profundity and the defense profundity. For this reason, Heng Feng's face turned deathly pale when the dimensional slash profundity cut through the rock armor's crystal wall. I can't believe I'm going to die in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In desperation, Heng Feng closed his eyes. At this moment, there was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. However, after a few moments, he discovered he did not die as he had expected. Although he felt an icy cold aura on his chest and even felt a burning pain, the dimensional slash that had landed on his body had disappeared at the same time. Buzz! The crisp sound of a saber rang in the air before it disappeared. Heng Feng knew his opponent, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, had shown him mercy. Thank you for sparing my life. Heng Feng opened his eyes and looked at the small wound on his chest. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. Those who had not experienced the despair of death would not be able to understand how Heng Feng felt at this moment. It was as though Heng Feng had just walked through the gates of hell. Since you thought you could kill me and had no intention of killing me, naturally, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, now, it's time for you to hand over your points, right? If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to send the dimensional slash profundity behind Heng Feng would have died. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. Since Heng Feng had no intention of killing him, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. If Heng Feng had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would not have held back. Of course. Heng Feng hastily brought out his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he had not killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. No matter what, I owe you a favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Heng Feng said to Duan Lingtian before he crushed his accumulative point jade. His tone was sincere, and there was no hint of hypocrisy in it. After Heng Feng was sent away by the transportation formation in his accumulative point jade, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased by 1 point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had 20 points in his accumulative point jade. He just came in. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he saw Heng Feng had only given him 1 point. After all, Heng Feng was much stronger than Gongsun Jing, who had given him 13 points. This made him feel slightly unbalanced. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had bumped into Heng Feng when he first came in. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, whoosh! Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, blocking the path of a group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were trying to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to return? Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he looked at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples. Chapter 31-37. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, each Grade 6 celestial mansion had its own campsite. Only those who had both the identity token of that immortal mansion and the point jade token of that immortal mansion were allowed to enter the encampment. Others were not allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way into the campsites, they would trigger the defensive formation the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up. It was impossible for a 10-direction Celestial Duke to breach the defensive formation. The group of disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion had been staying in the campsite. Regardless of how strong Duan Lingtian was, as long as they did not leave the campsite, it would be impossible for him to break into the campsite. However, they had left the campsite when Duan Lingtian and Heng Feng were fighting. When they saw Duan Lingtian had eliminated Heng Feng, their first thought was to return to the campsite. Unfortunately, as soon as they turned around, Duan Lingtian had already blocked their path and was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. Even Heng Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, was no match for Duan Lingtian. Heng Feng had successfully comprehended the law of earth's defense profundity at the brink of death. They had witnessed this clearly. For this reason, they were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Heng Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. Even if Heng Feng had not comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, none of them would have been a match for him, let alone Heng Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. However, now that they were faced with Duan Lingtian, who was stronger than Heng Feng, they could not bring themselves to fight him at all. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to hand over my points. However, before I leave, I have a question for you. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? One of the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion knew it was impossible for him to return to the campsite under the protection of Duan Lingtian. He took out his accumulative point jade. However, before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he asked Duan Lingtian a question. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Following his question, the remaining disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion glanced at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, they were all interested in this question. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciple could not help but curse when he saw Duan Lingtian nodding. The people from the profound Nether Mansion are blind. How can someone like you be an outer court disciple? Duan Lingtian, why don't you leave the profound Nether Mansion and join the Martial Battle Mansion? My father is the Vice Mansion Master of the Martial Battle Mansion. I can ask him to recommend you to the Martial Battle Mansion. If you're willing to join the Martial Battle Mansion, my father will recommend you to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciples suddenly changed the topic and began to poach the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. If Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Battle Mansion, the Martial Battle Mansion would have a powerhouse who could dominate the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future. Although Duan Lingtian would not be of much help to them, they could still brag about it in front of the other disciples. I just joined the Profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, thank you for your kind offer, but I won't leave the Profound Nether Mansion. Just joined the Profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple tried to dissuade him. However, he could see the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. The Profound Nether Mansion is really lucky, the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple, who claimed to be the son of the Vice Mansion Master of the Martial Battle Mansion, said bitterly as he crushed the accumulative point jade in his hand. Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade instantly skyrocketed. 29 points. Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised when he saw the number of points on his accumulative point jade. He did not expect the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple would have so many points. After all, not everyone had 9 points. 9 points should be on the scoreboard. Before I came in, there were 2 people with 9 points. One of them is a Martial Battle Mansion's disciple called Lu Xiaozhou. Duan Lingtian recalled the name of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple who had 9 points on the scoreboard before he entered the Heaven's Burial Ground. Lu Xiaozhou. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Profound Nether Mansion, Lu Xiaozhou was ranked 78th on the scoreboard. He was one of the 2 people who had 9 points. It was clear Lu Xiaozhou had obtained 9 points earlier than the other person. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he turned to look at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces at this moment. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was distracted, none of them took the opportunity to flee. None of them dared to take the lead. Based on the current situation, they would only have to give up their points and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm earlier. Even if they gave up their points, it would not affect them at all since they were ranked outside the top 100. Naturally, they would not be rewarded by the Martial Battle Mansion. The major celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including the Martial Battle Mansion, would reward their disciples who were ranked in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they were ranked outside the top 20. Of course, those who were ranked within the top 20 would not only receive preferential rewards, but they would also receive substantial rewards. If they tried to flee, they might infuriate the Profound Nether Mansion's disciple and kill him. For the sake of their lives, they did not dare to act recklessly. Crack. 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 After one of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples crushed his accumulative point jade, the rest of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased to 41 points. At the same time, the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. I saw the scoreboard before I came in. With 41 points, I'm ranked 45th. Duan Lingtian could still remember the scoreboard. Before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had 50 points while the person ranked 45th only had 36 points. With his current points, he could easily overtake the person ranked 45th and below. The higher one's ranking was, the greater the disparity between the scoreboard and the higher one's ranking was. When Duan Lingtian only had 6 points, he was ranked 93rd. When he had 19 points, he was ranked 52nd. Now that he had 41 points, he was only ranked 45th. His points had doubled, but his ranking on the scoreboard had only advanced by a few places. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was shocked when he saw his ranking on the scoreboard. The 50th place on the scoreboard was a watershed. Even if the top 50 were ranked close to each other, there would still be a gap of 3 places between them. On the other hand, the gap between the top 50 was very small. Those who are ranked in the top 50 must have comprehended at least 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending a 7th profundity. Moreover, they must be the cream of the crop. Such people can easily defeat most people in the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, it would have been difficult for Heng Feng to rank in the top 50. However, with his strength, there's a high chance he'll rank in the top 50 from next month onward. Duan Lingtian thought there was a high chance Heng Feng would rank in the top 50 because Heng Feng had comprehended the law of earth. Although Heng Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, his speed was still his shortcoming. For those who comprehended the law of wind, even if they only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, as long as their second profundity was the gale profundity or another speed profundity, as long as they were not careless, they would be able to escape unscathed from Heng Feng. Of course, Heng Feng can also find someone who is faster but weaker than him to help him. That way, he'll have a chance to defeat his opponent, Duan Lingtian said. Although Heng Feng's speed was slow, he could easily find a helper from the martial battle mansion to help him. With this, it would be much easier for Heng Feng to rank in the top 50. In the martial battle mansion. It was a grade 6 celestial mansion just like the profound nether mansion. There were a few transporting formations in the martial battle mansion that led to the southern heaven ancient realm. When Heng Feng appeared miserably at one of the teleportation points, the person at the teleportation point was naturally very surprised. Heng Feng, you're injured? A group of elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped when they saw the inch-deep wound on Heng Feng's chest. Heng Feng had comprehended the law of earth. In the martial battle mansion, his defense was invincible against those below the celestial king realm. However, not only was Heng Feng eliminated, but he was also injured. It was clear someone had breached his defense. Heng Feng, who breached your defense? One of the elders asked in shock. Is it Leng Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion? The elders from the martial battle mansion asked this question because there were only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm. There were less than 30 10-direction celestial dukes from the various celestial mansions who were capable of breaching Heng Feng's defense. In the past few days, only Leng Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion and Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion had managed to break through Heng Feng's defense with a change in points. Neither of them. Heng Feng shook his head as he looked at the scoreboard. A wry smile appeared on his face when he saw the names that had suddenly entered the top 50. It seems like they didn't make it back to the campsite. Heng Feng had a hunch about this. At this moment, a figure appeared at the transporting formations. It was none other than the martial battle mansion's disciple who had crushed his accumulative point jade in front of Duan Lingtian. Little Zhou, you. Why are you here? The eyes of the martial battle mansion's elder widened in shock when he saw the person who had just appeared. At the same time, he discovered the person who had just appeared was none other than Heng Feng. Chapter 31-38. Lu Xiaozhou was the son of one of the vice mansion masters in the martial battle mansion. Although he was not as strong as Heng Feng, he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal and was in the process of comprehending the 6th profundity from the law of metal. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Lu Xiaozhou's best result was to rank 69th on the scoreboard and enter the top 70. After all, this was a rare achievement for a 10-direction celestial duke who had only comprehended 5 profundities from a law. Naturally, this was due to the fact that Lu Xiaozhou had comprehended the law of metal. If he had comprehended the law of earth, he might not even be able to rank in the top 80, let alone the top 70. Earlier, the people in the transporting formations saw Lu Xiaozhou ranked 78th on the scoreboard. Lu Xiaozhou's ranking on the scoreboard was 78th. For Lu Xiaozhou, this could only be considered average. However, Lu Xiaozhou could still stay in there for 3 more days, so it was not impossible for him to obtain a better ranking. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lu Xiaozhou's performance. Who would have thought that after Heng Feng, Lu Xiaozhou would also be eliminated? Both of them were eliminated one after another. That person even defeated senior brother Heng Feng. I didn't even need to fight with him since I knew what was good for me. Lu Xiaozhou shrugged when he heard the elder's question. As soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The martial battle mansion's elder who asked Lu Xiaozhou finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and asked, "You mean you were also eliminated by the person who broke through Heng Feng's defense?" Swoosh. Swoosh. As soon as the martial battle mansion's elder finished speaking, two more figures appeared. It was clear they were also eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Two more people were eliminated. There are only a dozen people left in the martial battle mansion, right? In less than 15 minutes, 4 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This was rare in the martial battle mansion. Don't tell me both of you were eliminated by the person who eliminated Heng Feng and Xiao Zhou as well? The elder asked in shock as he looked at the 2 disciples who were eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, the 4 of them were eliminated in such a short period of time. This was unlikely to be a coincidence. Yes. Under the shocked gazes of the martial battle mansion's elders and disciples, the 2 martial battle mansion's elders nodded in agreement. Actually, there were 7 people who were eliminated along with us. They must have entered the middle realm through another transporting formation. That's why they weren't sent here. As soon as this person finished speaking, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence again. There were still 7 people who had been eliminated. In other words, 11 people, including Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, had been eliminated in just 15 minutes. Moreover, they were all eliminated by the same person. After eliminating us, he has already entered the top 50. Lu Xiaozhou's gaze fell on the light screen of the scoreboard not far away, and he sighed with a bitter smile. The elders and disciples of the martial battle mansion immediately shifted their attention to the ranking after hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words. With a glance, their gazes converged on the name that was ranked 45th. They had paid attention to the people who were previously ranked in the top 50 and had an impression of them. However, this name had only appeared there now. Naturally, some of them had noticed this name as well. If I'm not mistaken, this name only has 19 points. He's a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, we've never heard of such a person in the Profound Nether Mansion before. One of the martial battle mansion's disciples said. That's right. I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Lingtian? Since when did the Profound Nether Mansion have such a person? Is he a hidden trump card of the Profound Nether Mansion? At this moment, the people from the martial battle mansion finally realized who Duan Lingtian was. The person who had defeated Heng Feng and eliminated Lu Xiaozhou and the others was none other than Duan Lingtian. What did it mean for him to be able to break through Heng Feng's defenses? This meant Duan Lingtian was in the top 50. The Profound Nether Mansion's disciple was definitely strong enough to rank in the top 30. Are all of you really eliminated by him alone? The martial battle mansion's elder who had questioned Lu Xiaozhou earlier asked in disbelief. He had assumed Heng Feng was eliminated by Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. After all, they were the only people in the middle realm who were capable of defeating Heng Feng. However, Heng Feng denied it. When Lu Xiaozhou and the others returned, Lu Xiaozhou told them that the person who had eliminated them was none other than Duan Lingtian, a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion. He found this hard to believe. It's normal that we haven't heard of him. He told me he only joined the Profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Moreover, the identity token on his waist is only an outer court disciple's identity token, Lu Xiaozhou said. For this reason, I think the Profound Nether Mansion must have hired him as an external helper. Moreover, I'm afraid this external helper has a powerful background. Lu Xiaozhou's eyes glinted brightly when he finished speaking. As soon as he crushed his accumulative point jade, he boldly extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Due to this, he discovered something shocking. He discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Heng Feng who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. What did this mean? Lu Xiaozhou was certain of this. If he had not personally investigated Duan Lingtian's age, he would not have believed Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Even he would not have believed it if someone told him Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. For this reason, he did not intend to reveal this matter to anyone. Unless someone else discovered it, he would only say it out loud. Otherwise, no one would believe him even if he said it out loud. It was meaningless. He joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago. An outer court disciple? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, realization dawned on the martial battle mansion's elders and disciples. Heng Feng, what law did that person comprehend? Since he was able to breach your defenses, he must have comprehended an offensive law, right? The martial battle mansion's elder looked at Heng Feng curiously. Apart from that, he must have comprehended at least 7 profundities from the law of earth, right? Upon hearing the martial battle mansion's elder's words, everyone, including Lu Xiaozhou, turned to look at Heng Feng. Although Lu Xiaozhou knew Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had comprehended from the law of space. Since he was not familiar with the law of space, and he was not the one who had fought Duan Lingtian, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had used from the law of space. I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended from the law of earth, but he defeated me with 7 profundities from the law of earth. Heng Feng replied. Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, had used 6 profundities from the law of space when they fought. When Duan Lingtian had used the cross-dimensional profundity, Heng Feng, who had comprehended the defense profundity, thought he would be able to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian would use the law of space's transportation profundity to bypass his defense profundity and attack him? With that, Heng Feng's defense profundity would be rendered useless. Duan Lingtian used 7 profundities. It's not surprising that you were defeated. As long as the profundities Duan Lingtian comprehended from the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, and the law of destruction are not weak, they'll be able to break through your defense. The martial battle mansion's elder knew Heng Feng's strength very well, so he made such a decision. Elder Yun, I'm afraid you're unaware that senior brother Heng Feng's defense was breached after he comprehended the defense profundity. Before Heng Feng could reply, Lu Xiaozhou had already spoken. What? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, the elder from the martial battle mansion was shocked. Heng Feng has comprehended the defense profundity? Based on his knowledge, Heng Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. As for the 7th profundity, the defense profundity, he had only just begun to comprehend it. However, based on Lu Xiaozhou's words, Heng Feng had comprehended the defense profundity. Heng Feng, the elder from the martial battle mansion, turned to look at Heng Feng, hoping to get an answer from him. Yes. Heng Feng nodded. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. When I fought with him, I comprehended the defense profound meaning at the brink of death. As for him, it was only after I comprehended the defense profundity that he used the 7th profundity of the law he comprehended. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat me with just 6 profundities. Fear still lingered in Heng Feng's heart when he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian's attack was at that time. You're saying he only used 6 profundities to break through your defense before you comprehended the defense profundity? He only used 7 profundities to break through your defense after you comprehended the defense profundity. The martial battle mansion's elder's eyes narrowed as he gasped. The other elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion who were aware of Heng Feng's strength gasped as well. Is it possible that he has comprehended the supreme law? Another elder from the martial battle mansion asked with a solemn expression on his face. In his opinion, even if someone who had comprehended the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of thunder, the law of destruction, or any of the other laws could not break through Heng Feng's defense when he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. After all, 2 of the profundities from the law of earth that Heng Feng had comprehended were defensive profundities. On top of that, Heng Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's rock body technique. For this reason, he made a bold guess. Chapter 31-39. After all, the 4 supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Although not all of the 4 supreme laws were offensive laws, some of their mysteries were so strange that they could often ignore the defenses of the law of earth. For this reason, the elders from the martial battle mansion came to such a conclusion. Elder Lu, you're right. That person has comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou said in a timely manner. The law of space. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, apart from those who had just come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people from the martial battle mansion were shocked. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old? Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous person? Many of the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped. They must have paid a hefty price to recruit someone like that, right? Is it worth it for the profound nether mansion to do this? Many people voiced their doubts. When you find out that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, you'll be so shocked that you won't be able to recover from your shock. Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he glanced at the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion. At the same time, he sent a message to his father. Others might not believe his words, but he knew that his father would definitely believe him. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who's not even 100 years old, is a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the martial battle mansion, was stunned when he received Lu Xiaozhou's message. Father, do you think that such an existence could be from the upper 7 regions? Lu Xiaozhou asked through the message transmission. However, because his father was too shocked by his previous message, his father was still in a daze when he received the message. Meanwhile, news of 11 people, including Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the same person caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. The people from the martial battle mansion were even more shocked when they learned that Heng Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity. After Heng Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm who are capable of breaching his defenses, right? Yes. I'm afraid only a few 10-direction celestial dukes who have comprehended 8 profundities from the law of earth would be able to break through Heng Feng's defense. Most importantly, that person was hired by the profound nether mansion. Don't tell me the profound nether mansion has hired someone to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Right now, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. No matter how strong that person is, it's impossible for him to enter the top 30 unless he encounters Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. That's right. If he defeats Lu Ji and obtains Lu Ji's points, he'll be able to enter the top 30. If he encounters Lang Yunyu and defeats him, he'll be able to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the southern heaven territory isn't vast, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to encounter Lang Yunyu and Lu Ji in just a few days. Currently, the people from the martial battle mansion thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the profound nether mansion. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person be an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? In the history of the southern heaven territory, many grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, most of them had only hired outsiders to help the grade 6 celestial mansions rank in the top 20. None of the grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders who were strong enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hired by the profound nether mansion, had attracted a lot of attention from the martial battle mansion after he breached the defense of Heng Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. In fact, many people who did not pay much attention to the scoreboard began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's ranking. There are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. I wonder how many places Duan Lingtian will advance this month. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Many of them were looking at the name that was ranked 45th on the scoreboard. At this moment, it was as though the name that was ranked first was not as attractive as the name that was ranked 45th. While the martial battle mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian, the other grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian were shocked as well. In the profound nether mansion, The other grade 6 celestial mansions were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As a grade 6 celestial mansion where Duan Lingtian resided, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian's name was in the top 50. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many people thought Duan Lingtian was only there for sightseeing. They thought so because Duan Lingtian was personally escorted there by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, and because Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. How could a young man who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to compete on the scoreboard if he was not there for sightseeing? Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the top 100. At that time, some people thought Duan Lingtian had cheated, but most of them thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky. Then, Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Jing, an inner court disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, one of the profound nether mansion's enemies, and rose to the 52nd place. At this moment, the people who thought Duan Lingtian had cheated and Duan Lingtian's luck had disappeared. Instead, they were discussing Duan Lingtian's background. There were 3 transporting formations in the profound nether mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, the 3 transporting formations in the profound nether mansion were even more crowded than the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion. This was especially true at the transporting formation where Duan Lingtian entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Many people were asking the elder who had helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade. Elder, is Duan Lingtian really not even 100 years old? Elder, is there anything special about Duan Lingtian? Is he even human? Elder, when you helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade, did you expect him to achieve such a result? At this moment, the elder from the profound nether mansion who helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade was akin to a celebrity from Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. He was surrounded by reporters who bombarded him with questions. Duan Lingtian is the external help Inspector Qi found? Patrol Inspector Qi, where did you find such external help? As time passed, most of the people in the profound nether mansion no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. After all, many of the elders from the profound nether mansion were on good terms with the elders from the martial battle mansion. Therefore, they learned about Duan Lingtian's shocking feat of eliminating 11 people from the martial battle mansion in just 15 minutes. Among the 11 people from the martial battle mansion, there were also Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, 2 people who could enter the top 100 every month. Duan Lingtian comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Heng Feng from the martial battle mansion had cast 7 profundities from the law of earth, including the crystal barrier profundity and the defense profundity. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to break through his defenses. If Duan Lingtian didn't show mercy, Heng Feng would have died. Heng Feng was almost killed by Duan Lingtian even after he comprehended the defense profundity. Heavens! Apart from being a 10 directions celestial duke, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space as well. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's profundity as well. Is he really not even 100 years old? The fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old has been confirmed by too many people, to the extent that we have no choice but to believe it. I really wonder where Inspector Qi found such external help. Patrol Inspector Qi might not be able to find such external help, right? I think Lord Mansion Master is the one who sent Inspector Qi here. Inspector Qi is only here to bring Duan Lingtian to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That should be the case. More and more people began to think Duan Lingtian was hired by the Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion at a great cost. However, what they did not know was that, when the Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion learned about Duan Lingtian and his performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was stunned. Patrol Inspector Qi, this Duan Lingtian, what's going on? The Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion was a tall middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian, he immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming. Because Qi Tianming was the one who brought him here, he knew nothing about it. Prior to this, he did not even know Duan Lingtian existed in the profound nether mansion. The eyes of the mansion master of the profound nether mansion brightened immediately when he learned about the situation from Qi Tianming. It seemed like the profound nether mansion was finally going to have a new imperial tutor after 30,000 years. However, when he heard about the test the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, the joy on his face froze. Then, he smiled wryly and muttered under his breath, "Grandmaster. Why would he set such a test for him? After all, he's not even 100 years old yet." For this reason, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion left his residence and made his way to the imperial tutor pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, was oblivious to all of this. If only there's a map with the locations of the other celestial mansions' bases. That way, I can wait outside their bases. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of victory outside the martial battle mansion's base, planned to find another celestial mansion's base and rob them of their points. Chapter 3140. I haven't seen a single person in the past 2 days and 2 nights, let alone a grade 6 celestial mansion's base. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the martial battle mansion's base, he had not encountered any other grade 6 celestial mansions. However, he could still remember the location of the martial battle mansion's base and the profound nether mansion's base. After all, even if he eliminated the people from the profound nether mansion, he would not be able to obtain their points. Instead, he would only benefit the people from the other celestial mansions who were closest to the profound nether mansion. As for the martial battle mansion's base, he had eliminated 11 people in the past 2 days. Would there be anyone left? Would there be anyone waiting to return to the martial battle mansion's base? Why would the disciples from the martial battle mansion return? Even if they did not return to the base, they would still be sent back to the martial battle mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not waste his time in the martial battle mansion's base. There are only 2 days and 2 nights left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm resets. It's obvious there aren't many people left in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack if we want to find more people. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way through the teleportation profundity. At this moment, he no longer harbored any hope of running into anyone else. It seems like I've entered the middle realm too late this month. I think I'll only have 41 points after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he brought out his accumulative point jade and weighed it in his hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest with steep terrain. In the past, he had to tread carefully when he passed through mountainous forests with such terrain. However, at this moment, he did not think there would be anyone here. Even if there were people here, they would not be strong at all. After all, most of the people who were ranked at the top were no longer in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. About half an hour after Duan Lingtian relaxed, he suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, he saw someone flying toward him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in a green aura rushed towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. As the other party's hands moved, a blade made entirely of wind blades whizzed towards him. Hum! The saber hummed, and a sharp aura instantly enveloped Duan Lingtian. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. After all, Duan Lingtian was completely relaxed just a moment ago. But so what? Teleportation profound. The wind blade was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. It would only take a moment for the wind blade to land on Duan Lingtian. However, just as the wind blade was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian disappeared with a thought. For a moment, all the wind blades that were condensed from the wind blades slashed through the air. Teleportation? The figure, whose body was wrapped in green qi, suddenly paused. His pupils shrank slightly and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was skilled in the law of wind. In terms of speed, not many people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were faster than him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to dodge his attack. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his sight without leaving a trace. What else could it be if this was not the law of space's teleportation profundity? Restraining profundity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had teleported behind him, cast the law of space's restraining profundity and shackled the area where the man was standing. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian released his spatial territory that enveloped an area of 10 meters around him. With another teleportation, he appeared near the imprisoned figure and shrouded him in his spatial territory. At this moment, the figure turned around and met Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Although Duan Ling Tian had cast the restraining profundity and the territory profundity on the figure did not seem to be affected at all. The figure's body was shrouded in green qi with tiny wind blades that easily resisted the space energy in Duan Ling Tian's space territory. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji. As soon as the figure turned around, Duan Ling Tian saw the identity token hanging on the figure's waist. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled the words of a profound Nether Mansion's disciple he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji has only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30. At that time, it was his first time hearing about Lu Ji. Then, he saw Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard. At that time, Lu Ji was ranked 33rd on the scoreboard with more than 100 points. It would take him less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. If Lu Ji didn't leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he should have been forcefully sent out today. After all, today should be his last day in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. An outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Ling Tian was looking at Lu Ji's identity token. Lu Ji was also looking at Duan Ling Tian's identity token. Duan Ling Tian? Lu Ji frowned. He had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. If an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, even if he had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, he would not be a nobody. For this reason, Lu Ji was confused. He had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the territory profundity, and the restraining profundity, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space so far. An outer court disciple who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space? For such an existence, unless he had never displayed his strength in front of others, he would definitely not be a nameless figure. The distortion profundity. The cross-dimensional profundity. Lu Ji was still puzzled by the fact that he had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before. However, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of stopping. He continued to cast the other 2 profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, the distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity. In just a blink of an eye, the space around Lu Ji began to distort. The force of the distortion shattered the tiny wind blades hovering around Lu Ji's body. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void, followed by a buzzing sound. A gray blade light swept out from behind the spatial crack. The gray saber ray was the center of attention. Everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison to it. The saber ray's target was Lu Ji. It seemed like it had no intention of slowing down at all. It was not difficult to see that if Lu Ji failed to break free from Duan Ling Tian's spatial shackles, he would definitely be killed by the cross-dimensional profundity. Don't let me see you next month. Lu Ji had a ferocious expression on his face as he spat out these words. Then, he crushed the jade token that he had just taken out. The green light that shrouded Lu Ji managed to block the cross-dimensional profundity for a brief moment before he was sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transportation formation. This was the most humiliating time Lu Ji had ever been eliminated from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's identity token, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian was just an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Although it was shocking that an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended 3 or 4 profundities from the law of space, it was not enough to threaten him. When he saw Duan Ling Tian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space, making a total of 6 profundities from the law of space, he knew he had been careless. He should not have allowed Duan Lingtian to cast so many profundities from the law of space. At this moment, it was too late for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it would be impossible for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space in such a short time. It would take time for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space. However, he did not have that much time. If he tried to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space, the cross-dimensional profundity would have landed on him before he could even break free. Moreover, the cross-dimensional profundity was so fast that he did not have enough time to block it. It was too late. It was too late. For this reason, Lu Ji was left with only one option. He had to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm while he was busy blocking Duan Lingtian's attack. That way, he would be able to escape with his life. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, even though he had decisively made such a choice, he was still very unwilling to accept it. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space. Lu Ji had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Therefore, he was confident he could catch up to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. If I use my speed to evade his shackles of space and territory, and use my speed to catch up to his teleportation profundity, it won't be difficult for me to defeat or even kill him. In a way, my speed is the bane of his existence. Lu Ji thought to himself as he was sent away by the transporting formation. He was so frustrated that he was on the verge of losing his mind. However, no matter how frustrated he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. 113 points. As soon as Lu Ji's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased by 113 points. Initially, he had 41 points. Chapter 31-41. In Hanqing Mansion. At this moment, a figure appeared at one of the portals in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Lu Ji. It's senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji has come out. It's a pity that senior brother Lu Ji's ranking stopped at the 31st place. However, it's also because senior brother Lu Ji entered later. Otherwise, with senior brother Lu Ji's strength, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 30. That's right. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Hanqing Mansion. Many of them shifted their attention away from the scoreboard. For this reason, they did not notice Lu Ji's name. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, his name, who was originally ranked 31st, had disappeared from the scoreboard. At the same time, his name, who was originally ranked 30th, had dropped by 1 place. As for the rankings after that, there were some timely changes. The names of those who were ranked after 45th all moved forward by 1 place. In fact, this was a huge change in the scoreboard. However, since most of the people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were focused on Lu Ji, they did not notice the change in the scoreboard. Meanwhile, an uproar broke out in the middle of the other portals in the Hanqing Mansion. Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Heavens! Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Is he eliminated? Who's strong enough to eliminate him in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Could it be the person who eliminated the martial battle mansion's Hengfeng? That's him. Look, he already has 154 points and is ranked 25th on the scoreboard. It seems like he's the one who eliminated senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji had 113 points previously, and Lu Ji has 41 points now. With senior brother Lu Ji's points, Lu Ji has 154 points. The group of elders and disciples of the Hanqing Mansion looked at the 25th name on the scoreboard. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although the owner of this name had eliminated Hengfeng from the martial battle mansion, Hengfeng had comprehended 6 profundities of a law and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity of that law, just like Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion. However, Heng Feng had comprehended the law of earth. On the other hand, Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion had comprehended the law of wind. Moreover, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. He was much stronger than Heng Feng. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only a handful of 10 directions celestial dukes would be able to stop Lu Ji. But now, Lu Ji had been eliminated. Duan Lingtian? After Lu Ji came out, he ignored the gazes of the surrounding people. His gaze immediately fell on the scoreboard, and he quickly found the name that he hated to the bone. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and his face became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. At the same time, the surrounding group of people also noticed that something was wrong from Lu Ji's current state. When they followed Lu Ji's gaze and looked at the scoreboard, their pupils constricted and they all gasped in unison. How? How is this possible? Senior Lu Ji was also eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? Who's Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? I've never heard of him before. Is he really an external help the profound nether mansion hired? He must be an external help. If the profound nether mansion has such a person, why did they keep him a secret until this month? It's impossible for such a person to be a nobody in the profound nether mansion. I heard that Duan Lingtian is only an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. If he's not an external help, how could he be an outer court disciple with his strength? I heard from a friend in the profound nether mansion that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he's certain the profound nether mansion hired Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old? Impossible. That's impossible. As more and more people spoke, some of them said they had heard that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. However, no one believed them. Lu Ji, is Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? When the disciples of the Han Qing mansion saw Lu Ji's unsightly expression, none of them dared to question him. However, some of the elders from the Han Qing mansion did not hesitate to ask. Yes, he's an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. At the very least, his identity token is an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Lu Ji replied in a deep voice. Is he really stronger than you? Another elder from the Han Qing mansion asked. If I wasn't careless, he would have been eliminated instead of me. Lu Ji's expression darkened as he stared at Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. He snarled, if I encounter him again next month, I'll change my surname to his if I don't eliminate him. Lu Ji left as soon as he finished speaking. Lu Ji's words before he left also caused the eyes of the Han Qing mansion's group to brighten. This was because they could hear the confidence in Lu Ji's tone. This time, Lu Ji's elimination should really be due to his carelessness. After all, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple token was hanging on his waist. It was only natural that they would be careless when they saw him. Lu Ji. Is he really less than 100 years old? Just as Lu Ji's figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight, another Han Qing mansion elder asked. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Do you think he's younger than 100 years old? Before Lu Ji's figure disappeared in front of everyone, he left behind these words. Of course, the reason why he said this was because he didn't use his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian at all. When he discovered Duan Lingtian, he immediately attacked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. He had originally thought that he could easily capture the person, but he had actually eliminated him. For this reason, he did not notice that Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, when he heard someone say Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, his first thought was, ridiculous. Others might not know about Duan Lingtian's strength, but he knew very well about it. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? It was impossible. He has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. After Lu Ji left, the group of Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples looked at each other. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Although they had expected this outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion to be extraordinary, they were prepared for the possibility that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. However, it was not as shocking as Lu Ji's words. How difficult was it to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? It was not as difficult as comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. Previously, my friend from the Martial Battle Mansion told me that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like it's true. A Han Qing Mansion's disciple said at this moment. 7 profundities from the law of space? Are you sure? The rest of the Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples turned to look at the Han Qing Mansion's disciple who had just spoken. If this was true, it meant that Lu Ji had not underestimated Lu Ji. Did this mean Duan Ling Tian did not use his full strength when he eliminated Lu Ji? In that case, even if Lu Ji was not careless, he might not be able to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. While the Han Qing Mansion was shocked by the news of Lu Ji's elimination, the other grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the profound Nether Mansion, were similarly shocked. Duan Ling Tian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has accumulated more than 150 points and is ranked 25th after just 5 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who have accumulated more points than him after entering the middle realm for 5 days, none of them entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. It's common knowledge that the closer one is to the end of the month, the slower one will be to accumulate points. Not only is Duan Ling Tian strong, but he's also very lucky. After all, he only managed to accumulate so many points because he encountered Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion and eliminated him. His current ranking is second only to the profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hongjie. It was Duan Ling Tian's first time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he managed to rank 25th after just 5 days. At this moment, all the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory learned of his name. Although most of the grade 6 celestial mansions knew Duan Ling Tian was from the profound Nether Mansion, most of them thought Duan Ling Tian was hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help the profound Nether Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. When the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came to a halt, the people in the middle realm were transported out one by one. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Ling Tian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a disappointed expression could be seen on his face. After all, he did not encounter anyone else in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the next 2 days after he eliminated Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. Duan Ling Tian is out. As soon as Duan Ling Tian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he discovered he was surrounded by people. Many of them were staring at him with bright eyes. Soon after, their divine consciousness shrouded him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens! I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian is really not even 100 years old. No one in the Southern Heaven Territory has managed to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before the age of 100. Not only did Duan Ling Tian enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he's even ranked 25th. That's because Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. I can't wait to see Duan Ling Tian's performance next month. Chapter 3142. Although Duan Ling Tian had seen many similar scenes along the way, he was not surprised at all. However, he had never seen anything like this before. Now that he was forcefully transported from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to the middle realm, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. His surroundings were completely surrounded, and many gazes filled with surprise fell on him. Apart from that, there were also a lot of divine consciousness in his surroundings. Duan Ling Tian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? I have a friend who's a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion. According to him, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, I also heard that you've comprehended the law of space. My cousin is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He said Heng Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is it true? Another Profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. Upon hearing the 2 Profound Nether Mansion's disciples' words, the elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer as well. After all, a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old was enough to shock them. If a 10-direction celestial duke had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, how heaven-defying would he be? Goosebumps rose on their skin when they thought about it. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning slightly because he was surrounded and questioned by a group of people, a loud voice sounded from outside the crowd. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh! As soon as Qi Tianming called out to Duan Lingtian, before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian had already vanished from his spot. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had reappeared next to Qi Tianming. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. When they saw Duan Lingtian leaving, an uproar broke out among them. Is that the teleportation profound? That's right. It was the space law's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how could I, a dignified immortal king, be unable to capture the traces of his movements? Teleportation Upanishad is to teleport and disappear from the original spot. When you reappear at the destination, you won't leave any trace. Now, we can be certain that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, and he has indeed comprehended the law of space. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. In order to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, one must first comprehend the law of space's basic profundity, the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian has comprehended at least 2 profundities of the law of space. I wonder if he has really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. I'm afraid that Heng Feng and Lu Ji from the Martial Battle Mansion deliberately spread the news that he has comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space so that people won't laugh at them. That's not impossible. However, since he was able to eliminate Heng Feng and Lu Ji, even if he hasn't comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, it's enough to prove that he's not simple. That's natural. Those who can make it into the top 30 are definitely not easy to deal with. Duan Lingtian's ears gradually drifted away from the discussion behind him. I didn't expect you to rank so high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in such a short time. Moreover, it's only the end of the month. On the way back to Qi Tianming's cultivation ground, Qi Tianming glanced at Duan Lingtian and lamented. It was common knowledge that the closer it was to the end of the month, the harder it was to obtain points in the middle realm. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart, if he did not run into Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not have been able to rank in the top 50. It's true that you were lucky to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base and meet Lu Ji. However, if you weren't strong enough, it would have been useless even if you met Lu Ji. You might have even been eliminated by them. Qi Tianming smiled. With Qi Tianming's status, it was not difficult for him to investigate Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian had found the Martial Battle Mansion's base, blocked their entrance, and eliminated more than 10 people from the Martial Battle Mansion. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, it was a great provocation to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. If someone did something like that, they would definitely be targeted by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the future. For example, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would definitely be targeted by the Martial Battle Mansion. Among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Heng Feng's strength was not bad. However, there were a few people who were stronger than him. Of course, what he meant by stronger than Heng Feng was that his overall strength was stronger than Heng Feng's. In terms of defense, no one below the Celestial King realm in the martial battle mansion was a match for Heng Feng. Among those who were stronger than Heng Feng, there were some who had only comprehended 6 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Take Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion for example. Although his comprehension of profundities was not as high as Heng Feng's, his overall strength was still much stronger than Heng Feng's. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ji to eliminate Heng Feng since he could not break through Heng Feng's defense. It was even more impossible for Heng Feng to eliminate Lu Ji since he could easily defeat Heng Feng with his speed. Lord Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. Even Lord Mansion Master is paying close attention to you. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian with a satisfied expression on his face. No matter what, he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who recommended Duan Lingtian to join the profound Nether Mansion. If Duan Lingtian became the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he would definitely be rewarded by both the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. And those benefits were definitely something that would make the other inspectors extremely envious. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not a petty person. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was not a petty person. On the other hand, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was a senior to the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. Even if Duan Lingtian did not reward Duan Lingtian, he would still benefit greatly from being able to meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Duan Lingtian followed Qi Tianming back to the Mansion Master's residence. In my opinion, the Lord Mansion Master will definitely ask me to bring you to him when he hears about you leaving the Middle Realm. Qi Tianming speculated. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in Qi Tianming's words. He bluntly asked, "Old Qi, the scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, right?" "That's right." Qi Tianming nodded. "Today is the last day of the month. Everyone who's in the Middle Realm will be forcefully sent out. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the next month when the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens again." "What? Do you plan to enter tomorrow?" Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I haven't decided yet." Duan Lingtian said, "Old Qi, when do you think is the best time for me to enter the Middle Realm? If you want to enter the top 20, you can enter tomorrow. However, if you want to enter the top 10, it'll be best if you wait 3 days." Qi Tianming replied. "What if I want to rank first?" Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. "Rank first?" Qi Tianming was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "I know you want to pass the test set by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the new Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. However, it's not realistic for you to rank first now. Based on what I know, there are a few 10 Direction Celestial Dukes who have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who are very mysterious. Although they've only comprehended 7 profundities from a law, even those who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending 8 profundities from a law have been defeated by them. Many people suspect they've comprehended 8 profundities from a law, but they've kept it a secret. Even if they haven't comprehended 8 profundities from a law, they must have something else to rely on. Naturally, it can't be an external force. Perhaps, it's an innate ability. After all, there are many non-humans in grade 6 celestial mansions who have transformed into humans. Based on Qi Tianming's words, it was clear he did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There are non-humans? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew the non-humans Qi Tianming was referring to were celestial beasts or plants. In the Devata realms, as long as there were enough fortuitous encounters, many plants could cultivate on their own. Once they cultivated to a certain level, they could even transform into humans and walk the same path as humans. Let alone other things. For example, some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were born from plants. Their strength was not inferior to human heavenly emperors or celestial beast heavenly emperors. In fact, they were even stronger than human heavenly emperors and celestial beast heavenly emperors in certain aspects. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded. There are some inhumans in the profound nether mansion as well. If you've seen the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'm sure you remember Zhou Hongjia and the other person in the top 30, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. When I came out, he was ranked 29th. He was 5 places behind Zhou Hongjia. This month, Duan Lingtian was ranked 25th, Zhou Hongjia was ranked 24th, and there was another disciple from the profound nether mansion who was ranked 29th. That disciple's name was Hua Xiao. He's not human. His true form is a flower, Qi Tianming said. Moreover, he's a flower that grew at the bottom of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he transformed into a human and began to cultivate. He's only slightly over 500 years old. Chapter 3143. Age after transforming into a human? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has a limit of less than 1,000 years. Does that mean the age of a celestial being after transforming into a human is the same as well? If this was the case for celestial beasts, it would mean that celestial beasts would have a huge advantage in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, some powerful celestial beasts would only transform at a later age. After all, their strength was comparable to a celestial when they transformed. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded. Life forms like plants and trees have to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth before they can transform into a human. However, once they transform into a human, they won't have any cultivation base in the beginning. They'll have to take it one step at a time. Of course, although they didn't have any cultivation in the beginning, because their bodies were flowers and trees that had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth, their cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Even their comprehension ability was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian understood a little about what Qi Tianming had just said. Life forms like plants and trees were different from celestial beasts. Celestial beasts were able to cultivate by relying on their inherited bloodlines before they could transform into human form. Is this the case for celestial beasts? Their age will only be counted after they transform into human form? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. Qi Tianming shook his head. Celestial beasts can't be compared to plants and trees in this regard. Take the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as an example. Even celestial beasts who transform into human form at the age of 900 won't be able to enter the middle realm after 100 years. The southern heaven celestial lord who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had long considered this. Otherwise, it would be unfair to both humans and other life forms. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, he could accept it. Although Hua Xiao is only a little over 500 years old, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of water, and he's in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of water. Moreover, the profundities he's comprehended are the more practical and powerful profundities from the law of water. Because of this, coupled with the advantages of his true body, he is one of the strongest existences in the immortal abodes who have comprehended 6 profundities of a certain law and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundities. This is also the reason why he was able to make it into the top 30. Qi Tianming's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the profound nether mansion's disciple, Hua Xiao. Initially, I thought Hua Xiao would be the only one supporting the profound nether mansion after Zhou Hongjia reaches the age of 1000. I didn't expect you to appear in the Simplicity Celestial sect. With your help, the profound nether mansion will definitely shine in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In time, it's not impossible for you to reach first place in the rankings. From Qi Tianming's words, it was obvious that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to get to the top of the leaderboard right now. He felt that Duan Lingtian needed time to settle down. Duan Lingtian could tell that Qi Tianming didn't have much confidence in him, but he didn't care. Because he knew, now, it was useless for him to say anything more. He would only be able to prove himself when he ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder Qi, do you have a map with the locations of the camps in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Although Qi Tianming had said blocking the entrance of a celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was an act of provocation and would incur the wrath of the celestial mansion. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. The only thing he cared about was his ranking on the scoreboard. Moreover, even if the celestial mansion wanted to seek revenge, it would only do so in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once it was out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the other celestial mansions would definitely look down on it. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian blocked the entrance of a grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the grade 6 celestial mansion would not openly seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. If that happened, the reputation of the grade 6 celestial mansion would be tarnished. People would think that the grade 6 celestial mansion was a sore loser. What? You want to block the entrance of another grade 6 celestial mansion's base? It was not difficult for Qi Tianming to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes widened in shock. It'll be faster to accumulate points this way, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before he said, Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't do this. Although the grade 6 celestial mansion's base would only seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it's still not a good thing for you. Moreover, if you cross the line, who knows if the grade 6 celestial mansion might seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, can't they hire an assassin? Couldn't they have promised the fugitive some benefits so that the fugitive would take action against you? Qi Tianming shook his head as he spoke. He felt that Duan Lingtian was too naive. Although you know the teleportation profundity, a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 2 or more speed profundities from the law of wind might be able to catch up to you. For this reason, I think you should keep a low profile. Don't block the entrance of the martial battle mansion's base like you did this time. Qi Tianming advised. Old Qi, I know what you mean. However, I still want a map of the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases. I won't block the entrance of the grade 6 celestial mansion's base. Instead of blocking the entrance, I'll watch them from afar and wait for them to leave before I make my move. Is that alright? Duan Lingtian knew Qi Tianming meant well, so he did not argue with Qi Tianming. However, he still wanted a map of the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases. If he had a map of the grade 6 celestial mansion's base, he would be able to locate his targets in a short time and accumulate points. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Even so, you're destined to be disappointed. There's no such map. Qi Tianming shook his head. There's no such map. Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there no one who has drawn it? I've memorized the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Next time, I'll be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tianming shook his head again. You won't be able to find it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes. Qi Tianming said, every time the scoreboard is reset, the environment in the middle realm will change as well. Based on what I know, the environment in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm changes countless times. Every time there's a change, the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases will change locations and not appear in the same place. For this reason, even if you memorize the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, you won't be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base the next month. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Do you understand now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect this to happen. If that's the case, there's no such map. The environment in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would change every month as the scoreboard was reset. The grade 6 celestial mansion's bases would change as well. How could one draw a map under such circumstances? It was impossible. Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi. All of a sudden, loud voices rang in the air. These people's voices were filled with disdain. They did not seem to be respectful toward Qi Tianming like the other disciples and elders of the profound nether mansion. "I didn't expect those old fellows to come before Lord Mansion Master," Qi Tianming said as he shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head when he heard the voice. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Duanling Tian, these old fellows are my old friends. Apart from one of them, the rest of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans were the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zhangsun Clan, and the Gongyang Clan. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Lingtian had met high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among them, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the inspector of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian had met Bihai Mingfeng when he first arrived at the profound nether mansion. This time, they must have come together because they heard the news of you coming out and are here for you, Qi Tianming said confidently. In fact, it was exactly as Qi Tianming had said. The other inspectors of the profound nether mansion had come for Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's name was well known in the profound nether mansion, apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, the inspectors of the profound nether mansion's estate were very interested in Duan Lingtian. When they learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and that Duan Lingtian had left with Qi Tianming, they immediately made their way to Qi Tianming's estate. The inspectors were mostly old men from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They were from the same generation as Qi Tianming. For this reason, they had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were kind and amiable when they spoke to Qi Tianming. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was not the case. Qi Tianming was one of the reasons why the inspectors behaved like this in front of him, but it was more because of the achievements he had shown so far. He was a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. He had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. His achievements were enough to shock the top 10 clans and 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the great 6 celestial mansions. On the same day, a message was sent to Qin Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, a 10-direction celestial duke who is not even 100 years old. It's suspected that he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, recommended him to the profound nether mansion. Chapter 3144. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory, the Blood Skull Gang's overall strength was inferior to the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory like the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. However, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network was much better than the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Duan Lingtian is a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he was recommended by someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect to join the profound nether mansion. Qin Yuan Shan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the news. However, he was not certain. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the profound nether mansion, was the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect whom his son, Chen Li, had agreed to take on the mission. However, based on the current situation, it was highly likely that the 2 Duan Lingtian were the same person. Although there was a huge gap between the 2 of them, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial sect had been tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor to sacrifice him to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was a celestial fruit that could allow a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke in a short time. Moreover, after consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, one could even comprehend the profundities of a law that one had never encountered before. It was rumored that one could comprehend at least 6 profundities of that law. If Duan Lingtian really obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and consumed it, there's no doubt they're the same person. In fact, Qin Yuan Shan was certain that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the profound nether mansion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, was Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect who was still on the Blood Skull Gang's mission list. However, to be safe, he decided to investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. I'll inform that unfilial son of the news when I've confirmed that Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion is the same person as the Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial sect. If Duan Lingtian has really become a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion will definitely take him seriously. It'll be much more difficult for us to kill him now. I can only hope that the two of them only share the same name. Now, Qin Yuanshan still had some hope in his heart. Of course, he knew that this was a fluke, and it was a fluke that was unlikely to happen. It was possible for people with the same name and surname to exist. However, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was recommended to join the Profound Nether Mansion by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming was also a senior figure in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Was there such a coincidence in this world? Not likely. In the Profound Nether Mansion. After sending off the inspectors, Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi, you said that if I want to enter the top 10, it's better for me to enter the Middle Realm 3 days after it reopens, right? Why is that? Duan Lingtian recalled Qi Tianming's words earlier. It was as though he would have a greater advantage if he entered the Middle Realm 3 days later. 3 days is a chance for the people in the Middle Realm to accumulate points. Think about it, if you enter the Middle Realm 3 days later, some of the people in the Middle Realm will have accumulated points. That way, you'll be able to eliminate a small number of people and obtain a lot of points. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had not considered this possibility at all. However, after listening to Qi Tianming's explanation, it made sense. If he entered the Middle Realm on the first day, the people from the other celestial mansions would not have many points. Even if he eliminated them, he would not be able to obtain a lot of points. It would be better to let them jump around for a few more days and wait for them to accumulate a certain amount of opportunities before going in to eliminate them. That would be more efficient. If that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? Duan Lingtian asked. He could wait for 5 or 6 days before he entered the Middle Realm. It's fine if you want to wait a few days before you enter. However, there won't be as many people in the Middle Realm as before. At that time, even if the people in the Middle Realm have accumulated points, who can guarantee you'll meet them? Qi Tianming said, 3 days is the most suitable time. There'll still be a lot of people in the Middle Realm after 3 days. At that time, you won't be in an awkward situation where you can't find anyone. Although you've accumulated points this month, I'm afraid you haven't encountered many people, right? When Qi Tianming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had not encountered many people in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason he was able to enter the top 30 in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was due to luck. Elder Qi, I'll do as you say. I'll wait for 3 days before entering the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when it reopens tomorrow. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. After bidding farewell to Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence Elder Qi had arranged for him. It was a spacious courtyard filled with flowers and grass. There was also a separate room at the back of the courtyard. In the next 3 days, Duan Lingtian planned to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Previously, when I encountered the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciple, Heng Feng, in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I managed to break through his defenses by activating the transportation profundity after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If I didn't use the transportation profundity at that time, it would have been impossible for me to break through his defenses. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered the battle between Heng Feng and Heng Feng. During his battle with Heng Feng in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Heng Feng had comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to break through Heng Feng's defenses, it would have been impossible for him to break through Heng Feng's defenses. I only used the transportation profundity to break through his defense profundity because I caught him off guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses. After all, I've only just comprehended the transportation profundity. If he had concealed his defense profundity in advance, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses with my half-baked transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. He was only able to defeat and eliminate Heng Feng because of luck. If he encountered Heng Feng again, he was certain Heng Feng would be well prepared. At that time, it would be impossible for him to break through Heng Feng's defenses again. Unless I completely comprehend the transportation profundity, I won't be able to break through Heng Feng's defenses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent the next 3 to 4 days comprehending the transportation profundity. He had even forgotten about the passage of time. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has been open for 6 days, but Duan Lingtian still hasn't entered? At this moment, similar questions were being asked in all 3 of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, there were people guarding the transporting formations. They were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been updated, but Duan Lingtian's name was nowhere to be seen. For example, Zhou Hongjia from the profound nether mansion was ranked 16th on the scoreboard. Hua Xiao from the profound nether mansion was ranked 14th on the scoreboard. Naturally, the duo's outstanding performance was due to the fact that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had only been open for 6 days. As long as one entered the middle realm on the first day, those who usually made it into the top 30 would be able to make it into the top 20 in a short period of time. Even those who were ranked in the top 20 would be able to make it to the top 10 within a short period of time. However, even if they managed to make it to the top, it would be difficult for them to maintain their ranking. While the people from the profound nether mansion were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, many people from grade 6 celestial mansions were also paying attention to the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion hasn't entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm yet? I think so. Not only has he not appeared on the scoreboard, but there are also 4 people who were ranked in the top 10 last month who haven't appeared on the scoreboard. Last month, Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this time. If he enters earlier, I wonder if he'll be able to make it to the top 20. If he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to make it to the top 20. In fact, he might even make it to the top 10. I can't wait to see his performance. It's strange. I'm not a member of the profound nether mansion, so I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's ranking. However, I'm curious to see if he'll be able to make it to the top of the scoreboard this month. Same here, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. When he walked out of his room to look for Qi Tianming, he found out that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been open for 6 days, and the person ranked first on the scoreboard had already accumulated more than 100 points. I didn't dare to disturb you since you didn't come out. Are you planning to enter the middle realm today? Qi Tianming asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to make it to the middle realm. Most people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were looking forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yes. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Chapter 3145. Duan Lingtian is here. He's Duan Lingtian? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10 directions celestial duke? He has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so strong. When Duan Lingtian appeared at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a commotion broke out among the profound nether mansion's disciples. Most of them were here to watch the commotion and wait for Duan Lingtian to appear. They knew Duan Lingtian was staying with Qi Tianming, the inspector of the southern heaven ancient realm, and Qi Tianming's cultivation place was on the main island. Moreover, Qi Tianming had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As it turned out, they were right. Duan Lingtian did indeed enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Elder, I'm here to apply for an accumulative point jade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian walked through the front courtyard and into the main hall of the mansion. He walked up to a counter. This time, Duan Lingtian did not go to the counter from before. Instead, he went to a random counter. Naturally, the profound Nether Mansion's elder who was behind the counter last time had changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. He's Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, you've been quiet since last month. Are you confident you'll be able to rank in the top 10 this month? The elder behind the counter was very polite to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a smile on his face as he helped Duan Lingtian with the accumulative point jade. If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank in the top 10. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face as he took the accumulative point jade from the elder behind the counter. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had to apply for a new accumulative point jade every month. After 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one's accumulative point jade would shatter when one was forcefully transported out. Of course, since the accumulative point jade token was broken outside, it did not affect the points that the owner of the accumulative point jade token obtained in that month. There was another situation, just like Duan Lingtian last month. Although he did not spend 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was still exhausted from using his accumulative point jade. This was because the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be reset once every month. During this period, the people in the middle realm would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm. Their accumulative point jade would shatter when they were transported out of the middle realm. First place. The eyes of the profound Nether Mansion's elder widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The people in the vicinity who heard Duan Lingtian's words were momentarily stunned by his words. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian walking to the stone platform at the end of the hall and activating the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. He actually said it's not difficult to rank first. He's crazy. Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, why doesn't he think about the 10 direction celestial dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? I might believe him if he said it's not difficult to rank first a few decades later. However, he's still too inexperienced for that. It's been a few years since the top 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard has changed. However, the top 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are constantly changing. In fact, only 2 people managed to rank first for 2 months in a row, right? The top 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard is about the same. It's all down to luck. All 6 of them have ranked first in the past year. Duan Lingtian will be lucky if he manages to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. After Duan Lingtian left, those who heard his words shook their heads and discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they thought he was too naive. Those who did not hear Duan Lingtian's words shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian was too naive. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, he might not be able to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Duan Lingtian might be able to rank first if he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Without comprehending 9 profundities from the law of space, it was impossible. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were not the only ones who felt this way. Even those from the grade 6 celestial mansions felt the same way. Heng Feng's points are increasing so quickly. I think he just entered the scoreboard a few days ago, and now, he's already in the top 30. At this moment, a group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion exclaimed in surprise, drowning out the discussion about Duan Lingtian. The scoreboard attracted the attention of the elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion. After all, the increase in points of ordinary people was not enough to attract their attention. However, Heng Feng was different. Based on what they knew, Heng Feng had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian on his first day in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after he came out of closed-door cultivation. That was the most frustrating time for Heng Feng. Even so, Heng Feng still managed to comprehend the seventh profundity of the law of earth after that battle. Before Heng Feng comprehended the seventh profundity from the law of earth, there was only one 10-direction celestial duke in the martial battle mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of fire. Apart from that, it was said that the 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of fire had also comprehended the 8th profundity from the law of fire. It was said that the 10-direction celestial duke had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of fire and was on the verge of comprehending the 9th profundity from the law of fire. After all, the 10-direction celestial duke was one of the 6 strongest people on the scoreboard. In the past year, he had topped the scoreboard twice. Although he did not stay at the top for 2 consecutive months, the fact that he was the strongest person on the scoreboard showed how strong he was. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it was widely acknowledged that the 6 strongest people were the strongest 10-direction celestial dukes in the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory. This was widely acknowledged by the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory. Among the 10-direction celestial dukes in the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory, the 6 of them were the overlords. It's only been a blink of an eye, but Heng Feng has risen to 26th place again. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion, Heng Feng, who was originally ranked 29th on the scoreboard, had jumped by 3 names. Although Heng Feng has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, his forte is defense. His speed is his weakness. Normally, it's impossible for his points to rise so quickly. After all, many people can easily escape from under his nose. A disciple from the profound nether mansion said. Even so, don't forget that he can always find someone to help him. As long as his helper can slow down his opponent's speed, it won't be easy for him to eliminate his opponents. An elder from the profound nether mansion chimed in. That's right. If Heng Feng can find a disciple from the martial battle mansion who specializes in speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points. That's right. A disciple from the martial battle mansion who specializes in speed can also benefit from joining forces with Heng Feng. All he has to do is keep his opponents busy and prevent them from leaving. Once Heng Feng catches up with them, he'll be able to eliminate his opponents easily. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm doesn't restrict 10-direction celestial dukes from joining forces. Even someone as arrogant as Heng Feng has chosen to join forces with someone else. It seems like he's very ambitious this month. Not only did Heng Feng's performance attract the attention of the people from the profound nether mansion, but even the people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. Has Heng Feng finally learned his lesson? There's another person who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That person has joined forces with someone else and made it to the top a dozen times. It seems like Heng Feng is trying to emulate that person. In the past, the powerful 10-direction celestial dukes from the martial battle mansion who specialize in speed might look down on Heng Feng. However, now that Heng Feng has comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, they won't hesitate to join forces with him. I wonder who's teaming up with Heng Feng. If Wan Qingqing is teaming up with Heng Feng, I'm sure either Heng Feng or Wan Qingqing will be able to enter the top 10 this time. Wan Qingqing was ranked 17th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm last month. Most importantly, she was a woman. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Junior sister Qingqing, it's your turn to collect the points. A tall and sturdy man stood in the air above a towering mountain with a grin on his face as he spoke to a green-clad figure hovering in the air. The green-clad figure was a young woman with long hair that cascaded down her back. She had a beautiful face that was so enchanting that her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. However, Her pair of clear and cold eyes seemed to repel people thousands of miles away. Yes. The woman replied coldly when she heard the tall and sturdy man's words. The tall and sturdy man did not seem to mind. All of a sudden, the woman seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the distance. At this moment, a person had appeared out of thin air in front of her. It seems like we're fated to meet again. The newcomer looked at the tall and sturdy man with a faint smile on his face. It's you. The tall and sturdy man's expression changed drastically when he saw the newcomer. After all, this was the person who had eliminated him last month. The burly man's expression changed drastically, causing the woman nearby to be a little surprised. Soon after, her expression turned slightly solemn. After all, there were very few people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm who could cause the tall and sturdy man's expression to change so drastically. Even she would not be able to break through the tall and sturdy man's defenses in a one-on-one battle. Who's he? The woman asked the tall and sturdy man through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3146. Duan Lingtian? When the woman heard the large man's voice transmission, her originally cold eyes suddenly narrowed. When she looked at the purple figure again, a deep sense of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. 6 days ago, she did not even know there was such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. However, 6 days ago, when the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was refreshed, she learned about Duan Lingtian from the other disciples of the martial battle mansion. Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. Last month, Heng Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian on his first day in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Before Heng Feng was eliminated, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, due to the pressure from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was even more terrifying. A few days ago, Heng Feng had approached her and offered to work with her to obtain points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he had promised not to obtain more points than her. When she recalled Heng Feng's defense was so strong that not many people in the southern heaven ancient realm would be able to break through it, and her speed, she had agreed. After entering the middle realm with Heng Feng, she had heard about Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, from Heng Feng. However, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian would encounter Heng Feng. On the 3rd day of entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with Heng Feng, she had encountered Duan Lingtian, who had become the talk of the town in the grade 6 celestial mansions. Junior sister Qing, take me with you. We're no match for him. Heng Feng urged Wan Qing through voice transmission when he discovered Duan Lingtian had locked onto him with his divine consciousness. When he thought about the points he had obtained with Wan Qing's help, he gritted his teeth and asked Wan Qing to take him away. Whoosh! As soon as Heng Feng finished speaking, Wan Qing's body transformed into a green silhouette. Before the silhouette disappeared, she had already appeared beside Heng Feng. Whoosh! In the next moment, a green light shrouded Wan Qing and Heng Feng. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a green light and sped away. If it was a one-on-one battle, Wan Qing was far from being Heng Feng's match. Of course, if she wanted to run, even 2 Heng Fengs wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Based on her speed, she was definitely one of the fastest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. She was not inferior to the top 6 10-direction celestial dukes. Otherwise, why would Heng Feng have approached her first and asked her to join forces with him? Old friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Heng Feng being led away by the green-robed woman. Their speed was so fast that it was comparable to his own teleportation speed. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundities from the law of space to increase his speed. Only then did he manage to catch up to the green-robed woman and Heng Feng. Alas, he barely managed to catch up to them. Based on his current speed, it would take him at least an hour to catch up to Heng Feng and the green-robed woman. How fast? Duan Lingtian was shocked as he chased after Heng Feng and the green-robed woman. Her speed is comparable to a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 speed profundities from the law of wind. Most importantly, she seems to have comprehended the laws of wood. How can someone who has comprehended the law of wood be so fast? Even if she has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of wood, it's impossible for her to be so fast. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness as he chased after the green-clad woman. It was not difficult for him to discover the green-clad woman had comprehended the law of wood. There seems to be some other energy. When Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness further, he discovered the reason the green-clad woman was so fast was due to a mysterious energy. The energy came from the green-robed woman's body as though it was something she was born with. External energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was certain the green-robed woman had used celestial talismans or pills. Therefore, he was certain the green-robed woman was capable of using her own energy. Is she using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body. After all, he knew the 5 divine elements were still capable of using their energy even though external energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian had already tested this out when he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he could rely on the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth. Although Duan Lingtian had obtained the clear heaven's divine wood, it was only in its first form. Not only could it not help him, but it had not even gained sentience yet. No, the chaos divine flame replied. If she's using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, we'll be able to sense it. No. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the green-robed woman. It seems like she's really born with her energy. Just like Ling Juyan's bloodline energy, Duan Lingtian remembered Ling Juyan's bloodline energy was not an external energy, but it could greatly improve his strength. I didn't expect him to be so fast. It was not difficult for Heng Feng to see Duan Lingtian closing in on them. He knew it would not take long for Duan Lingtian to catch up to them. Junior sister Qing, let's go. If he didn't conceal his strength, he's definitely slower than you. In fact, if he doesn't conceal his strength, he won't be able to outrun you. Heng Feng knew it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian caught up to them. If Duan Lingtian sealed the space around them, Wan Qing might not be able to escape. For this reason, he made up his mind to let Wan Qing leave him behind. Heng Feng, you only gave me 1 point last time. I'm very satisfied with the number of points you've given me this time. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he chased after Heng Feng and Wan Qing. Although he had eliminated Heng Feng last month, since Heng Feng had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian only had 1 point. This time, before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Heng Feng had already entered the top 30. Heng Feng, who was ranked 29th, had more than 20 points. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Heng Feng had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Currently, Heng Feng was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. He had 33 points. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Heng Feng had eliminated a 10-direction celestial duke with Wan Qing's help and obtained 5 points from the 10-direction celestial duke. This person next to you must be the helper you recruited before you entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? She's very fast. If she joins forces with you, she might be able to help you enter the top 20. If you're lucky, she might even help you enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was amazed by Wan Qing's speed. However, before I entered the middle realm, I only saw your name and another male disciple's name on the scoreboard. I don't think she started collecting points yet, right? Duan Lingtian had a good memory. Before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had memorized all the names on the scoreboard and their respective celestial mansions. Out of the 100 names on the scoreboard, only 2 belonged to the martial battle mansion. Apart from Heng Feng, the other person's name was ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Moreover, the other person's name was clearly masculine. It was obvious the other person was not the woman standing in front of him. It was unlikely Heng Feng would join forces with someone from another celestial mansion. After all, even if Heng Feng trusted the other person, it was unlikely they would encounter each other after they entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a possibility that Heng Feng had only looked for helpers after he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian assumed the woman was from the martial battle mansion and had not collected any points yet. Last month, there were 3 people from the martial battle mansion on the scoreboard. Apart from the person who was ranked 4th before I entered the middle realm and the martial battle mansion's disciple whom I eliminated last month, there's a martial battle mansion's disciple named Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is most likely a woman's name. If I'm not mistaken, it's her name. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the woman who was flying with Heng Feng in tow. Her speed was not much slower than his. Boy, if it's possible, why don't you join forces with this woman? Although we can help you, the most we can do is increase the strength of your attacks. We can't increase your speed. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. With her speed, it'll be easy for you to join forces with her in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I think you should try joining forces with her as well. The profound divine metal chimed in. It was rare for it not to disagree with the Chaos Divine Earth. Join forces? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth and the profound divine metal's words. He would not have thought of this if they did not mention it. Although his speed was not slow, it would be a problem if he encountered someone who was faster than him in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Let alone someone who had comprehended 3 types of speed profundities from the law of wind, he might not even be able to catch up to someone who had comprehended 2 types of speed profundities from a law. Alright. After listening to Heng Feng's suggestion and seeing Duan Lingtian's figure getting closer and closer, Wan Qingqing pondered for a moment before she accepted Heng Feng's suggestion. In the next moment, she abandoned Heng Feng. Swoosh! As soon as she abandoned Heng Feng, her speed soared to a whole new level, leaving Duan Lingtian in the dust. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. Chapter 3147. When Duan Lingtian approached Heng Feng was already prepared. Not only did he cast the law of Earth's rock body profundity, but he also cast the law of Earth's crystal wall profundity and defense profundity. This time, he learned his lesson. The talismans that appeared from the defense ultimacy merged with the crystal wall on the surface of his body, causing the crystal wall to glow with new life. At the same time, the celestial origin energy that contained the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity was ready to be unleashed at any time. Apart from the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, rock body profundity, crystal wall profundity, and defense profundity, Heng Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's vibration profundity, gravitational space profundity, and recovery profundity. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect myself to be so unlucky. I've only been in the middle realm for 3 days, and you're here again. How long have you been here? Heng Feng asked with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving not far away. I just came in. I haven't met anyone before you. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Just came in? Did you meet anyone else? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Heng Feng felt his breathing stagnate. When he first came in last month, the first person he met was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just entered this month, and the first person he met was him. What kind of luck did he have? At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be bothered by Heng Feng's solemn expression. Heng Feng, the woman who carried you earlier must be Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, right? Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the name Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the top 30 rankers in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Last month, Wan Qingqing's name was ranked 17th, not bad. Heng Feng nodded. Then, he scoffed and said, however, I advise you not to pursue junior sister Qing Qing. She's definitely one of the fastest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In terms of speed, there are very few people who can compare to her. It's impossible for you to catch up to her. Heng Feng was confident in Wan Qing Qing's speed. After witnessing Wan Qing Qing's speed, Duan Lingtian knew what Heng Feng said was true. As long as Wan Qing Qing did not give him a chance to attack and try to escape, he would not be able to stop her. If I'm not wrong, this month, when you came in with her, she was the only one who helped you get points. You haven't helped her get any points, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Heng Feng and asked, don't tell me you don't feel guilty at all? Duan Lingtian's words were like a needle that pierced Heng Feng's heart, causing his face to darken. How could he not feel guilty? If it were not for Wan Qing Qing's help, he would not have been able to obtain so many points in such a short time. However, before he could help Wan Qing Qing, he had already encountered Duan Lingtian. Humph. Heng Feng scoffed. Once I'm done with you, I'll join forces with junior sister Qing Qing and help her get more points. It seems like she hasn't left yet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. In fact, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Otherwise, he would not have let Wan Qing Qing leave without telling her about joining forces. After all, he knew Wan Qing Qing would not go far. At the very least, she would not leave until she was certain Heng Feng was eliminated. With Wan Qing Qing's speed, as long as she was prepared, she would not be eliminated. So what if she hasn't left yet? Do you think you can catch up to her? Heng Feng sneered. Heng Feng, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade, or do you need my help? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Although I lost to you last time, it was only because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. More importantly, I'm not sure if you've fully comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity or if you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, Heng Feng said solemnly. If you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, then I'll merge the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity. Your attack won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit me. Comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity and fully comprehending it were two different concepts. Heng Feng had gone to find out more about this a few days ago. For this reason, he was willing to take a gamble. He was willing to bet that Duan Lingtian had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. I didn't expect someone as boorish as you to be so meticulous. Upon hearing Heng Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then, he said indifferently, however, you're right. I've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Now that you've merged the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity, I won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit you. Duan Lingtian did not hide the fact that he had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. If that's the case, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Heng Feng's eyes glinted as a smile appeared on his face. Junior sister Qing Qing, come back. At the same time, Heng Feng called out loudly. His voice that contained celestial origin energy reverberated in the air. Swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, a green figure appeared in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the green figure. At this moment, this was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken a good look at the female disciple from the martial battle mansion. She had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. She was comparable to his two wives in terms of looks. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the green figure was also looking at him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Heng Feng finally spoke. Junior sister Qing Qing, you stay at the side. If Duan Lingtian can't break through my defenses, we'll work together to send him out of here. When Heng Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his voice was filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity for him to avenge his humiliation. Naturally, I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian has a trump card up his sleeve. If he's hiding his strength and is able to break through my defenses, you should leave, junior sister Qing Qing. Hang Feng continued to say through voice transmission, I'll return what I owe you in the future. All right. Wan Qing replied indifferently. Senior Sister Wan, if I can't break through Hang Feng's defenses, you can work together with him to eliminate me. However, if I can break through his defenses, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't we work together instead? Upon hearing Hang Feng's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qing and said with a smile, I can guarantee you that if you work together with me, you'll be able to enter the top 10. Both Hang Feng and Wan Qing did not expect Duan Lingtian to work together. Humph. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to use this as an excuse to get close to junior sister Qing so you can eliminate her? Hang Feng said as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. How many points does senior sister Wan have in her accumulative points jade? Do you think it's possible for me to give up on working with her and eliminate her? Duan Lingtian looked at Hang Feng indifferently and asked, if you were me, would you eliminate her? Hang Feng was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Wan Qing only had 1 point. Even if he eliminated her, he would only get 1 point. It was meaningless. The three of us can work together. Wan Qing's cold voice resonated in the air. He's of no use to me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wan Qing indifferently and said, moreover, it's meaningless to split the points between the three of us. If you eliminate him, I won't work with you. Wan Qing said coldly. It doesn't matter if you work with me or not, I'll still eliminate him. To me, you're just the icing on the cake. It's not like I have to work with you. Although Duan Lingtian admired Wan Qing's character, he did not show any signs of backing down. Wan Qing was infuriated. When had she ever been treated like this by a man? Did this man not know how to treat a woman well? Humph. Duan Lingtian, if you want to eliminate me, you'll have to break through my defenses first. Otherwise, you'll be the one eliminated today. Hang Feng snorted coldly. At the same time, he made his move. He stepped into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a raging bull. Junior sister Qing. At the same time, Hang Feng sent a voice transmission to Wan Qing. If Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching my defenses, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him personally, I have a good eye for people. Duan Lingtian doesn't seem like a person who goes back on his word. Perhaps, you can seize this opportunity to enter the top 10 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hang Feng's voice transmission could be considered as persuading Wan Qing. Let's see if he can breach your defenses first. Wan Qing replied through voice transmission. Since you're so confident about your defenses, I'll breach your defenses with just one move. Duan Lingtian said with a nonchalant smile on his face, this time, I won't use the transportation profundity. He won't use the transportation profundity? Hang Feng was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. He had seen Duan Lingtian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Lingtian's confidence, he could not help but think Duan Lingtian might have comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. Gravitational space profundity. Vibration profundity. Recovery profundity. Hang Feng did not dare to be careless. He quickly used all the techniques he knew. Presently, he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would gain the initiative by striking first, causing him to be unable to utilize all his abilities. Chapter 3148. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of teleporting away in the face of Hang Feng's ferocious attack. The void around him rippled as his space territory enveloped an area with a radius of 10 meters. At the same time, the space around him began to distort. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Confinement profundity. When Hang Feng's attack entered the distorted space territory, Duan Lingtian mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity to restrain the attack. In the next moment, dimension/profundity. A spatial tear appeared next to Duan Lingtian. As soon as it appeared, a gray saber ray flew out of the spatial tear. The gray sword light flew out from the spatial crack, as if it was an attack that had transcended space. It swept through the void and easily destroyed Heng Feng's attack. During this process, not only was the gray saber ray not weakened, but it had also become stronger. This was because the gray saber ray was replenished when it passed through the distorted space territory. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's territory profundity, the distortion profundity, or the confinement profundity, all of them had replenished the gray saber ray with the space elemental profundity. During this process, the gray saber ray that looked like the dimension/profundity increased in size. While Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity was being replenished by the space elemental profundity, Heng Feng did not remain idle. Whoosh! 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 In front of Heng Feng, huge stone pillars fell with a whistling sound, separating him from Duan Lingtian. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity was also unleashed around the stone pillars. Together with the vibration profundity, it repelled all external forces. This time, Heng Feng was more prepared than the previous time. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of attacking. Instead, he was fully focused on defending himself. In fact, he had even activated his defense before Duan Lingtian's attack. Heng Feng's nerves were tense as he controlled the stone pillars. He did not dare to be distracted. This was the only way he could move the stone pillar to Duan Lingtian's direction when Duan Lingtian teleported to another place and launched an attack from another direction. What he did not know was that Duan Lingtian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity. Seniors, please lend me a hand. Before the dimension/profundity, Duan Lingtian space's eyes, Duan Lingtian's eyes' power, heaven's profundity. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 2 waves of power extended from his body, as if they were something he was born with. 2 eyes of heaven, eyes of the eyes of Duan to Lingtian's 2s of the of. The eyes the Duan Lingtian S's 1 to Lingoff S. Wan Qing stood in the void not far away with a shocked expression. She could no longer maintain her composure. This is, when Wan Qing noticed Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity, Heng Feng also noticed it. This was his first time witnessing such a thing. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not use such a technique when he attacked Heng Feng. As expected, he's concealing his strength. Heng Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was confused. He could tell the golden flames surrounding Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity were not the 2 remaining profundities from the law of space. In that case, there was only one possibility. This was Duan Lingtian's innate strength that was not related to the profundities from the law of space. It was similar to Wan Qing's heaven-defying speed. After all, Wan Qing was not a human. She was a grass that had transformed into a human. She was originally a swift-wind grass that grew in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she had transformed into a human and began to cultivate. As a plant, and tree, her speed of comprehending the law of wood was monstrous. Moreover, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary humans. However, this was not the most important thing. After Wan Qing transformed into a human, she inherited the swift-wind grass's innate divine ability. The innate divine ability would improve as her cultivation base increased. Just like now. With her innate ability, Wan Qing's speed was almost equal to the speed of the 3 primary speed profundities of the law of wind combined. Naturally, there were restrictions when she used the innate divine ability. She could not use the wood elemental profundity that contained the law of wood to increase her speed. However, even so, her speed was enough to leave 99% of the people at the same cultivation level as her. At this moment, Heng Feng thought the layer of golden flames that Duan Lingtian cast on the cross-dimensional/profundity was Duan Lingtian's innate strength. It was similar to Wan Qing's innate divine ability. This Duan Lingtian is either not human or has a variant bloodline in his body. Heng Feng thought to himself. At the same time, Heng Feng felt a great deal of pressure. The situation before him, coupled with Duan Lingtian's confidence, caused his heart to beat faster. Calm down, calm down. Even if he has other abilities, he might not be able to break through my defenses. Heng Feng comforted himself inwardly. Gradually, his gaze turned resolute, and he no longer wavered. Heng Feng, get ready. I'll make my move in 3 breaths' time. While Heng Feng was still on guard, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The dimensional/profundity that was covered in golden flames began to revolve around his palm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Heng Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was this not too humiliating? How could he give him time to prepare? Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if your performance is worthy of your confidence. Heng Feng let out a low roar. After wasting 1 breath of time, he used the remaining 2 breaths of time to prepare for battle again. In just a blink of an eye, the time was up. Buzz! When the time was up, Duan Lingtian swung his hand and threw the dimensional/profundity that was revolving around his palm toward Heng Feng. To be more precise, it was aimed at Heng Feng's first layer of defense. The stone pillars that were formed from celestial origin energy that contained the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the vibration profundity. This was the first layer of defense Heng Feng had prepared. As soon as Duan Lingtian threw the gray saber ray out, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, stared at it intently. The gray saber ray whistled through the air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the void would crack at any moment. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray collided with the first layer of defense Heng Feng had prepared. However, when the golden flames on the gray saber ray flickered a few times, the first layer of defense Heng Feng had prepared was easily destroyed. Boom! Rumble! Although the stone pillars were protected by the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the gravitational space profundity, they were still destroyed by the gray saber ray in just a blink of an eye. In fact, the gray saber ray did not even pause when it destroyed the stone pillars. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Of course, Heng Feng's first layer of defense only looked intimidating. In fact, its defensive power was not even comparable to the defense profundity or the crystal wall profundity, which were the 2 defensive profundities from the law of earth. At most, it was similar to the defense provided by the rock-style profundity. Even so, Heng Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed in just a blink of an eye. He was the only one who knew. Earlier, when the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed, the law of Earth's recovery profundity did not even have the time to activate its recovery ability. Buzz! After destroying the first layer of defense Heng Feng had prepared, the gray saber ray shot toward Heng Feng. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden flames on the saber ray had dimmed. The golden flames on the gray sword light were obviously dimmer than before. The first layer of defense that Heng Feng had set up had consumed a certain amount of its energy. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray sliced through the air and landed on Heng Feng's body. It collided with the 2 primary defensive profundities from the law of earth. Whoosh! 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 After a brief moment of stalemate, the gray saber ray destroyed the talismans on the crystal wall profundity's body. With that, the defense profundity was destroyed. However, the golden flames on the gray saber ray dimmed even more. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. Not good. Upon seeing this, Heng Feng's expression changed drastically. Because he discovered, up until now, Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash hadn't been truly consumed. What had been consumed was only the layer of golden flames on the surface of the dimensional slash. Furthermore, even after breaching his first layer of defense and his defense profound, the golden flames still did not completely disappear. Oh my god! What kind of power was this? This level of power was no weaker than the combined might of 2 main offensive profundities of any law. In fact, it was even better. After defeating the defense profound meaning, the gray blade light continued to attack the crystal wall profound meaning. This time, when a few cracks appeared on Heng Feng's crystal wall, the golden flames on the surface of the gray sword light completely dissipated. At this moment, the energy that the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal had given Duan Ling Tian was completely depleted. However, the power of the dimensional slash was still the same as before. Pa. 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 What happened last month repeated itself. The crystal wall profundity on the surface of Hang Feng's crystal wall profundity was destroyed as well. The cross-dimensional slash profundity left a shallow cut on Hang Feng's body before Duan Ling Tian used the transportation profundity to teleport him behind Hang Feng. Upon seeing this, Wan Qing's eyes widened. This level of attack. Even those 6 people might not be able to do it, right? If I join forces with him, even if we encounter those 6 people. Chapter 3149. After the defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity were destroyed, Hang Feng tried to use the recovery profundity to repair them. However, the speed at which they were being repaired could not keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. For this reason, Hang Feng could only watch helplessly as the same thing that had happened to him the previous month happened to him again. How similar was history? If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian showing mercy, he would already be dead. Thank you. Unlike the previous time when he was caught off guard, this time, Hang Feng's defenses were breached even though he was fully prepared. For this reason, he could not help but thank Duan Ling Tian for sparing his life. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, Hang Feng took out his accumulative point jade and took it out. As he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qing who was hovering in the air and said, "Junior sister Qing, I owe you a favor. However, before I leave, I hope you can join forces with Duan Ling Tian. You've seen how strong Duan Ling Tian is. With your speed, you might be able to eliminate those 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As soon as Hang Feng finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without waiting for Wan Qing's reply. With this, the points in Hang Feng's accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the number of points in his accumulative point jade. 33 points. Currently, he had a total of 34 points in his accumulative point jade. It seems like you and Hang Feng have made some gains while I was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at Wan Qing meaningfully. What do you think? Do you want to join forces with me? As soon as Hang Feng crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, meanwhile, those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could clearly see that Hang Feng's name had been removed from the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hang Feng's name had disappeared from the 25th place and was replaced by a new name. Duan Ling Tian? The people from the other celestial mansions narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name. Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion either didn't make it to the rankings, or he eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hang Feng and entered the top 30. As far as I know, Hang Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion was also eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. Why is Hang Feng so unlucky to encounter Duan Ling Tian again? When Hang Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month, he only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. This time, he had 33 points, but he was still eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. So many points have gone to Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid that Hang Feng might even want to commit suicide now. Hang Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion is really unlucky. When the major celestial mansions discovered that Duan Ling Tian had replaced Hang Feng on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the people in the Profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting formations. Duan Ling Tian only entered the middle realm a few hours ago, right? He's already in the top 30? Isn't this too surreal? Don't tell me Hang Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion hired someone to cheat. Cheat? That's impossible. Hang Feng only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Is that considered cheating as well? After Hang Feng was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, it was revealed that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Since Hang Feng was eliminated again, it's clear that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Heng Feng must have found someone to help him this time. I wonder if Duan Lingtian has eliminated his helper. If his helper is Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to eliminate her. When Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, heard about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, his eyes lit up. Good job. I thought he would fall behind since he entered the middle realm so late. I didn't expect him to gain so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm. Entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 days after it opened was a huge disadvantage. If one was unlucky, it would be difficult for one to enter the top 10 no matter how strong one was. However, now that Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had gained so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm, he was relieved. Based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Qi Tianming thought to himself. In the martial battle mansion. As soon as Heng Feng appeared, he attracted the attention of the martial battle mansion's elders and disciples who were waiting at the transporting formation. They quickly shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they saw the name that replaced Heng Feng on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian again? Heng Feng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time? Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion eliminated him? Where's Wan Qingqing? Why didn't she come out with him? Think about it. Do you think ordinary people can match Wan Qingqing's speed? Even if Duan Lingtian is strong enough to eliminate Heng Feng, I doubt he's as fast as Wan Qingqing. You're right. When news of Heng Feng being eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion spread, it caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. Heng Feng could only smile wryly. No matter how bitter the situation was, he had no choice but to swallow it. After all, he had no one to blame but himself for being inferior. In the Hanqing mansion. When news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and entering the top 30 spread, Lu Ji had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm? Not to mention, he was so lucky to encounter Heng Feng from the martial battle hall as soon as he entered, and he managed to eliminate him and obtain 33 points. 34 points. It's time for me to enter as well. During this month, Lu Ji was in no hurry to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion to enter the middle realm. Last month, due to his carelessness, he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. He was determined to avenge his humiliation this month. Lu Ji knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, even if Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he might not be able to encounter Duan Lingtian after he entered the middle realm. However, since he knew Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm before Duan Lingtian, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm this month. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Wan Qingqing did not agree to Duan Lingtian's invitation. Instead, she asked, "How do we split the points?" Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's question, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he replied, "I won't take advantage of you. I won't take advantage of you. If we meet an opponent that either of us can eliminate, we'll take turns to earn points. If the previous person's points go to me, the next person's points go to you, the next person's points go to me, and so on. If we encounter opponents that you can't eliminate and I can eliminate, for example, Heng Feng, I'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that I can't eliminate and you can eliminate, you'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that we can only eliminate together, we'll take turns to obtain the points. What do you think?" "All right." Initially, Wan Qingqing thought Duan Lingtian would take advantage of her. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to propose such a fair method. She could feel Duan Lingtian's sincerity, so she readily agreed to his suggestion. Although she agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it did not mean she treated Duan Lingtian as one of her own. Since she and Heng Feng were both disciples of the martial battle mansion, it did not matter if they killed each other, they would not obtain the other's points. For this reason, there was no need for them to be wary of each other. However, she was different from Duan Lingtian. She was a disciple of the martial battle mansion while Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Regardless of whether she killed Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian killed her, they would obtain the other's points. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for her to be cautious. Of course, in the process of cooperation, if you covet the points in my hands and launch a sneak attack on me, at that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. Humph. Wan Qingqing, won't go back on my word. On the other hand, if you launch a sneak attack on me, even if I can't kill you, I can still run away. Once I leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'll spread the news that you went back on your word. Wan Qingqing scoffed. At that time, apart from those from the profound nether mansion, nobody in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would dare to join forces with you. You won't have such an opportunity. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? What? Do you think I'll kill you so you won't have a chance to smear my name? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Wan Qingqing intently. It was as though he could see through her thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack you so you won't have a chance to smear my name. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, she would have to reconsider if she was willing to take the risk. Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Working with Duan Lingtian would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, she did not think Duan Lingtian was a person who would go back on his word. Moreover, Heng Feng also thought Duan Lingtian was reliable. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to work with Duan Lingtian. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Although Wan Qingqing followed Duan Lingtian, she maintained a safe distance from Duan Lingtian so she could flee if necessary. Of course. Duan Lingtian touched the identity token on his waist and said mockingly, Why are you standing so far away from me? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Chapter 3150. After saying so much, I still haven't asked you. How many points do you have now? When I came in, I didn't see your name on the leaderboard. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 1. Wan Qingqing didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. 1. Duan Lingtian was stunned. So you're saying that from the moment we entered until now, the points of all the people that you and Heng Feng eliminated are all with Heng Feng? How did you distribute it? Duan Lingtian was somewhat convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Heng Feng, in addition to his own points, had also obtained 32 points, making a total of 33 points. As for Wan Qingqing, she only had 1 point. This also meant that, up until now, Heng Feng and Wan Qingqing had all the points of those who had been eliminated by Heng Feng. He said that as long as he reached 100 points, he would give the rest to me. Wan Qingqing said. Back then, when Heng Feng told her this, she felt that she had taken advantage of him. This was because once he and Heng Feng joined forces, as long as they did not encounter those 6 people, no one would be able to eliminate them. As long as their luck was not too bad, it would not be difficult for them to obtain more than 300 or 400 points. Moreover, it might be more than that. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Heng Feng was eliminated before he could accumulate 100 points, so she didn't even get a single point with Heng Feng's help. This made her feel a little suffocated. If I'm not wrong, at that time, when he said those words, you were probably secretly delighted, thinking that you had taken advantage of him, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Wan Qingqing and guessed. Yes. Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not speak for half an hour. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He looked at Wan Qingqing and said, As far as I know, there's a person in the martial battle mansion who's quite strong. Last month, I saw him ranked in the top 5. Are you talking about King Tai? Wan Qingqing replied. That's right, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded, the person he was referring to was King Tai, also a disciple of the martial battle house. King Tai is an inner court disciple of our martial battle mansion. His strength is unfathomable. He has been in the top 6 for the past 10 years, and he has never left the top 6. Wan Qingqing said. Before I entered the Middle Realm, I heard someone say the top 6 in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm hasn't changed for a few years. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. It seems that besides King Tai, the other 5 are also quite strong. I don't know exactly how strong they are, but I do know that I'm no match for them. I met all 6 of them in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Wan Qingqing shook her head. King Tai is a disciple of your martial battle mansion. It's impossible for him to make a move on you. How strong are the other 5? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other 5 people are much stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. When I encounter them, I can only crush my accumulative point jade and leave. Wan Qingqing sighed. Based on the fact that the other 6 people had been in the top 6 for so many years, one could only imagine how strong they were. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect King Tai to be so fast. He did not expect the other 6 people's speed to be on par with Wan Qingqing. This meant King Tai was not an easy opponent. Even if he could defeat any one of the 6 in a head-on confrontation, he could only watch as the other party fled if they wanted to. His speed was his shortcoming. After all, he could only rely on the law of space's teleportation profundity to increase his speed. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a fight, they could only strengthen his offense. They could not increase his speed. Unless I comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, my speed is far inferior to theirs. Although the transportation profundity was only one of the profundities in the law of space, if one could fully comprehend it, it would complement the teleportation profundity. When the 2 profundities were combined, his speed would not be inferior to the speed of 3 profundities from the law of wind combined. This was one of the reasons the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was so heaven-defying. 2 profundities from the law of wind were comparable to 3 profundities from the law of wind. However, with Wan Qingqing's help, things will be different. Even if we encounter the other 6 people, I'll be able to deal with them. Wan Qingqing has comprehended the law of wood, and the law of wood is more supportive. It won't be difficult for her to keep them busy and give me a chance to deal with them. The reason Duan Lingtian had asked Wan Qingqing to join forces with him was due to her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood. If Wan Qingqing had comprehended the laws of wind, he definitely wouldn't be as interested in her as he was now. Even if Wan Qingqing was fast, she would not be able to deal with them. The law of wind was good at speed, but it was not good at keeping their opponents busy. As long as their opponents found an opening, they would be able to escape. If we encounter them again, I'll help you get back at them. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, and when he opened them again, a bright light flashed within. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. She could still remember the battle between the 2 of them. Back then, when she faced those 5 people, although she rarely fought, she was still in a very sorry state. 2 of them had even teased her. However, since she was not as strong as them, there was nothing she could do about it. Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal? A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he asked, can you bring me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Last month, he had obtained quite a number of points outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Apart from the Profound Nether Mansion's base, the Martial Battle Mansion's base had moved as well. For this reason, he did not know where the Martial Battle Mansion's base was located. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, it would not be difficult for him to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. For example, he could return to the Profound Nether Mansion's base whenever he wanted since he knew where the Profound Nether Mansion's base was. He could stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days. If he wanted to leave earlier, he would have to use the transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's base. As for the remaining time, he could wait for a few days before he was forced to leave the middle realm. You want to go to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly before she shook her head decisively. Impossible. I won't take you there. If I do, I'll be considered a traitor. I'd rather die than betray the martial battle mansion. Xianxia was originally a gale grass that had transformed into a human. She had relied on the martial battle mansion's help to achieve what she had today. As a mutant who had transformed into a human, her thoughts were purer than a human's. She knew how to repay a favor. Last month, she had heard about Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the martial battle mansion's base. At that time, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than a dozen people from the martial battle mansion. It was a great humiliation to the martial battle mansion. Many people in the martial battle mansion were clamoring to take revenge on Duan Lingtian to vent their anger and resentment. Xianxia was clear in her heart. Unless King Tai was in the martial battle mansion's camp. Otherwise, no matter who it was, if they encountered Duan Lingtian after leaving the martial battle mansion's base, they would be eliminated. It's fine if you don't want to. Noticing Xianxia's emotional fluctuations, Duan Lingtian did not force her. However, it was a pity that he had lost an opportunity to easily obtain points. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was what Xianxia said next. Although I can't tell you where the martial battle mansion's camp is, Hang Feng and I have passed by the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp in the past 2 days. Xianxia said. Fire Glaze Manor's camp? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He didn't expect Xianxia to know the location of other grade 6 immortal mansions. In the martial battle mansion's camp, Xianxia didn't want to betray the martial battle mansion. After all, she had nothing to worry about in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp, right? If you want to go, I can bring you there. However, I have to make it clear that I won't help you if you attack the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp. Xianxia said. Guarding the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp was a great provocation to the Grade 6 Immortal Mansion. She was unwilling to offend a Grade 6 Immortal Mansion for the sake of some points. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian said without hesitation, I'll guard the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp myself. As for you, you can just hide at the side. Bring me there now. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia eagerly. Although most of the people who came out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp had 1 point, there were still many of them. Normally, there would be at least 10,000 people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there would be a few hundred people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm in the first half of the month. In the past few days, there would be at least 20 people leaving the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every day. Apart from that, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to use communication celestial talismans. However, that did not mean those in the middle realm could not receive communication celestial talismans from the outside world. As long as I block the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, they'll spread the news to the other 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure they'll inform the other 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those 10 directions celestial dukes will definitely come for me. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a lot of points. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could see a huge pile of points waving at him. What? You plan to guard the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp openly? Xianxia's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's plan. Her usually aloof demeanor was replaced by a playful expression. She felt this outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. Chapter 3151. At this moment, Xianxia was starting to regret her decision. She regretted telling Duan Lingtian that she knew the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Previously, she had thought Duan Lingtian was planning to sneak into the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminate some of their disciples before leaving. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was planning to make a big fuss out of it. If this had happened before she joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she would have just watched from the sidelines no matter what Duan Lingtian did. Even if Duan Lingtian was eliminated by the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples, she would still be able to watch from the sidelines. However, she could not do that now. She had already established a partnership with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was eliminated, her ranking this month would definitely be lower than last month's. She had missed too many opportunities this month. Currently, she only had 1 point left in her accumulative point jade. Duan Lingtian, although there's no one from the Fire Glaze Mansion among the 6 disciples, there are still disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 10. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as she said, apart from that, there are also 2 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 30. Most importantly, if you provoke the Fire Glaze Mansion by standing guard outside their base, they won't fight you one-on-one. Instead, they'll gang up on you. Based on Wan Qingqing's words, it was clear she was trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian from challenging the Fire Glaze Mansion. It was too risky for him to do that. Even the 6 disciples who had been in the top 6 for the past few years did not dare to do such a thing. After all, they were afraid of being surrounded. Naturally, they were even more afraid of offending a grade 6 celestial mansion. All right. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. All right. If you're done, bring me there. Our time is limited. I don't want to spend too much time in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian stared at Wan Qingqing after he finished speaking. He didn't want to spend too much time in the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite. Wan Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She thought that Duan Lingtian had given up on provoking the Fire Glaze Manor. However, when she brought Duan Lingtian to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, she realized that she had been too naive. Whoosh! Wan Qingqing was hiding in the distance. She could clearly see Duan Lingtian teleporting to the sky above the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. Listen up, disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. You'd better hide in there and not come out. Otherwise, I'll eliminate every single one of you who comes out. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Imbued with celestial origin energy, his voice was clearly transmitted to the campsite. Not only that, even Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, could hear Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice. Wan Qingqing was stunned. Was this what he meant when he said he did not want to spend too much time in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite? After Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice entered the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite was silent for a long time. Then, a series of angry voices rang in the campsite. Who are you? How dare you come to our Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite? Tell me your name. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death. Who are you? Are you trying to provoke our Fire Glaze Mansion? Angry voices rang in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. At the same time, the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, whether they were chatting or sparring, stopped what they were doing. All of them looked up at the sky above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. That said, although they were furious and threatened the person who had come, no one took the initiative to soar into the sky and teach that person a lesson. Since they had cultivated to their current stage, they were not reckless people. Since the purple-clad young man dared to come to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that the purple-clad young man was here to seek death. The second possibility was that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of them at all. As for the first possibility, it was very unlikely. If you want to know who I am, you'd better leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite first. Cowards like you don't have the right to know my name. Duan Lingtian said as he hovered above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. He was slightly puzzled. He thought he had spoken harshly earlier, but the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were still able to keep their composure. Since Duan Lingtian was standing far away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, he had intentionally used his divine consciousness to cover his identity token with his celestial origin energy. For this reason, although the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity token, they could not find anything. Damn it! Who's this guy? How dare he say we're cowards? If you ask me, why don't we attack him together? Do you think we're afraid of him? If he is really strong, we can crush our accumulative points jade and go out. We can also tell the people outside about this news. That's right. Let's attack him together. When Duan Lingtian provoked them again, the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite could no longer hold back and flew into the air. Swoosh. 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 There were more than 20 disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. They charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. During this process, they had left the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite and lost the protection of the formation that enveloped the campsite. Boom. 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 When the 20 or so people arrived near Duan Lingtian in a grandiose manner and launched their attacks at Duan Lingtian in unison, colorful energy bloomed in the air like fireworks and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. Just as the attacks were about to land on his body, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot with just a thought. When he reappeared, he was behind the 20 disciples, blocking their path back to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Where's he? Is he dead? Why do I feel like my attacks missed? Me too. Since Duan Lingtian's five-colored energy had shrouded him when he disappeared, none of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples realized he had disappeared. He's behind us. Heavens! When did he go behind us? I didn't see him at all. What kind of speed is that? The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples turned around in a panic. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, a few of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. He's an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's Duan Lingtian. When the other Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian's identity order token, their expressions changed drastically. Gasp. 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 Many of them gasped as their bodies trembled in fear. If Duan Lingtian was really Duan Lingtian, they would not be a match for him at all. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. They had not even heard of Duan Lingtian before last month, let alone meet him. However, last month, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple had caused a commotion in the Grade 6 celestial mansions. He had single-handedly blocked more than 10 disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion and eliminated all of them. At that time, the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciples, Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, were present. Both of them were able to enter the Middle Realm every time they entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there were more than 20 of them, only a few of them had ever made it into the scoreboard. Moreover, it was only because of good luck. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. This was Duan Lingtian's name. The teleportation profundity. He must have cast the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier. No wonder we didn't see how he appeared behind us. If it's the teleportation profundity, everything makes sense. It seems like the rumors are true. Duan Lingtian has indeed comprehended the law of space. He must be confident of his strength since he dares to come to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. In my opinion, we should crush our accumulative point jades and leave this place. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. Although the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples hated Duan Lingtian to the core, they could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttering as though he was about to make a move, they quickly crushed their accumulative point jades in unison. In just a blink of an eye, all 20 of them disappeared from Duan Lingtian's side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered his points had increased. The number of points in his accumulative point jade had increased from 34 to 58 points. Before I entered this place, I should have ranked 17th with this number of points, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, saw the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples fleeing from Duan Lingtian. They only attacked once, and then they ran away. Although Wan Qingqing was slightly speechless, she knew it was the best choice for the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples to flee. When the group of Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples rose into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian, she did not see any familiar faces. She recognized most of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were relatively strong, but she did not see any of them among the group of disciples who had fled earlier. This meant the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were not weak at all. After all, none of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were strong. In the Fire Glaze Mansion. At this moment, several people appeared at the transporting formations in the southern heaven ancient realm. This attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. All of you were eliminated at the same time. What's going on? Why are all of you out at the same time? The expressions of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who had just been eliminated were extremely unsightly when they heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, discovered our base and blocked the entrance. He's shouting outside, telling us not to go out. If we dare to go out, he'll eliminate us.